The rebirth of the man. To everyone's surprise, I immediately applied for a job as an undertaker. Upon my return, I even managed to complete a week's work at the funeral parlor in just one day. My classmates thought I had lost my mind, little did they know that the apocalypse would soon descend upon us, turning 90% of the world's population into zombies and monsters. Among the survivors, only a few developed special abilities. And these abilities were all related to their professions. The rarer the profession, the stronger the acquired skills. Some, like electricians, could become thunderstorms that swept across the land. Others, like architects, could build fortresses with a wave of their hands, sheltering thousands of people. As for me, who had just graduated from college in my previous life, I was unable to awaken any professional skills. I could only become a wandering mercenary in the apocalypse. Eventually, I managed to obtain a source core, thinking it would change my luck. But it was taken away by the wealthy second generation Qing Yang, who left me with nothing. Now, in my new life, I must seize every opportunity, so I searched for a lot of information on the internet. I discovered that being an undertaker is an incredibly rare profession. Out of millions of people, only one person would be an undertaker. So I became the despised mortician. With only 3 days until the apocalypse, I rushed home after work. In the post-apocalyptic world, the strongest monster in Jiangqing City was a Class A dog devil. After its death, a substance called Origin Core would be born. It would directly help people gain powerful abilities. In the previous life, those who received the source core from the demon dog became the strongest in Jiangqing City. Before the devil dog was resurrected, it was just a big yellow dog that guarded the neighborhood. If I could not awaken any professional skills, at least there was another way to gain power. The big yellow dog was currently locked in an iron cage, its eyes bloodshot as it madly bit the bars. Sure enough, the strong influence of the apocalypse energy caused the big yellow dog to mutate. Within a week, it would fully recover and become a first-class dog devil. Old Zhang, the gatekeeper, sighed incessantly beside him. Old Zhang and the yellow dog had depended on each other for over a decade. I know a vet who would be just the person to take yellow dog to. But as soon as I saw old Zhang, I noticed that his eyes were filled with blood and his breathing became heavy. Looking at old Zhang, I couldn't help but be surprised. He was also affected by the apocalypse energy. It was a prelude to becoming a mutant. Mutant zombies were as powerful as second-tier professionals in human society. If one encountered them in the early stages of the apocalypse, survival would be almost impossible. Is it true? He asked. Then you must heal old Huan. I will cure him, I lied and dragged the iron cage back to my house. At home, I suddenly noticed a faint golden aura under the big yellow dog's fur. My pupils constricted. The source core substance was born so early. It was the material that appeared when the apocalypse energy condensed into a source core on a monster's body. Carefully, I pulled out the source core substance and held it in my hand. It was like liquid gold. A precious treasure to improve my body. Without wasting a single drop, I consumed the essence. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy erupted from my body. I could clearly feel my muscles growing. It seemed that before the big yellow dog turned into a dog devil, I would also be able to enjoy a few days of harvesting the source core substances. After work on the second day, I spent all my savings to fill the house with food and water. In the apocalypse, these things will be essential, and will be more valuable than gold. Especially in the impoverished slums where supplies are scarce, a moldy piece of bread can cause 3 to 5 deaths. Meanwhile, the upper class enjoys lavish feasts, exposing the inherent inequality and cruelty of humanity. Once everything was arranged, I used the same method as yesterday to absorb the core material into my body. Accompanied by a golden light, the powerful energy erupted once again. I punched the air with a sonic boom, with a force of about 150 kilograms. With only 2 strands of core material, my body has already undergone a tremendous improvement. Around this time, the steel rods and welding equipment I had ordered online arrived. I used them to construct a temporary shelter, a necessary survival skill in the previous world. After securing the doors and windows, I opened the classmate chat group and observed the unusually heated atmosphere. Have you heard the news? Ziyang was dumped by Mei Na. And you didn't even know it. Ziyang turned down a job offer from a publicly traded company to work in a funeral parlor doing makeup for the deceased. And now Mei Na is with Zheng Yang. My eyebrows furrowed slightly. On the first day of my reincarnation, Mei Na broke up with me. The reason was simple. Mei Na, that despicable woman, was already involved with Ziyang behind my back. I broke up with Mei Na. I don't want her. As soon as I said this, the group fell silent. Outside the screen, Mei Na's expression became incredibly dark. How dare he break up with me and announce it publicly? She immediately dialed Zheng Yang's number, hoping that he would come and teach Ziyang a lesson. I want all classmates to see this. It's not that I'm not good enough for her, but she is not worthy of me. Early the next day, I got up and went straight to the funeral home. I worked tirelessly until dawn. I looked at the last male body, who used to be a professional boxer, who had won several championship belts. Now his body was unrecognizable, his legs were crushed like pieces of paper, and his organs hanging out of his stomach. I carefully picked out the organs and tissues from the pool of blood and filth next to the man's body. Then I sewed them back together according to the original human structure. Life is as fleeting as a passing cloud. May the deceased rest in peace. After embalming the last male corpse, I looked at the time. The apocalypse would be here in a few minutes. Just then, a group of people entered. Mei Na and Zheng Yang led the way. Mei Na was wearing a short skirt and held Zheng Yang's wrist tightly. Luckily, I broke up with you, you useless piece of trash. I have already joined the Ning group, and now I am Zheng Yang's secretary. Everyone was astonished, truly worthy of Zheng Yang. What are you doing here? I furrowed my brows. You openly slandered me, saying that I broke up with Mei Na, considering that you have no parents and we used to be classmates. You kneel down and apologize to Mei Na, and slap yourself 100 times, then I might consider sparing you. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in my eyes. In my previous life, I died because Zheng Yang betrayed me. Then I quickly stepped in front of Zheng Yang and threw a punch. He flew back several meters, and fell to the ground. His head was covered in blood. How dare you hit me? Zheng Yang was both shocked and angry. He truly had lost his mind if he dared to hit Zheng Yang. The Ning group had a dominant presence in Jiangqing City. But in my heart, the countdown was ticking. With the arrival of the apocalypse, everything would be rearranged with the emergence of professionals. As long as we awaken our professions, even the mighty Ning Corporation can be toppled one day. Suddenly, the sound of continuous collisions came from outside the window. The fire instantly lit up the windows, the dark clouds dissipated, a red light engulfed the land. The beings were infected by the red light, their eyes became dull. What happened to them? Mei Na was suddenly afraid. She noticed that several classmates next to her were also staring blankly at the red light in the sky. Then there was an explosion at a gas station in the distance. Planes fell from the sky. People in the streets were chasing each other like crazy. And when they caught each other, they began to devour each other wildly. I widened my eyes, but not because I was shocked by the scene, but because I hadn't woken up yet. At that moment, a female classmate's body twisted strangely, everyone's hair stood on end, they all retreated to the corner, shaking all over. Suddenly, the female zombie screamed and lunged at me. The zombie woman was incredibly strong. She pushed me against the wall and opened her bloody mouth to bite me. I used all my strength to barely hold on. Ziyang. Han Liang shouted. He was one of the few friends I had in school. Han Liang went to get the iron spear on the table for me. But he hesitated when he saw that no one else was coming to help. Zheng Yang immediately shouted, "If you help him, you're against me. He just hit me, so I want to see him die." Han Liang hesitated for a few seconds. In the end, he picked up the iron spear. But instead of giving it to me, he gave it to Zheng Yang. At that moment, a voice sounded in my head, "Congratulations. You have awakened the mortician profession, professional skill. By embalming the deceased, you can obtain their memories and skills, increase the favorability of the deceased. When favorability reaches 100, you can issue commands. The deceased you embalmed is the Golden Belt boxing champion. Gain 100% boxing champion fighting skills, 80% boxing champion traits and 80% punching power and speed. Without having time to examine it closely, I instantly transformed into a professional boxer. And threw a powerful punch at the zombie's ribs. Even though the zombie couldn't feel any pain, it retreated immediately. I landed another blow on her head. Her head went flying like a ball, and she fell to the ground. So powerful, I didn't expect to start at the 3S level, and even have the potential to become a god-level professional. In the previous world, anyone with a 3S status either became a guardian deity who ruled over a region, or a devourer who killed abnormal monsters. As for the god-level profession, it never appeared in the previous world. The mortician's job is to embalm the deceased to gain benefits. And in the apocalypse, the one thing we won't lack is the dead. Even the countless zombies have become treasures that make us stronger. What kind of abilities will embalming zombies give me? I haven't tested it directly. Jing Yang and the others were watching me. I couldn't reveal my professional skills in front of them. At that moment everyone realized that the end had come. Jing Yang showed his leadership. He organized everyone to block the doors and windows to prevent the zombies from coming in. We collected all the food and water. I would be in charge of distributing it. When I went over, Han Liang bowed his head in shame. If Xi Yang had died, it would have been alright, but if he hadn't died, it would be too embarrassing. I pushed Han Liang away and went straight to Jing Yang. I saw Jing Yang pointing his spear at me. Why have you suddenly become so powerful? I asked, do you want to know? He replied, in your next life. He added, I pushed the spear away with one hand and struck Jing Yang with the other. With the sound of cracking bones, I broke Jing Yang's arm. He let out a howl of pain. Suddenly, a massive figure appeared on the glass in front of us. The double-layered glass shattered instantly. Using the Fist King's reflexes and agility, I quickly moved away from the spot. At that moment, a gigantic figure stood in front of Jing Yang. He looked surprised and said, Dugwang, why did you grow so big? Dugwang, king of the barbarians. In the apocalypse, people were not only awakened to their professions, but also gained special abilities, such as enhanced physical attributes. Those who were skilled in martial arts and trained regularly before the apocalypse might awaken as boxers or martial artists. On the other hand, those who were slightly weaker would have their bodies strengthened by the energy of the apocalypse. Dugwang was already a monster before the apocalypse. Now that he was an ability user, his powers were even more exaggerated. While I was thinking about how to kill Jing Yang under Dugwang's protection, I suddenly heard the sound of someone breathing close to my ear. To my surprise, another terrifying presence, the super-infected Jiangqing City 17, was about to appear. This place was not suitable for a long stay. There would be plenty of opportunities to kill Jing Yang in the future. I rushed out of the window. Dugwang was about to follow me, but Jing Yang stopped him. I stood under the eaves of the first floor and waited for Dugwang to come out. Jing Yang was indeed a troublesome character. I had originally planned to lure Dugwang away and then come back to kill Jing Yang. But it seemed that Jing Yang was already on the lookout for that move. I immediately rushed back home. If the dog devil resurrected, I had to kill it before it fully recovered and retrieve the origin core. The color of the dog devil's fur had already changed, and its eyes were staring at me with anger. It seemed that the dog devil had not fully recovered yet. I randomly threw some compressed biscuits, and then read the description of the mortician profession and the skills gained as a mortician. Fist King again. In addition to the Fist King's combat skills and techniques, there was also a 10% favorability. Below that, there was a line of text. For the same level of normal corpse, the control lasts for 100 seconds. For the mutated zombie of the same level, the control lasts for 10 seconds. With 10% favorability, you can control an embarrassed corpse or mutant. Even though it was temporary, this ability seemed quite impressive. Finally, there were the memories of the Fist King's body, 37 memories, 41 hours in total. However, there were two options behind the memories: experience and delete. With a thought, I chose to experience the memories of the Fist King's body. To my surprise, it was a first-person immersive memory playback. I could even speed it up or slow it down. The first memory was of the Fist King speeding down the highway before the car accident. He was engaged in intimate activities with a model in his car. I was amazed because not only could I see it from a first-person perspective, but I could feel it as if I were there. I was completely overwhelmed by the situation. I quickly looked around for a handkerchief. Suddenly there was a piercing sound of a car horn. A sand-filled truck crashed right into us. I was immediately pulled out of the Fist King's memory. Wow, that was intense. This memory feels like I experienced it firsthand. Let me move on to the next memory. The second memory is about the Fist King and a group of his buddies in a bar. They called some girls in short skirts to join them while they were drinking. It seems that this memory doesn't have much value either, but I couldn't bring myself to delete these two memories. Suddenly, I noticed a very long memory that lasted over 7 hours. The memory started with a password to open a door. Through a first-person perspective, I clearly saw the entire password. Then I unlocked the mechanism and entered an underground room filled with firearms, ammunition, and various cold weapons. It was like an armory, enough to arm a small combat team. In the apocalypse, ordinary people don't have a chance to obtain firearms. Finally, the Boxing King took a pistol and went to a garage, where he killed a middle-aged man with a single shot. Then he drove away in his car. The following memories weren't very valuable. But I learned that the middle-aged man belonged to the Zhenyang family, and the underground arsenal belonged to him. The man had once shared a secret about the barbarian King De Guang with the Boxing King. De Guang had a disabled sister who was his weakness. However, his sister had already died in the Ning family. Every time De Guang saw videos of his sister, they were artificially synthesized by the Ning family's artificial intelligence. Perhaps this information could be used well, and it might even turn De Guang against the Ning Corporation. After that, I arrived in front of Big Yellow. I collected the essence liquid from Big Yellow, swallowed it in one gulp, and struck out with another punch. This time, the sound of breaking the air was even louder. At this moment, my punch had at least the strength of over 500 pounds. At that moment, someone knocked hard on the door. It sounded like the neighbor, a married woman. I had a thought. In the apocalypse, women themselves were a kind of asset, so I opened the door and saw the plump woman immediately burying herself in my embrace. Behind her, a male zombie was lunging at us. It was her husband. I grabbed an iron spear and immediately pierced the zombie's head, then brought her inside and locked the door again. "He's not your husband anymore, did he bite you?" I asked. "No, he didn't," the woman replied, she frightened. I commanded her loudly, "Take off your clothes." The woman felt a sense of fear. Was he going to force himself on her? That was her main concern. She came here for help because she knew there was a shy student living next door. But she didn't expect this student to have completely changed. "If you don't undress, you will die." The woman felt a tremendous killing intent surrounding her and didn't dare to hesitate for a moment. She obediently followed my order. After confirming that there were no bite marks or scratches on the woman, I let her put her clothes back on. Then I touched the zombie's body and silently recited, "Life is fleeting, like a fleeting white horse, may the deceased rest in peace." White threads extended from my fingertips and effortlessly pierced the zombie's tough skin, intertwining and sewing it back together. In less than 2 minutes, the terrifying zombie was restored by 50%. I could already see the appearance of the deceased. I successfully embalmed a level 1 ordinary mining zombie, gaining 15 memories totaling 25 hours and 100% of the mining skills from its previous life. The zombie's fondness for me increased by 30%. I could control zombies of the same level for 300 seconds and zombies of different levels for 30 seconds. After that, I tied the zombie and the woman to the chair together. This zombie can still be useful, at least to control it for 300 seconds, it might come in handy at a critical moment. Then I traced back the man's memories before his death. The man used to work in a gold mine owned by the Ning Corporation. The mine is located under a group of ancient battlefield tombs. I never expected that my neighbor would turn out to be a miner for the Ning Corporation. After the apocalypse, a golden flower blossomed in this mine, and those who consumed it gained the ability of an indestructible body, known as the Golden Body. They became powerful individuals capable of charging into the horde of zombies that overwhelmed the sanctuary, emitting a golden light and giving hope to humanity. My eyes became fervent again. If I'm not mistaken, the golden flower is still just a seed. If I return the seed, it can grow into a golden flower. At that moment, the sound of breaking glass and a cold growl came from outside the window. My face instantly turned cold, and icy glints of determination and killing intent flashed in my eyes. Old Zhang had indeed mutated into a different kind of creature. Normally, these creatures could already rival second-tier professionals in their initial state, far surpassing ordinary zombies. At that moment, I untied the woman from the chair. If you want to stay alive, help me with something. The woman saw the cunning in my eyes and suddenly had a feeling of foreboding. I opened the door, but old Zhang didn't rush in. Instead, he stood at the door and looked at the people in the room. These creatures have a certain level of intelligence and won't fall into a trap easily. It's their survival instinct. The woman was shaking all over and forced a smile at my command. Does old Zhang want to come in and play? Old Zhang seemed provoked and agitated, and rushed at the woman like a madman. Seeing this, I quickly closed the door, and the iron spear pierced old Zhang's back like lightning. After letting out a furious roar, old Zhang emitted something like shock waves. Then I was thrown away by an inexplicable force. I never expected old Zhang to have a special ability as a different type of being. Old Zhang launched another attack and swung his claws at me. Seeing this, I immediately dodged with the Fist King's footwork. Then, with a sliding attack, I cut the rope binding the minor zombie. The neighboring zombie opened its blood-filled mouth and charged at me. I immediately had a thought in my head: control. The neighbor zombie immediately stopped, then it turned its head and bit old Zhang. Since old Zhang had some intelligence, he was a little confused by the neighbor zombie's behavior. Taking advantage of this, the neighborhood zombie bit old Zhang's arm and tore it off. Old Zhang immediately flew into a rage and used his psychic waves to make the zombie fall heavily to the ground. However, the zombie immediately got up and attacked old Zhang again. With a gleam in his eye, old Zhang grabbed the zombie's head directly. The zombie's head split like a watermelon and shattered into pieces. At that moment, I raised the iron spear and thrust it violently at old Zhang. But Yu Xian didn't just watch, he saw the right moment and pulled out the iron spear on old Zhang's back. Old Zhang angrily turned around to attack him, but the manipulated neighborhood zombie was 100% loyal to Yu Xian. Without giving old Zhang a chance, it pounced on him once again. Old Zhang's eyes flickered with the ghostly light of death as he pinched the neighbor's zombie's head. The neighbor's zombie was attacking his body desperately, but old Zhang had only one goal: it was to crush the head of the neighbor's zombie. The head of the neighbor's zombie let out a skull scream. It was like Hercules crushing a watermelon. The neighbor's zombie's head instantly splintered. Black and red goo splattered all over the room. The young woman let out a shocked scream in horror as it splattered all over her. So disgusting. At the same time, Yu Xian was also splattered all over, but Yu Xian was used to it in his previous life. Yu Xian raised his iron spear high and stabbed old Zhang's head violently. Even for Fei, most of their weaknesses were still in their heads. If the head exploded, even a Fei would have to die. Old Zhang seemed to howl unwillingly, and the ghostly light of death in the bottom of his eyes grew dimmer and dimmer. In the end, there was no movement. Yu Xian fell to the ground, gasping for breath. So close. Fei were still difficult to kill, especially an unusual Fei like old Zhang. If he didn't have the experience of fighting zombies in his previous life, he would have hung up by now. Yu Xian looked at the young woman cowering in the corner, shivering. He walked over and tied the young woman back to the chair. He was going to bury old Zhang. The silk thread extending from his fingertips quickly sewed up old Zhang's body. At this point, there should be no next step. However, he was asked if he wanted to continue with the coffin. The next step is either cremation or burial. Cremation is unlikely, the loss is not worth the gain. As for speaking into the ground, he suddenly remembered that he had received the mining skill from his neighbor's zombie corpse earlier. Originally, he thought it was just an ordinary mining skill, but it was not. This minor skill was the ability to quickly dig holes anywhere. With unusual soil and sand, he could even dig holes instantly. This was simply a skill tailor-made for him to bury the dead. Yu Xian thought, if it was normal ground, the time to dig a hole 2 meters long, 1 meter high, and 1 meter wide would not take more than 2 seconds, but he was on the 3rd floor here, and with his current physical quality, even if he jumped straight down, he wouldn't get hurt. He would use 2 seconds to finish digging the hole, bury old Zhang in it, and then quickly climb up. The whole process should take less than 10 seconds. Still worth a try. It's okay to have a little more goodwill. After all, it was a fei that could come in handy in a pinch. Yu Xian carried old Zhang's body on his shoulders. He held the iron spear in one hand and the neighboring zombie with a crushed head in the other. When the zombies at the door were almost scattered, Yu Xian took a deep breath. He slammed the door open and rushed out, following the path he had seen in his mind. He jumped over the railing in one step and onto the lawn in front of the building. After glancing around, he immediately activated his minor skill. As soon as his hand opened, a rectangular pit appeared on the flat lawn. When he threw old Zhang's body into it, it took another second for the pit to fill up. Reciting the mantra, "Time passes like a white horse, may the departed rest in peace," the career page indicates that it is in the process of being placed in the coffin, in the ground. The countdown is 8 seconds. There were tons of walkers around him, rushing at him. Even the zombies in the hallway were rushing down the stairs like crazy. The scene was very spectacular and exciting. Yu Xian frantically waved the corpse of his neighbor's zombie in his hand to fend off the zombies rushing in front of him. He now had the strength to swing 3 kilograms with ease. Fending off ordinary zombies was not too difficult for him. Successfully enshrined a level 1 fei zombie. Loading some of the current zombies' memories, experience, skills, and traits for you. Loading successfully. Yu Xian doesn't care about loading. Spread your legs and run. Leaving the corpse of his neighbor's zombie behind, he frantically stabbed the head of the zombie in front of him with the iron spear in his hand. In 3 steps, he tumbled to the 2nd floor, then stepped onto the railing of the 2nd floor corridor. He jumped up to the 3rd floor. The figure was very athletic. It took him only a few seconds to run back to his house. His heart was about to jump out of his throat. Corpse tied, no matter how many times you have seen it, your heart still jumps. Looking at the young woman again, I don't know if she was scared, but she fainted. Yu Xian looked at old Zhang's coffin to get things. 17 memories, a total of 22 hours, 100% of the sadist corpse hiding experience, 100% of the sadist tracking skills, 100% of the car thief skills, 10% of the first level of the fei zombie recovery ability, stamina, vitality, sadist fei goodwill, 10 plus 30% of the same level of the zombie can be manipulated for 400 seconds. Fei zombies of the same level can be manipulated for 40 seconds. Strength plus 100, inch speed plus 20, stamina plus 20, spirit plus 20. Yu Xian stared at the profession table for a moment. What is this? Sadistic corpse hiding skill. Sadistic tracking skill. What is all this? Friendly old Zhang. A sadist? Yu Xian immediately retraced old Zhang's memories. He realized that as long as the deceased had mutated into a zombie, the extracted memories were relatively small. This was probably due to the fact that after mutating into a zombie, one would first lose some of his memories. After that, there were even fewer that could be accessed. The first memory was the last fragment of old Zhang before he was infected into a fei. Old Zhang was panting heavily in the security booth as his vision became blurrier and blurrier. As he watched the female residents come and go, his eyes stared at them, especially the young and beautiful ones who wore short skirts. As they walked, their little butts would twist and turn. It would give old Zhang an extreme feeling of stimulation and excitement. The uncontrollable desire began to burn in Yu Xian's belly. He hadn't expected old Zhang to actually have such a great desire for women. It was simply perverse. Yu Xian took several deep breaths, which calmed him down. But as soon as he looked down, he saw that his little brother was already completely out of control. Yu Xian looked back at the young woman lying unconscious on the chair. He finally decided to drink some water. It took him several sips of water before he was able to calm down. Immediately after that, he looked at old Zhang's second memory. This memory took place on a dark night. Old Zhang was on duty at the security booth as usual. A young girl came running over in a hurry, saying that someone was following her. The girl was wearing a short skirt and stockings that accentuated her figure. Sure enough, there was a Hun-looking youth slowly following her. Yu Xian's pupils shrank. This youth was someone he knew. After the end of the previous life, an organization that specialized in robbing the homes of ordinary survivors for survival supplies was a horseman. This organization was purely a rogue organization. After looting a large amount of supplies, they sat on the ground and raised the price. They talked to some official or civilian organizations about trading supplies, even though the officials knew that many of the lower-class survivors had their families destroyed by this organization. They still turned a blind eye. But they still turned a blind eye. After all, the officials at that time were also extremely short of supplies. They needed someone to help them, so they collected supplies. It wasn't until later that the order was regulated, and it wasn't until then that the forced looting and plundering didn't dare to be so blatant. Even Yu Xian had been robbed by this organization. Old Zhang stood in front of the girl and confronted them. The young man waited for a few minutes before leaving. The girl breathed a sigh of relief and thanked old Zhang from the bottom of her heart. With a kind smile on his face, old Zhang said that the girls must protect themselves outside and not give the lawless elements a chance to take advantage of them. The girl nodded her head repeatedly and saw that the youth had indeed left before she dared to walk in the direction of her own building. Old Zhang stared at the girl's back, muttering, "Now the female children, the development can be really good, really watery, really big, must be very comfortable." Suddenly, Yu Xian felt the evil fire burning in his abdomen again. The realism of retracing memories is 100%. He will have exactly the same feelings and emotions as the object he is tracing. Immediately after that, from old Zhang's first point of view, he saw old Zhang follow the girl silently. The girl did not notice old Zhang all the time until the girl went upstairs and opened the door to her room. Old Zhang suddenly tapped the girl's shoulder, startling her. Old Zhang asked kindly, "Little girl, you go home so late every day. It is very dangerous. Next time don't be like this." It was late at night, and only she and old Zhang were in the hallway. The girl was obviously a little annoyed with old Zhang for following her, but she didn't dare to provoke old Zhang, so she could only smile and agree. But Lao Zhang had no intention of leaving. The girl asked old Zhang if there was anything. Old Zhang nodded and said with a smile, "I want to taste you. Do you have a boyfriend? Have you slept with your boyfriend?" The girl looked at Lao Zhang in shock, not expecting Lao Zhang to suddenly say such nasty words. She wanted to kick old Zhang out immediately, but old Zhang was very strong. He put his hand over the girl's mouth and pushed her into the door of the room. The girl struggled desperately, but was controlled to death by old Zhang. Old Zhang took out the tape he had prepared and wrapped the girl's mouth, tied her hands and spread her legs. Then he bent over the girl like a wild boar. The girl was crying, but she could only make very small sounds. She had to endure old Zhang's crazy insults and torture. Yu Xian also took deep breaths. At the same time, his heart was incomparably terrified. The seemingly harmless old Zhang was actually a big lecher. In the end, old Zhang had played enough, and the girl was played to death by him alive. Then old Zhang skillfully moved the girl's body in a suitcase to a deserted place. There was a dry well there, so he threw the girl's body directly into it. Yu Xian watched some more videos of old Zhang and came to a conclusion. Old Zhang was indeed the serial killer the Jiangqing police had been looking for all these years. He specialized in preying on young and beautiful girls, and he was able to leave the scene without a trace. In Liang'an district alone, he had killed 5 girls. In all of Jiangqing, he had committed hundreds of crimes. Yu Xian frowned slightly when he saw these memories in his previous life. It was estimated that his scalp would have gone numb by now. After all, in a peaceful society, there were still quite a few perverts like old Zhang, but after experiencing the end of the world for 10 years and losing the constraints of order, he had seen many perverts like old Zhang. Yu Xian continued to take deep breaths, but the evil fire in his belly couldn't be extinguished. The young woman woke up at that moment. An Li also walked in front of the young woman. Seriously, this young woman is the best in the world, much better than the ones he spent money on in the slums in his previous life. Undress. Yu Xian's voice was flat. The young woman's delicate body trembled slightly, as if she had expected this. After all, someone like her, besides having a sentence that could make men go crazy with her skin, there wasn't much else worth saving for this student. She wanted to survive, and she certainly couldn't do it alone. If she had to pay a price that would allow the student to protect her, then she was willing. When the young woman removed the nightgown from her body, Yu Xian was not polite. He had saved the young woman anyway, so he didn't feel much guilt. A vicious wolf pounced and rushed at him, and the young woman gasped slightly, so scary. Not a moment later, the room was immediately filled with a charming atmosphere. Yu Xian stood at the window with his bare buttocks looking out. The building he was in was across the street. The opposite side of the road would not be the silos of the United Harbor community, but rather the high-end townhouses. Anyone who could afford to buy a house on this side of the street was very rich. Yu Xian took out the binoculars he had bought in advance. The magnification was not high, but it was no problem to see a few hundred meters. Some survivors who were trapped in their houses could be seen standing by the window, looking out at the world. Full of smoke, there were also some people fighting with the zombies, while on the other side of the spacious townhouse building, there should be a few rows of villas. According to the memories of the deceased boxer, his house was among those rows of villas. He was bound to get the gold flowers in the gold mine, but the gold mine was not ownerless. Ning's group had recruited a large number of strange men and women, and had also trained a number of fighters. One of them, Hao Tian, was a notorious gangster in Jiangcheng. He was said to be a retired mercenary with great strength. He had always been the leader in charge of protecting the gold mines. After the end of the world, he awakened the bodyguard profession. The characteristic of the profession was that while on a protection mission, the attributes of all aspects would increase drastically. In the first stage, he followed the chairman of the Ning group, and in the later stage, he became Zheng Yang's bodyguard. I don't know what the situation was like in the gold mine at that time, and it wouldn't be easy to force his way into the gold mine. After all, Ning's group was an arms dealer. From the memory flashes of his neighboring zombies, he had seen the gold mine's bodyguards playing with firearms several times. In the early days, firearms were still a strong deterrent, so he first had to make a trip to the boxer's mansion, get some guns and ammunition from the private arsenal. It was then that the signal seemed to have returned. Messages from the group chat began to appear continuously on the cell phone. The person speaking was Masao, and he was telling his classmates to gather at the location he had sent them to. You can get a gun if you come. This was a stone's throw away in the class group. For ordinary people, if they had a gun in their hands, they would have the ability to fight zombies. The ability to survive in the post-apocalyptic world would increase dramatically. All the fear came from the lack of firepower. With a big reward, there would be a brave man, and immediately some students said that they had already left, and Zheng Yang continued to call for others to gather around him. Yu Xian's eyes glittered with coldness. Zheng Yang was about to start cultivating his own fighting team. However, this battle squad would all be reduced to cannon fodder that would be sacrificed to protect Zheng Yang. However, in the early stages, Zheng Yang had a long time to shine with this battle squad, which was once nearly 50 people. It was also because of this that he was recognized by the Waking Lion Society, and he had a resource contract with the Waking Lion Society, the Waking Lion Society as an umbrella. Yu Xian's smile is a bit hideous. Zheng Yang, in your most scenic time, take you out. What kind of mood are you in? It may be that God wants him to succeed in his revenge. The place that Zheng Yang released is exactly the gold mine. It seems that the gold mine is also used as an arsenal by Ning's group. They hide all their illegally obtained weapons and ammunition in the gold mine. It was just as well that he killed Zheng Yang when he went to take the seeds from gold China, killing two birds with one stone. Yu Xian put on a backpack. It contained some light compressed biscuits and 3 bottles of water. As for the young woman, of course, he tied her to the chair again. It wasn't that he was afraid that the young woman would steal his supplies, but that she would go crazy and destroy his base. People who had survived in the post-apocalyptic world were less likely to trust other people, even if it was a soft, harmless woman he had just slept with. She was just as unworthy of his trust. Trusting others in the post-apocalyptic world was something only a fool would do. Yu Xian looked at Old Huang once more, and Old Yellow had been sleeping, getting closer and closer to the complete restoration. Everything was ready. Yu Xian saw the right moment and slid down the security bars of the window. Then, in 2 steps, he ran to the side of a small car on the side of the road, crouched down, and used the wire he had prepared beforehand to pull out the lock hole a few times. An unlocking sound. Old Chang's car thief skills are really good. After killing and escaping all his life, stealing a car or something like that was a necessary skill for old Zhang to escape. As soon as he started the car, the sound of the engine startled the zombies on the street and they rushed at him with their teeth and claws bared. "Damn, I ran over you." Of course, Yu Xian nonchalantly ran over them, crunching and crunching, like the sound of a rotten watermelon being thrown. The black, blood-stained, sticky substance splattered on a car window. Yu Xian lit a cigarette. This car ride only a little bit of the feeling of the end of the world. He originally did not know how to smoke, but after the end of the world, he learned to smoke. Tobacco also became an extremely expensive material after the end of the world. Only the big shots are qualified to enjoy it, and the inferior people can only smoke the inferior cigarettes made by burning leaves. And those in the slums could only sip their cigarette butts. He didn't keep cigarettes in his room because they were too expensive, but it didn't matter. The end times had just arrived, and the first thing many people thought of was survival supplies. This kind of need, beyond survival, was not something people would normally compete for. If you have the opportunity to go to grocery stores and supermarkets, before the supermarkets are occupied by certain people, stock up on a few packs and smoke them slowly. It's okay to sell them when the time comes, or trade supplies with others. The military is the most generous. A beard can be exchanged for a rifle and 100 rounds of ammunition. Yu Xian had a large throttle all the way to the mansion that the fist zombie remembered. This was a rich area, and there were fewer zombies instead. Yu Xian got out of the car, killed a few zombies, and rushed to the door of the boxer's house. He pressed the password that appeared in the memory flashback. The door opened smoothly. Just as it opened, a woman wearing a silk nightgown with light skin rushed in. Yu Xian was taken aback, because in the memory flashback of the fighter, there was no one in this house. As he unconsciously prepared to stab her to death with an iron spear, he realized that the other party was alive. She hadn't mutated yet. The girl covered her face in fear and screamed, and Yu Xian immediately rushed over to cover the girl's mouth. Suddenly, they both froze at the same time. Incredibly, the girl opened her beautiful eyes and looked at Yu Xian. Yu Xian was also a bit surprised. This girl was one of the school flowers of their Jiangqing Finance University. Meng Qi. At Jiangqing Finance University, there were a few school flowers who were pursued by boys all year round. Among them, this Meng Qi was even known for her big breasts. Really big and tasty, so when Meng Qi was in the gym class, there were always a lot of drooling men on the side. Meng Qi could be much higher than Rao Li's level, a true goddess level. From her appearance to her body, she was flawless, and there was no man who didn't want to get Meng Qi. Even Jingyang had pursued Meng Qi, but she seemed to have been rejected by Meng Qi. From this, one could see how high Meng Qi's vision was. Most importantly, Meng Qi would later become the beloved wife of one of the vice presidents of the Waking Lion Society. It was an honorable status. A truly superior person. Technically speaking, her status was even higher than that of the later Jingyang. The vice president has a lot of power, and can mobilize a lot of the war resources of the Waking Lion Society. Jingyang has to look at the vice president's eyes. Meng Qi was surprised, thinking that her brother had returned. As a result, the person who rushed in directly tried to kill her. I didn't expect it to be this guy. Yu Xian. How did you get here? Yu Xian didn't answer Meng Qi, but instead asked back, "You're also the boxer's lover?" Meng Qi herself froze. She knew Yu Xian, the one with the highest grades in the same graduating class, but that was all she remembered about Yu Xian. She didn't care much about Yu Xian. With her family background, good or bad grades couldn't even be a factor that could attract her attention, but the current Yu Xian seemed to be somewhat different from what she remembered. At that moment, she truly felt that Yu Xian would kill her without mercy. Yu Xian looked at Meng Qi with disdain for a few moments and didn't pay attention to her anymore. After all, it wasn't unusual for college girls to be adopted. The boxer's house was good, much better than his shantytown, but Yu Xian didn't plan to move his base here. After the end of the world, there would be many poor people who had awakened their professions or possessed supernormal abilities. They will all compete to be the first to come and grab these mansions and experience the life of the rich, and the mansions will become a place of chaos. According to my memory, there was a porcelain vase on the shelf in the living room. As long as you turned the direction of the porcelain vase, you could enter the secret room. Yu Xian did as he was told, and with the sound of the mechanism, the stairs leading to the secret room appeared. Even Meng Qi's eyes widened. There was actually a cellar here. She didn't even know about it. Yu Xian went down, and there was a secret room about 10 square meters in size, filled with all kinds of firearms and all kinds of sharp cold weapons. They were all fine products. Meng Qi also followed down and covered her mouth in surprise. Oh my god, how can there be all these things? Are these real weapons? Yu Xian frowned, the bottom of his eyes glowing with an icy cold light. Get out. Meng Qi's body was cold, as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. These were definitely the coldest eyes she had ever seen in her life. She could see that Yu Xian's goal was only these weapons. According to Yu Xian, she was far less valuable than those weapons. For some reason, Meng Qi actually felt a bit lost. Isn't she the schoolgirl everyone loves? Will you take me with you? Meng Qi suddenly asked. Yu Xian sized up Meng Qi once again. It had to be said that Meng Qi was truly loved by the men who looked at her and envied by the women. Angel face, siren body, hot and incomparable. The low-cut silk nightgown revealed a large amount of whiteness. It's no wonder that the vice president of the Waking Lion Society was looking at her. Such a woman is truly the best of the best in his previous life. He was a mercenary of the last days who ate 100 meals. He saw Meng Qi holding the vice president's arm and patrolling them, the inferior people. At that time, he had a complaint about why the fate of the same students from Finance University was so different. Yu Xian remembered that the vice president hadn't taken many favors from Zheng Yang and Ning's group. That's why he helped Zheng Yang to go all the way in order to boost his prestige. He even covered up Zheng Yang's crime of sacrificing his men as cannon fodder. At this thought, Yu Xian's killing intent flared up again. There were too many scum that he had to kill after his reincarnation. Zheng Yang had to be killed, as well as the vice president. This killing intent scared Meng Qi to the point that she thought Yu Xian was going to kill her. There is no place for you in my car, so you are on your own. Yu Xian did not take too many weapons with him, mainly 2 pistols on his waist and an assault rifle on his back. In his hand, he held a tang knife that sharpened iron like mud, and in his other hand, he carried a few boxes of bullets. He put them on the car and was about to close the door. Meng Qi did not know where the courage came from, actually dared to run out and jumped onto the passenger seat. You are going down. Yu Xian was furious. I'm not going down. I can't survive alone. Meng Qi was sober. She was a weak woman who could never survive in a world full of monsters. Yu Xian sees the zombies rushing in all directions, so he can only take Meng Qi with him. All the way across the street, he put the car against the root of the wall of his downstairs to stop and turn off the engine. If he doesn't say anything, who will know that the car is loaded with weapons and ammunition? Everyone will think that the car is out of control and will crash into the wall. Yu Xian wants to climb up along the security fence, but Meng Qi holds onto his leg for dear life. Yu Xian doesn't want the survivors in the other buildings to notice him, so he carries Meng Qi up as well. Anyway, with Meng Qi around, this vice president would probably appear slowly. This would make it easier for him to eliminate the vice president, or even undermine the Waking Lion Society that served as an umbrella for Masao. Meng Qi entered the house and saw the young woman tied to a chair and an old gray dog in an iron cage. There was also a room full of survival supplies that were directly frozen. Another look at the messy bed and the bruises on the young woman's body. Any fool could guess how violent things had been on that bed. Meng Qi's pretty face immediately turned red, as if she imagined that she was also thinking about it when she was pinned on that bed. Yu Xian pushed Meng Qi onto the chair with one hand. On a chair. This chair is so hard. Meng Qi thought that Yu Xian would want her now. However, Yu Xian tied her and the young woman together with a rope. Yu Xian said with a cold voice, "Don't make any noise if you don't want to die." Meng Qi immediately shut her mouth. Still uncomfortable, Yu Xian used the tape to blindfold the 2 women's eyes and mouths again. After that, Yu Xian was relieved to pull out a bit of source core substance from under the old yellow hair. He swallowed it and inhaled it into his mouth. An explosion of power instantly filled his entire body. Even though one would more or less gain a few attribute boosts every time he enshrined the deceased, but at this stage, it wasn't as fast as directly inhaling the source core substance to increase it. A fist shot out, The sound that pierced the air this time was very thick. The strength of his punch was at least 350 kilograms. Yu Xian was excited. He was becoming more and more curious as to what kind of enhancement effect he would get from swallowing the source core of an A-class dog demon. There was still one day left before he could swallow the canine demon source core. The first thing he had to do after swallowing it was to go to the gold mine to kill Zheng Yang and bring back the golden flower seeds. Being able to play summoning. Although Yu Xian now had weapons and ammunition, but there are still some preparations to be made before going to the gold mine. In the coffin of old Zhang, he gained a total of 3 skills. One skill is the car thief skill, the other 2 skills are sadist tracking and sadist body hiding. The sadistic tracking skill was actually old Zhang's silent tailing technique. Going back to old Zhang's memories, Yu Xian saw that old Zhang could silently follow the person being stalked all the way. The divine stalking skill was one of the reasons why old Zhang was able to commit hundreds of murders. The sadistic corpse hiding skill, on the other hand, was a way for old Zhang to use various means to remove the corpse from the crime scene after killing someone, and then move it to another place to destroy the corpse. However, after upgrading to the corpse hiding skill, it wasn't as simple as shredding the corpse or carrying it in a suitcase or something like that. Instead, it had a corpse hiding space as large as 10 cubic meters. This room couldn't hold any other supplies, weapons, or the like, only corpses, and corpses that he had coffined. This ability made Yu Xian think that he could use it. After all, he had coffined the corpse, he could control it for a certain period of time. If the coffined corpse was put into the corpse hiding place and then suddenly released when it arrived somewhere, wouldn't that be like summoning many helpers? It was a pity that at the first level of embalming, he could only embalm 5 corpses per day, but when it came to the second level of embalming, the number of mortuaries could only be increased to 50, a 10-fold increase in quantity. Next to the career level was an experience bar. 37/100 was one of the main differences between a professional and a psychic. Exotics could only increase their strength by consuming source cores, source core substances, or exotic flowers. But a professional could upgrade by killing zombies, and the effect of the upgrade was equal to that of a source core, and the danger factor was much lower. Exotics usually had to go to areas with a very low exploration level to get natural resources that others hadn't discovered. 9 deaths and 1 life. A professional, on the other hand, could make himself stronger even by killing ordinary zombies. For a level 1 professional, a level 1 ordinary zombie has an experience value of 1, for a level 1 Fey, the experience value is 10. He had killed the Fey old Zhang earlier, his experience value had skyrocketed by 10 points at once, and the rest of the 27 points he had gained by killing 27 ordinary zombies. At this stage, many professionals should still be in the exploratory stage of their profession, and he, Yu Xian, was one of them. However, for some of the rules of professional generalization, the relevant information had long been published after 10 years, therefore, Yu Xian could be very clear about what his next step should be. Yu Xian's eyes were wild. The young woman and Zhuo Wanqing were a little scared because Yu Xian seemed to have gone crazy. At times, he looked serious, excited, and mad. This was usually a precursor to going crazy. Maybe Yu Xian couldn't bear the despair of the coming end times, so his heartstrings broke. Yu Xian, it's okay, just calm down. I think you're already very good. Even if the end times come, you should be able to survive. Meng Qi comforted Yu Xian. Her intention was for Yu Xian not to collapse under so much pressure. If Yu Xian collapsed, the situation for her 2 weak women would be unimaginable. Yu Xian coldly looked at Meng Qi. Nonsense. Of course I can survive. What else do you want me to say? You want to boost my blind self-confidence by flattering me? And then I'll run off and die so that you can inherit this shrine of mine. Dream on. Meng Qi's pretty face immediately turned ugly. She had good intentions. But in return, Yu Xian received a torrent of contempt and angry curses. Feeling hurt and somewhat angry, Meng Qi turned her face away and said nothing. Yu Xian also didn't pay attention to Meng Qi as he slung the assault rifle onto his back, picked up the Tang sword, grabbed the door handle, and took a deep breath. although the iron spear was the most secure melee weapon, his homemade iron spear was actually quite average, not as good as this refined tang blade that cut iron like mud. Yu Xian. What are you going to do? Meng Qi saw that Yu Xian seemed to be about to open the door. She hastily asked in a shocked voice, Yu Xian, are you going to beg for death? Why Apparently, there are so many supplies in this room, even if we don't go out, we'll be able to live for a long time. Meng Qi was horrified. The whispers of zombies were everywhere outside, and there were even quite a few zombies in the corridors of this floor. As soon as Yu Xian opened the door, all three of them would die. Beep again and I'll kick you out. Meng Qi beeped. Her good intentions were treated like a donkey's liver and lungs. She doesn't want to talk to Yu Xian anymore. Yu Xian immediately opened the door. A zombie happened to pass by the door and looked at him with a confused face. The zombie reacted and lunged at him with open teeth and claws. Yu Xian swung his tang blade and chopped off the zombie's head, and the zombie immediately fell to the ground. The other zombies in the corridor heard the commotion and gathered around like mad. At first glance, they were all ordinary zombies. This will be easy. Yu Xian confidently held his tang sword in both hands and stood in waiting. The tang blade, which cut through iron like mud, was wielded with 400 kilograms of power under the baptism of its core nuclear substance. It could easily cut off a zombie's head. The headless zombie was like a robot whose electricity had been cut off, and it fell limply to the ground. The second, Yu Xian slashed another zombie to death. The third. Another slash. A fourth. He needed 100 zombies. According to initial calculations, his 10 cubic meters of corpse hiding space could almost hide more than 100 corpses. If it was a slightly larger Fey zombie, it wouldn't even be able to hide 100 corpses, but 100 zombies was enough. In the narrow and closed mine tunnel, the sudden appearance of 100 zombies was simply a catastrophe, enough for Zheng Yang to drink a pot. The two women in the room were completely stunned. Although they couldn't see outside, they could see Yu Xian's figure through the glass covered with newspapers. He was slashing at the zombies with a wide slash. As his hands rose and fell, the zombies' heads flew. He was simply a standing god of war. Meng Qi's eyes widened in horror, thinking that Yu Xian had collapsed and was about to die. It turned out that she had underestimated Yu Xian. The people outside were not afraid of those monsters at all. How could the disciple Yu Xian be so powerful? This Yu Xian was completely different from her impression. A third-rate student? An underclassman? A scholarship student? These labels and that crazy demon outside did not fit together at all. Yu Xian had been killing for half an hour, and the corridor was clogged with the headless corpses of the zombies. The zombies outside couldn't even rush in. Mortician level +1. At this stage, the level 2 prompt sounded. Yu Xian stopped and gasped for breath. Cool. The tang blade in his hand was stained with a tumor-like sticky substance. Yu Xian in the career panel, his number of coffins from 0/5 became 0/50. He crouched down, first close to the zombie coffins. Life is like a white horse, may the deceased rest in peace. The zombie at his feet, the rotting skin was sewn up. The skin color also metamorphosed several degrees of whiteness, becoming more and more like the external state of the living. At present, he was at about 70% of the embodiment level of a level 1 normal zombie. The level of good feeling might also be close to 60 or 70%. When the level reached 100%, it was estimated that he could not even be seen as a dead person. A level 1 ordinary zombie has been successfully implanted. Loading some of the current zombie's memories, experience, skills, and traits for you. Loading successfully. Successfully imbibed a level 1 normal zombie for you. Loading part of the current zombie's memories, experience, skills, and traits for you. Successfully cascading a level 1 ordinary zombie. Continuous cascading beeps sounded in Yu Xian's mind. Yu Xian's cascading speed was getting faster and faster. On the one hand, this was because his mortuary skills were becoming more and more skilled. On the other hand, he realized that with the increase in his mortuary profession level, the things he could gain from coffining a level 1 zombie corpse were not as much as before. Previously, a coffin for an ordinary zombie could give it almost 50 pounds of strength. Now, it would only add 5 or 6 pounds, which is better than nothing. it seems that it is still necessary to coffin zombies of the same level to maximize the gains. Yu Xian's coffin is a breath of 50 zombies, all in its hidden corpse space. There are still more than 50 zombie corpses in the corridor, so they can only be coffined tomorrow. Song Liang returned to the house and immediately felt hungry. He had just eaten, and his stomach was hungry again, and it felt like he hadn't eaten in years. Yu Xian carried a box of canned luncheon meat, skillfully opened the can, and then took out the luncheon meat inside. One bite at a time, stuffing his mouth, looked at the Mengqi and the young woman, our hungry stomach rumbling. Within a few minutes, Yu Xian had already finished showing off a box of canned lunch meat. When a level 2 professional arrived, the amount of food became even larger. In the middle and late stages of the end times, this problem was actually a huge headache for all of humanity. The professionals and exalts were the backbone of humanity's struggle with the end times, but their meal sizes were very large. Even powerful professionals, one person is equivalent to the meal size of hundreds of ordinary people, and this kind of person is very much in the post-apocalyptic period, not to mention the post-apocalyptic world where supplies were scarce. Even in normal society, I'm afraid they couldn't afford this king of big stomachs. Until there was a Yuan superbrain scientist in food research with a family heritage who developed a super nutrient solution. One drop of super nutrient liquid was equivalent to the nutrient content of a cow, and the cost was not very high. It was thought to have alleviated the problem of food shortage after the end of the world to some extent. However, it was just that the taste was extremely difficult to swallow, much less delicious than real food. At the time, there were rumors in the community that the nutrient solution was extracted from zombies. This idea was not officially recognized, but the officials also did not reveal the true composition of the nutrient solution. Yu Xian smacked his lips, and the box of canned meat was only half full. He held another box of canned beef in his hand. The canned beef contained real pieces of stewed beef and soup, and the taste was much better than the canned lunch meat. Yu Xian even ate the meat with the soup and ate another dozen boxes of canned beef before he felt the satisfaction of being full. After surviving in the post-apocalyptic world for so long in his previous life, even being full was a luxury. Meng Qi's stomach let out a hungry growl. Meng Qi's pretty face turned red. She bit her lips. Yu Xian, can you give me something to eat? Yu Xian looked at Meng Qi and laughed coldly. I didn't ask you to come here, you took the initiative to follow me, so why should I give you food? What favor can you do for me? Food is not given for free, it's a trade. Meng Qi was even more embarrassed. She never thought that she would lose her dignity so much for a bite of food. I'm here, isn't this considered a favor? Meng Qi's voice was as small as a mosquito. Women are worth a lot when it comes to the end times. You really think women are worth a lot, don't you? A good-looking one like you can at best be sold to the slum lords as a slightly better piglet, but that's about it, not much more. Yu Xian called her a piglet. Meng Qi's face turned blue, but she was smart enough to know that if she wanted to survive, she had to be soft. Even if I'm sold as a piglet, can't I be sold at a slightly higher price if I'm of such good quality? If I'm starving, with a yellow face, thin skin, and bones that make people want to vomit when they look at me, I'm afraid I won't be able to sell for a few dollars. Yu Xian narrowed his eyes and sized up Meng Qi. In his previous life, he had thought that Meng Qi was just a good-looking vase, and it was pure luck that she was able to be looked at by the vice president of the Waking Lion Society, but now, it seemed like he had underestimated Meng Qi. Meng Qi's heart and his city were very deep, and he had a very strong desire to survive. From the very beginning, when Meng Qi took the initiative to jump into his car, to now, when Meng Qi was not afraid to throw away her dignity to make a living for herself. Meng Qi was not a simple character. The boys at school describe her most as busty, dumb and sweet, simple and cute, brainless. Dumb and sweet? Simple. It's women like that who are the most frightening. Maybe in her previous life, becoming the wife of the vice president of the Waking Lions Club was the way out that Meng Qi had planned for herself. With the least deadly appearance, to hide her own heart. If such a woman is an ally, it will be can be relied upon. If it is an enemy, it must be cut off early. Yu Xian smiled and went to untie Meng Qi and the young woman's ropes, then handed each of them a package of compressed biscuits and a bottle of water. These are your supplies for today, the next distribution will have to wait until tomorrow. The young woman was already used to it. but Mingqi complained, "We don't have enough to eat." "So you won't eat?" Yu Xian asked. Mingqi beamed, "Yu Xian, you're so cold-blooded. Everyone's description of you at school is wrong. Aren't you the same?" Yu Xian walked towards Old Yellow's iron cage, where half of Old Yellow's fur had begun to turn greenish-black. More source core matter spilled out, and Yu Xian stroked it down before inhaling every drop into his mouth. Pounds of majestic energy once again filled his body, which had already reached a bottleneck, now received another substantial boost. Yu Xian clenched his fist. He probably already had 500 kilograms of strength. With a single blow, he could easily blow up an ordinary zombie. Yu Xian. Meng Qi's compressed cookies hadn't been eaten yet. He called out Yu Xian's name again. "What's going on?" Yu Xian is a bit impatient, he's got a lot on his mind. "I have to go to the toilet." Big and small. Big and small. Yu Xian frowned. The young woman next to Mengqi also timidly raised her hand. "I also Mengqi quite do not care to say, if you want us to pull to your room, we do not care, is the taste maybe a little." Mengqi words have not finished. Yu Xian has been to the side of Mengqi. He picked up Mengqi in a crouching hug and then put Mengqi up on the window. Mengqi's body was on the inside and her bottom was on the outside. Mengqi was a little confused. "Yu Xian, what is this for? Just like you go to the toilet, do you really want to pull into my room? If you dare to come into my room, I will let you eat it." Mengqi's face immediately turned red. "You let me go to the bathroom like that? Or what? What if someone from the other building sees me? I'm a girl. Will you go or not? If not, you'll have to hold it in." Yu Xian lost his patience and was about to knock Mengqi down when Mengqi hurriedly begged for mercy. "You have to stop me." Mengqi finished the process of going to the toilet in disgrace. Everything she did was seen by Yu Xian. Even though he pretended to be too lazy to look, he still looked at her several times, and she didn't even have the face to live anymore. After Mengqi solved it, it was the young woman's turn. After all, there had been skin-to-skin contact, so the young woman was a bit more open than Mengqi. Shit and urine were poured on his car parked downstairs, but that was what Yu Xian wanted to do. Fishing. Anyone with a little sense could tell from the excrement on the roof of the car that there were survivors on the ground. At this time, there would always be some ignorant people who would come to the door, just like that organization that specializes in burning and looting Mountain Stream. Soon, the sound of car brakes came from the street. Then, a group of people got out of the car with iron axes or some other weapon in their hands, and they used their weapons to smash the zombies that had rushed over in an orderly fashion, and then approached the United Harbor community step by step. Mengqi saw them through the window and her pretty face changed in shock. "Isn't this the famous Mountain Stream gangster organization in Jiangcheng? Do you know about it too?" Yu Xian asked Mengqi. Mengqi nodded. "My brother often hangs out with the people of Shanlu." Shanlu is also the largest underground boxing ring in Jiangcheng to maintain law and order organization. To put it bluntly, it is a group of people who make a fortune by robbing and plundering. Their kind of people are very inhumane. "Your brother? Who? The boxing champion?" "Right." Yushuan froze for a moment. He had just thought that Mengqi was the lover of the king of fighters. "What else do you know?" "Well, the leader of Mountain Stream is a retired boxer who used to kill people in the ring, and after retiring from the military, he organized a group of hooligans and gangsters and became the largest underground force in Jiangcheng, but I don't know much about the rest." "Well, pretty much, according to the memories of my past life, the leader of the Mountain Stream awakened the fighter profession. Setting two-finger tiger, one fist can burst several zombies. He was once one of the most powerful people in Pre-Jiangcheng. Retired professional boxer. No wonder he could awaken such a powerful profession. They seem to be coming our way." The young woman suddenly said. It was obvious that the destination of the dozen or so people was this room of theirs. She slowly approached Yu Xian's car parked downstairs. Looking at the fresh excrement on the roof of the car, a middle-aged man looked up and saw Yu Xian staring at them. He immediately waved at the others, signaling them to climb the stairs. About a dozen well-trained people climbed up the stairs, scaring the two girls so much that their pretty faces turned pale. If they fell into the hands of these gangsters, their fate would be predictably tragic. The first one to climb up was a relatively thin person. He was also the most agile, holding a hammer in his hand, ready to smash their windows. Yuxuan took the initiative and opened the window, then slashed the man to death. The man's body crashed down, bringing down the others as well. Damn you, dead monkey, you won't hold on to anything. The middle-aged man's pupils plummeted, the monkey was dead. His head was cut off. The others couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air, and those who were timid were scared to the point of falling to the ground. Immediately after that, the black shadow crashed down. Yu Xian jumped down. He placed his tang knife on the middle-aged man's neck and asked with a slight smile, "What do you want?" "Nothing. We are here to rescue you." The middle-aged man's voice trembled. "This young man kills without blinking an eye, he's a ruthless man. Save me." Yu Xian's smile grew colder and colder. "You scum, when did you become so kind?" A knife sliced off the middle-aged man's head. Wow, the other dozen or so people immediately scattered in fear. This man is a madman. Human life is like grass in his eyes. It was even scarier than their mountain streamers. Yu Xian smiled more and more coldly. These people were too slow. Yu Xian's speed was more than 10 times faster than theirs, and it only took him a few seconds to easily catch up and slaughter them. The people from the Mountain Stream organization looked weak right now, but in a short time, the Mountain Stream was killing people, and he was just as ruthless, even more ruthless than him, killing unarmed old and weak women and children. So he killed a few mountain streams of people, but also for the people to get rid of the damage. Yu Xian killed the last person and chased him to the parked Shanlu truck. With his tang sword, he knocked on the window of the truck. The truck rolled down the window, and a bald man with a fleshy face looked at him. This man was the leader of Mountain Stream, Zhang Zuda. He was also the retired professional boxer Meng Qi was talking about. Zhang Zuda's eyes were cold and filled with a murderous aura. If it was an ordinary person, he would have been scared by those eyes. However, Yu Xian was still looking at him indifferently, without any humility. "What are you?" "Forget it, this kind of meaningless question. I will not ask you. You killed so many of my men. I will now give you two choices. The first choice is to die, the second choice is to sell your life for me. I will not treat you badly." Yu Xian wanted to laugh. In his previous life, he was just a subordinate. He wasn't even qualified to make Zhang Zuda take him so seriously. He had only followed a small rider of the Mountain Stream organization and worked as a rider for that small rider. Now, he could be invited by Zhang Zuda himself. Yu Xian laughed coldly. "Zhang Zuda, I'm not interested in you right now, don't force me to kill you." Zhang Zuda's eyes immediately erupted with a killing intent, and he jumped down from the truck with a metal finger tiger in his hand, slashing at Yu Xian's head. Yu Xian had been on guard for a long time. Immediately, he launched the Boxing King's mini steps, dodging Zhang Zuda's punch. Then, Yu Xian fiercely threw a swinging blow at Zhang Zuda's jawbone. It knocked Zhang Zuda down and shook his body. Zhang Zuda was slightly confused. Professional. Zhang Zuda actually wanted to say that this guy was actually a few points more professional than him. He had awakened a fighter profession, and even though he didn't understand what this profession was at the moment, he felt that it was much more powerful than before the end of the world. Originally, he thought that crushing that guy's head would be easy. However, he simply did not expect that the other party would actually dodge it, as they seemed to have seen through his moves and even launched a powerful counterattack against him. This made him remember the feeling he had when he was on active duty at that time, when he fought against a boxing champion level boxer. A boxing champion? He never remembered such a number one young boxing champion. Watching his little crunching steps and his counter-swinging punches, it reminded him of someone, his brother, Zhuo Lai. The lightweight champion of the world. He was even stronger than Zhuo Lai in terms of strength and speed. This couldn't be. Zhang Zuad met him again, but every move he made was seen through by Yu Xian. A single missed attack would be met with counterattacks that were like a raging storm. Beaten black and blue, Zhang Zuda hastily clasped his head and admitted defeat. I've lost, I won't fight anymore, I can't beat you." Zhang Zuda sat on the ground, panting heavily. He would truly be killed if he fought any longer. Not only was this young man far superior to him in terms of technique, he was also completely crushed in terms of strength and speed. The other members of the Mountain Stream organization on the truck were all confused. their boss had fought fiercely and had never lost to anyone but a world-class boxing champion. Now, he had lost to a second person. The key was that this person wasn't very old, and his appearance looked weak, somewhat like a recent college graduate, extremely deceptive. Yu Xian stopped. He didn't want to take this guy's life. There was still a reason to keep it. Zhang Zuda was definitely not a good person. Don't look at the fact that in the early days of the end of the world he had sold the supplies that he had burned and looted to the officials and those civic organizations, but the other side didn't think that Zhang Zuda was a good person either, because Zhang Zuda was a complete bastard. He oppressed the ordinary survivors from the bottom and flattered all kinds of rights holders from the top. There were some forces that wanted to recruit Zhang Zuda at first, but he refused. Zhang Zuda's nature loved freedom and debauchery, but he didn't do good things everywhere, completely a shit stirrer. The most important thing about Zhang Zuda was that many people looked at him with displeasure, but couldn't do anything to get rid of him. Ambitious and bold, they could even fight for their lives to achieve their goals. In a way, this was also an outstanding ability. If he used it well, Zhang Zuda would become a sharp weapon, or should I say a piece of shit, for him to deal with Ning's group. Even if it wasn't enough to take down Ning's group, it could still disgust Ning's group. Zhang Zuda, I can give you some information. If you use it well, you can become the dominant force in Jiangcheng. Are you interested? What information? Zhang Zuda is a bit incredulous. With your information chain, you must know that the Ning group is privately mining gold, right? Zhang Zuda didn't reply. Of course he knew about it, and he even had some side deals with the Ning group. Ning's group eats meat and he drinks some soup. At the same time, you should also know about Ning group's private weapons stockpile, right? Zhang Zuda still didn't answer. He knows it too, but what's the use of knowing? What are the most important supplies when the end times come? What are you trying to say? Painfully, Zhang Zuda's tail had not fallen yet. Yu Xian's fist had already shot up and hit Zhang Zuda's face at an angle. You better understand your position. If I want to kill you, I can do it any time. Don't make me lose my last bit of patience with you. Yu Xian's tone was cold. Zhang Zuda didn't dare to say anything. Ning's group hid the weapons in the gold mine, and I can tell you very responsibly, a very large amount of weapons, enough to equip a special warfare company. Zhang Zuda's eyes widened. He now understood why this boy was talking with so much padding. At the same time, he surely knew what weapon supplies meant in the end times. He had people, and currently his people only had primitive weapons like swords, guns, and sticks. They could only fight small battles at best, but if he armed his people with guns and ammunition, it would be a completely different story, and their fighting power would increase at least tenfold. Become the overlord of Jiangcheng? It's not impossible. But Zhang Zuda was still uneasy. Since you know such important information, why don't you keep it to yourself and tell us who have nothing to do with you? Yu Xian seemed to anticipate that Zhang Zuda would ask this question, laughing. There are a few reasons. The first is that you have people. I have no one. No matter how strong you are, in the end, you are just fighting alone. The second point is that although you are a bunch of rabble, you are also a bunch of mad dogs with the ability to stir up the wind and clouds. After the end of the world, the solidified class may change a little, but those who have the resources will still have a head start after the end of the world and will be able to get ahead of ordinary people. Just like even if you are a professional, you still can't compete with the big plutocrats. It's the same reason. That's why I need you mad dogs to break the game. Being called a mad dog, Zhang Zuda, on the other hand, did not feel much anger, but rather felt a little proud. He liked the adjective mad dog. Of course, the last point, I have a grudge against Ning's group, but that doesn't affect this matter. It's beneficial to you guys, right? Zhang Zuda's eyes glistened and he chuckled. But how can I believe that what you're saying is true? How do you know that the Ning group hid the weapons in the gold mine? Did you see it? Or did you just hear about it? Zhang Zuda wasn't stupid. Of course he wouldn't listen to the wind and immediately lead his men to search the Ning group's gold mine when he heard that there were weapons there. If they attack, the flying eggs will not only bring no benefit, but will also insult Ning's group. The loss would be more than worth it. Yu Xian narrowed his eyes and smiled. There were a few moments of coldness in his smile. He immediately turned to leave. Don't you want to prove it to me? What if my heart is really moving? Yu Xian turned around violently, pulling out the two pistols at his waist and shooting wildly at Zhang Zuda. Zhang Zuda was so scared that he held his head and screamed. "Where do you think my gun came from?" Yu Xian took out his assault rifle again and pointed it at Zhang Zuda's head. It scared Zhang Zuda to death. He could see that this boy was a bit of a marksman, but not much. This kind of person is the most terrifying. You never know if they are intentionally intimidating you or if they really can't hit you. If you are killed by an intimidating bullet, it is a damned injustice. "I believe it, I believe it." Zhang Zuda hastily begged for forgiveness. Someone with this kind of shooting skill, he could only have gotten the gun halfway by accident, so he believed that there were weapons in Ning's group's gold mine. A large number of zombies on both sides were startled by the sound of gunfire. "Boss!" The people from Mountain Stream hurriedly shouted. Zhang Zuda hurriedly climbed onto the truck, looked at Yu Xian, smiled, and shouted, "Brother, if we, Mountain Stream, succeed, I will definitely not forget your great kindness, brother, and the two of us, brothers, will divide this Jiang city together." Zhang Zuda heartlessly drove his truck and left. Yu Xian climbed up and closed the window, the corner of his mouth lifted in a playful smile. He had only advanced the timeline of the meeting between Xingyang and Zhang Zuda, but he had a premonition that Ning Cheng's pattern might change as a result. He felt that Zhang Zuda had the ability to do that. "You just made a deal with Zhang Zuda, right?" Meng Qi suddenly asked Yu Xian. "It's not good to be too smart. If you really want to climb a big tree, then you should still do your best to disguise yourself as a brainless person like you did in school. Men don't like women who are too smart." Yu Xian stepped over Meng Qi and tied her back to him again. Next, he had a more important matter to deal with. The dog demon was about to be completely resurrected. The hairs on Old Yellow's body turned as black as possible, the size of the circle also increased. It was about to fill the iron cage. Painful swallows were constantly emitted, counting the days. "It will revive today." Yu Xian tightly gripped the tang blade in his hand and stood on guard. The information said that when the dog demon had just resurrected, its size was still less than 3 meters. After that, it would devour other lost races, Fae, and survivors at a frenetic pace for the next week. Its size would also rapidly increase to 10 meters. The full membrane that reached 10 meters in size was basically the primary form of the dog membrane. Its destructive power is quite strong, with a keen sense of smell, super high mobility, and a certain amount of intelligence. It could easily find survivors hiding in buildings. This dog demon in Jiangcheng had even eaten tens of thousands of zombies and survivors in the United Harbor community. The size had even grown to more than 30 meters. Even a level 6 professional could easily be torn to pieces. Unfortunately, he could only take out the source core of the dog demon. If he could make the dog demon use it for himself, the effect would actually be far more valuable than an original box. Old Yellow let out a howl of pain. Its eyes looked pitifully at Yu Xian. It seemed to want to pray that Yu Xian could help it not to suffer so much. Yu Xian sighed. Actually, his relationship with Old Yellow was not bad. In the year since he moved here, every time he came back, Old Yellow would run up to him with his tail wagging to welcome him home. It made him feel like there was so much warmth in this cold metropolis. The other people in the community treat Old Yellow like a watchdog, disliking him because he is dirty and not letting him get close to them. Every time Lao Huang tried to please them, he was scolded so harshly that he could only run away with his tail hanging down in frustration. But he often brought Old Yellow some bacon and other food, so he should be considered one of the few people in the community that Old Yellow liked. In his previous life, even if he knew that Old Yellow was about to resurrect into a monster, he probably wouldn't have been able to lay a hard hand on him. After all, he was someone who had been tempered by the end times for 10 years and had long since become hard-hearted. To put it bluntly, it was also the fact that he had no relatives and was an orphan. But if his loved ones were about to mutate in front of him, he would probably kill them as well. Yu Xian opened a few more tins for Old Huang, but even though Old Huang was revived now, the post-apocalyptic energy that had descended upon him was enough, and there was no need to replenish his energy with food. However, a little bit of tasty food might help Old Huang ease his pain a bit, walk a little more calmly. Even though Old Huang was in great physical pain, he looked at the canned food in front of him and still couldn't help but take a big bite. As he ate, he also looked up at Yu Xian, tears streaming from his eyes. The two girls could no longer look at him. Mengqi said. He seems to be in pain now, you have to let him go a little more painful. I look at the heart so hard. Ah. Yu Xian didn't say anything, he just mumbled and opened more tins for old Huang. Of course, he wouldn't do it now that old Huang hadn't been successfully resurrected, and the source core of the Class A dog demon hadn't been formed yet. Killing old Huang now would be useless. Old Yellow's tears flowed, turning into tears of blood. Old Yellow took one last look at Yu Xian, his body size suddenly increased like crazy. In an instant, it broke through the 2-meter iron cage. Yu Xian held the tang blade in both hands, aiming at Old Yellow's neck. He was about to slash. Suddenly, he sensed what kind of aura was in Old Yellow's body, and it was quickly disappearing from Old Yellow Mountain. It was the breath of life. He understood, because he was a mortician, he could sense the breath of life. Old Yellow's anger disappeared again. When the anger was completely gone, Old Yellow was dead. Theoretically, he could coffin old Huang now. All the zombies he had coffined before would have gone through battles and killings first, not to kill the zombie is already dead, he just wants to incapacitate the zombie. Life is like a white horse, may the deceased rest in peace. Yu Xian immediately launched the mortician skill. Dozens of white lines moved between the green and black fur of the Old Yellow, repairing the Old Yellow's dry and cracked fur. Fortunately, the Old Yellow hadn't finished recovering yet, and his body was shaking like crazy, so he was ignored. Yu Xian gritted his teeth and held on, soybean-sized beads of sweat dripping down, and for the first time, he felt the limits of the current mortician's professional skills. It was quite strenuous, it felt like he was encasing a lump of steel. The whole process took about a few minutes, and finally his career page appeared with the message that he was in the process of encoffining, and a countdown was displayed, 3 minutes. Yu Xian was a bit surprised, it really took him 3 more minutes. Yu Xian could only harden his heart and pray that the dog demon wouldn't suddenly resurrect and finish him off in that time. If he turned his head and ate it in one bite, he would be too wrong. Just after praying, Old Yellow's body stopped shaking and slowly turned its head, looking at him with ghostly green eyes. Yu Xian's heart pounded. Isn't this the end? What I feared has come true. Old Yellow had completely transformed into a dog demon. Yu Xian could see the incomparable hunger from Old Yellow's green mouth. Yu Xian was terrified. In his haste, he kicked over a can of beef soup, spilling soup all over the place. Old Huang hesitated for a moment, looked at the soupy chunks of beef and beef soup on the floor, and then looked at Yu Xian, as if he had been insulted. Old Yellow growled angrily. The fishy breath was about to make Yu Xian vomit. Yu Xian pulled Old Yellow's fur, turned around, and jumped onto Old Yellow's neck. Old Yellow struggled to shake his head, trying to throw him off, but Yu Xian's 2 legs were no longer vegetarian, and his legs were like pincers, with over 1,000 pounds of strength, and they locked Old Yellow's neck. Even though Old Yellow was a dog demon, Old Yellow could not hold Yu Xian for a moment, and he rampaged through the room, trampling on the supplies he had stockpiled for most of the room. Yu Xian looked at the heartbreak, but he can only harden his head and continue to coffin. Down. At this moment, want to kill the dog devil again. With the current him already not so easy. If the coffin is not successful, it is likely that even the source of the core are gone. In the end, the basket is empty. Yu Xian used all his strength to prevent the dog demon from throwing him down. The 2 girls were so scared that they also used all their strength to move towards the door. Mengqi didn't know when she secretly untied the rope, but the next moment, the dog demon also rushed towards the door. Open the door. Yu Xian shouted. Mengqi opened the door with her hands and feet, and the dog demon immediately rushed out, smashing the door frame. Old Yellow, where the hell are you taking me? Old Yellow jumped high into the air. Yu Xian was so scared that his soul flew up with him. Old Yellow flew up to the roof of the building and jumped around. With Old Yellow's athletic ability, he could easily span dozens of meters and jump to the roof of the opposite building. The claws were incredibly sharp, scratching out deep scratches on the reinforced concrete roof. Terrifying. In his previous life, he had seen a scene where a company of tanks lined up in a long line to destroy the dog demon, but the dog demon used it as a springboard, jumping around and destroying a tank with a single claw. In the blink of an eye, Old Yellow had already led him around the United Harbor community several times. both zombies and Fae actually had their own territories, or what they instinctively considered safe areas. As a general rule, an ordinary level 1 zombie would have a range of no more than 30 meters without external stimuli, while a Fae would have a range of no more than 1 kilometer. Even the perceived safe range of a level 1 dog devil was only the area it had lived in before it was born. Yu Xian's legs were about to break the canine devil's neck, and finally, the countdown ended. A grade 1 dog demon has been successfully enshrined. Triggers the hospice service of the deceased's life. The deceased's favorability is broken by 100%. Is loading part of the current zombie's memories, experience, skills, and traits for you loaded successfully. The loaded content is 5 memories, 1 hour in total, 100% dog demonization skill. The skill lasts for 3 minutes. During dog demonization, strength, speed, agility, stamina, and defense in all aspects are increased by 5 times during dog demonization. The brutal and bloodthirsty mindset is tripled from the usual. After dog demonization, there will be a weakness period of 2 hours, so please be careful with the 100% dog demon smell. The sense of smell can cover up to 3 kilometers, and it can identify up to 30 kinds of odors. It was the zombies that had fallen from the stairs onto the roof, about a dozen of them. They were all ordinary zombies. Yu Xian could handle them himself. However, when he pointed at the zombies, the dog demon immediately rushed out, slapping 7 or 8 zombies with 1 claw and biting 2 or 3 zombies to death. In the blink of an eye, those dozen zombies were gone. Yu Xian was pleasantly surprised. It was too strong. No wonder. Battle pet masters were very popular in the military. A battle pet master could attack zombies with zombies, which was simply the most perfect way for humans to fight. Each battle pet master could have an extremely high status and treatment when they joined the military, and the danger factor was very low, because it wasn't like you had to go into battle. Yu Xian couldn't contain his maniacal laughter, then his eyes rolled with murderous intent. Alright, everything is ready, Zheng Yang, it's time to kill you. I don't know how Shan Lu's gang is doing. With his understanding of Zhan Zuda would never be spared such an opportunity, so the Mountain Stream organization has already crossed paths with the gold mine 80% of the time. Zheng Yang's identity was extraordinary. For Ning's group to become the leading plutocrat in Jiangqing, it wasn't a rootless float. Zheng Yang's background was far above that of the average person. His father was a high-ranking member of the Jiangqing Law Enforcement Agency. His mother was the chairman of the Ning Group and the niece of the former chief secretary of the Jiangqing garrison. According to his memories of the neighboring zombies, half of the security guards in this gold mine were veterans, and the security chiefs led by Haotian were even veteran mercenaries at the level of special forces. In general, their combat power wasn't strong, so he didn't have high expectations for the Mountain Stream organization. As long as the Mountain Stream organization could attract some of the opponent's attention, he could kill them by surprise. Yu Xian let Inuyasha take him back to his house, where a number of zombies had gathered at his door. Upon closer inspection, the door wasn't very solid anymore as the frame had been broken by Inuyasha, leaving a large gap. The zombies reached in and gnashed their teeth, scaring Meng Qi and the young woman inside with screams of terror. Yu Xian waved his hand, and the big mouth of the dog devil swept out. The zombies blocking the doorway were basically cut off. Other zombies rushed at them, but they were also crushed by the dog devil's claw. Dog devil strong is strong. Unfortunately, the zombies killed by dog devil can't basically be put into the coffin, too completely rotten, but it doesn't matter. He also left 55-headed zombie corpses at the door yesterday. With the dog devil on his side to protect him, Yu Xian hummed those zombies into the coffin, and then put them into his own room to hide the corpse, not completely filled. He also reserved the dog devil's room, the beauty of Allah. Thinking about it, what kind of life he had in his previous life cannot be compared. Night came. Yu Xian used steel and cement to repair the door frame. He had done a lot of hard work building shelters in his previous life, so now repairing the door of his own house was a breeze. When everything was ready, Yu Xian tied Meng Qi and the young woman to the chair again, and this time he confirmed that Meng Qi, the scheming woman, couldn't escape. Meng Qi looked at Yu Xian, who was carrying a gun, a sidearm, and a gas mask, and seemed to be going out again. She quickly shouted, "Yu Xian! You're going out again. Why can't you live in peace? If you die out there, what will the two of us do? Yu Xian laughed lightly, you should just pray that I come back alive. After saying that, Yu Xian went out and chained the door of his house. He rode on Inuyasha Demon's neck. With a wave of his hand, Inuyasha Devil led him straight up to the roof of a 30 to 40 meter high building and then jumped between the roofs. Under the moonlight, he and the dog demon were like a flash of dark light. When they arrived at the outskirts of the city, the number of zombies was obviously much smaller. Yu Xian heard what seemed to be a firefight over at the ancient battlefield, so he didn't have to think that it must be the Mountain Stream organization that had started to move. He, on the other hand, was going to look for the secret passage from the ancient battlefield ruins to the gold mine that the neighboring zombies remembered. He was curious to see Zheng Yang's expression when he saw himself suddenly appear next to him. The entrance of the gold mine cave, the two groups were engaged in a fierce firefight. Zhang Zuda's group even had weapons in their hands. That kid really wasn't lying to me, there really are a lot of weapons hidden in this gold mine. Zhang Zuda was holding an old machine gun from the Second World War. Although this gun has a very high jitter, but Zhang Zuda was a professional, so he was able to suppress such a strong recoil. This kind of old-fashioned machine gun didn't have any problems in terms of power, except for its high recoil and almost poor accuracy. At first glance, Zhang Zuda didn't usually play around much. The accuracy was also quite good, and it really suppressed the firepower of the students over at the gold mine. It's a waste to let them have such a good weapon. Brothers, keep adding mahjong. As long as we finish this arsenal, we'll be the rulers of Jiangqing. On the other side, the students who have just received their weapons, they were suppressed by the other side's firepower and couldn't get out at all. Hao Tian, who had awakened his bodyguard profession, asked Zheng Yang if he and Daguang needed to make a move. Zheng Yang shook his head, it's fine, these students need to be trained properly if they want to be used for me, if they want to live and eat, they need to serve me with their lives, otherwise they'll die for nothing. Hao Tian looked at Zheng Yang with some surprise. I had long heard that the youngest master of the Ning clan was a very mature child with a very mature heart, and the Ning clan had high hopes for him. Now that he looked at him, he really was a ruthless person. Hao Tian couldn't help but feel sympathetic when he looked at those students who were rushing to the weapon for food, these college students who had just graduated not long ago. How could they know what it meant to be shot at? How could they know that being hit by a bullet would really kill them? Zheng Yang's eyes glowed with an icy cold light, and next to him was Rao Li, who was wearing a tight dress. Rao Li's hair was messy and her face was a bit dull. The dress was very thin, so it could be seen that Rao Li was not wearing any other clothes underneath the dress. Zheng Yang stroked Rao Li's head, scaring Rao Li so much that her body trembled. Zheng Yang snorted, Rao Li, I've already given you enough preferential treatment. At least you don't have to rush to the front with a gun to die. So that little sacrifice you just made was worth it, right? After all, if you want to create some value for me, you can only rely on that passable body of yours. Zheng Yang played with Rao Li's hair. You don't really think that I like you, do you? I just see you as a nice toy. I'm tired of playing with you. Of course you have no value to me. Rao Li shed tears of despair. She had regrets now. She shouldn't have broken up with Yu Xian. Although Yu Xian was a bit boring, he was at least a normal person, and this Zheng Yang was a pervert. Right now, Zheng Yang was actually using her as a prize. Whoever was willing to lick the soles of Zheng Yang's shoes to show their loyalty could fuck her. Just now, she was tied to a pillar and hung upside down by her feet, experiencing the darkest 2 hours or so of her life. She could never forget how those moral boys had abused her. On the other side, Yu Xian had already entered the ancient battlefield ruins. The so-called ancient battlefield ruins was actually an ancient battlefield mass burial group museum. A large number of skeletons and weapons of soldiers from 1,000 years ago had been unearthed here, with a circumference of tens of kilometers, and a gold mine was located underneath this ancient battlefield. And the ancient literature chemist researched that the soldiers of these warring countries might be fighting for this gold mine. Yu Xian had been to the ancient battlefield ruins museum a few times, and this place felt eerie when he came during the day, let alone at night. There was a gusty wind, under the atrium on the first floor, there was a complete terracotta warrior pool with exactly 3,000 terracotta warriors, which seemed to have been made by the descendants to pay tribute to one of the kings who had died in battle on the ancient battlefield with the corpses of the soldiers who had died in battle. Yu Xian's eyes were filled with an evil chill. These were the terracotta warriors that would be resurrected in the near future. 3,000 resurrected terracotta warriors and a ghost-faced general launched an unprecedented attack on the newly established southern city sanctuary. The human side rises up to resist, all kinds of weapons fly into the sky, the soldiers are sacrificed to block the footsteps of the 3,000 terracotta warriors with their corpses. That battle was extremely heroic, and it also brought out the backbone and blood of the human race, but even so, the steel walls of the southern city refuge were still pushed down by the 3,000 terracotta warriors. The city fell and Jiangcheng fell. Those 3,000 terracotta warriors were the ones who started the fall of Jiangcheng. Yu Xian took a deep breath. According to the neighboring zombies' memories, the culvert leading to the gold mine was under this terracotta pool, therefore, he had to cross this terracotta pool. Yu Xian did not hesitate to jump down. In his previous life, he definitely did not have the courage to do so, but now he was not so afraid. I don't know if it's a psychological effect, but the temperature in the terracotta warriors pool seems to be especially low, like entering an ice cellar, cool, and the cool air seems to be emanating from the terracotta warriors' bodies. Darkness. Without stopping, Yu Xian quickly passed through the pool of terracotta warriors. During this time, he saw that the clay on some of the terracotta warriors had already fallen off, revealing the dead bones inside, and the dead bones actually had some rotting flesh and blood attached to them. Too unbelievable, these terracotta corpses have been dead for at least thousands of years, not to mention the flesh and blood. The bones do not turn to ashes, are already considered solid. It seems that 3,000 terracotta warriors is this time to start, has been slowly affected by the end of the energy began to revive. Only the recovery process is relatively slow, so up to 3 months to fully revive. Yu Xian went too fast, accidentally scraped down a terracotta warrior with the tang knife. The terracotta warriors actually unconsciously have a get-up action, but there is also this trend only. But was still Yu Xian captured? Yu Xian is not willing to stay, continue to move forward. Suddenly, Yu Xian vaguely seemed to hear footsteps. Yu Xian stopped violently, looked behind him, did not find anything unusual. The terracotta warriors are still standing in rows and columns in a standardized manner. Yu Xian continued walking. The sound of footsteps came again. He could be sure that it wasn't a hallucination. It was really there. Song Liang quickened his pace and trotted. The footsteps actually increased in speed. Yu Xian's scalp immediately went numb. Damn, it's oozing. As he ran and looked around, he seemed to see something moving in the terracotta warriors pool. And it was following him in other rows and columns. He couldn't clearly see what the other side was. It felt like a terracotta warrior, with its earth-colored coat and the characteristic footsteps of this terracotta. Yu Xian got goosebumps. He frantically looked around for the hole in the ground that his neighbor remembered. The footsteps were getting closer. Yu Xian grabbed his tang blade tightly when he suddenly saw a downward sloping hole in the ground in front of him that looked like a small cave-in. However, it was actually the craftsman who had built this terracotta warrior pool in the first place, who had deliberately left a secret passage for himself to avoid being buried alive. It was exactly the same as the hole in the ground that the neighbor remembered. Yu Xian jumped in without hesitation. Meanwhile, the moment he jumped in, he felt something touch his hair. He raised his head as he fell into the hole in the ground, and saw a terracotta warrior sticking his head out to look at him. Indeed, it was a terracotta warrior. Yu Xian's heart beat wildly. Weren't the 3,000 terracotta warriors resurrected after 3 months? Why was he revived now? Could it be because he appeared here and disturbed these terracotta warriors beforehand? It was good that the terracotta warriors didn't chase after him, but even if they did, Yu Xian, wouldn't necessarily lose to the other side. Yu Xian slid all the way down the hole in the ground, about 50 to 60 meters. Sliding out of the hole in the ground, he appeared in a relatively wide and man-made excavation. Traces of the mine, some golden substance could be seen on the mine hole. Gold. He had indeed entered a gold mine. Moreover, if he wasn't mistaken, this place should be the more inward position of the gold mine. On the side of the pit, the sound of relatively dense gunfire could be heard. It must be Zheng Yang and Zhang Zuda fighting. Zhang Zuda, as Jiang Cheng's senior gopher, had spent some time with a handful of black bosses in previous years, therefore, he was hiding some old weapons that had been eliminated in his hands. Zhang Zuda had always kept this secret very closely. After the end of the world, Zhang Zuda used those old weapons to arm the Mountain Stream Organization, which was the real reason for the Mountain Stream Organization's rise to fame. Because Yu Xian knew this, he was sure that Zhang Zuda really dared to come and steal the Ning clan's weapons. However, Zhang Zuda had underestimated the gold mine security team. Just this Haotian. If he really wanted to get serious, it wouldn't be hard for one person to wipe out their Mountain Stream Organization. Therefore, Mountain Stream couldn't hold out much longer. He had to find the golden flower seed as soon as possible. Yu Xian put his finger on his nose and gently touched it, as if he had flipped a switch. In an instant, he could sensitively smell many aromas. The smell of dust, the smell of precious metals, the smell of diesel fuel, the smell of acidity, the smell of decay, the smell of human excrement, and even the smell of lust after doing such a thing. It seems that these guys have unleashed their most primitive nature and madness in this gold mine. Needless to say, the unlucky ones were the girls who listened to Zheng Yang's bullshit. They all didn't know what they were getting into. Yu Xian laughed coldly. It was as if they deserved it. But Yu Xian was thinking, what is the taste of the seeds of the golden flower? Yu Xian could identify more than 30 flavors, but he could only cover 3 kilometers, and the total length of this gold mine was 7 kilometers, and he wasn't sure where the golden flower seeds were. Yu Xian quickly rushed through the gold mine and suddenly saw a dozen people in front of him. Some of them were wearing the clothes of miners, and some of them were wearing the uniforms of the gold mine security team. When they saw Yu Xian, they weren't very surprised. It was because the classmates of young Master Xingyang Guangyao had come to join him. This young man in front of him was similar in age to young Master Xingyang, and he also had a bookish attitude that was unique to college students. So it was only natural to assume that Yu Xian was Xingyang's classmate. You don't go to the front to fight. What are you doing running to that big back? The security guard scolded Yu Xian. His voice was very loud, full of contempt and disdain. It looked like he, who hadn't read a few books when he arrived at the end of the world, could instead rely on the fact that he was physically strong to taunt the unarmed college students. Maybe he was glad that he hadn't studied hard, otherwise, he would have become that kind of trash who couldn't survive more than 3 seconds in the post-apocalyptic world. The security officer reprimanded Yu Xian, but everyone else was indifferent. Some big brothers. I was ordered by Big Brother Xingyang to come here to get some weapons. Yu Xian smiled with a naive face and said, getting weapons? Several people looked at each other. Suddenly, one of the middle-aged security guards frowned slightly and looked at Yu Xian with deep interest. I said, how do you know that this is an armory? This is a secret. How could young Master Xingyang tell you about this cannon fodder? The students who have come here are all cannon fodder. It's a fact that everyone knows. Didn't I say that it was Brother Xingyang who told me to come here? He told me. How else would I know the location of the armory? Yu Xian smiled harmlessly. In fact, all he smelled behind that door was the strong metallic smell of weapons, as well as the smell of rust-proof oil used to maintain firearms. The middle-aged security officer hesitated as he assessed Yu Xian, feeling that what he said did not seem like a lie. If young Master Xingyang didn't tell him, it was impossible for him to know the location of the armory. In the entire gold mine, there were only a few people at the core who knew this top secret. How much do you want? The middle-aged security guard asked. Come with a few hundred weapons and a few thousand rounds of ammunition. Yu Xian said casually, how many? Who told you that there are so many? The middle-aged security guard was stunned. Yu Xian froze for a moment, right? At that moment, several people finally reacted, all of them taking out their weapons and aiming at Yu Xian. Who the hell are you? If young Master Xingyang gave you an order, there is no way he could have given such an unjustified order. Yu Xian narrowed his eyes. With very pompous movements, he said, oops, I've actually revealed myself. You're looking for death. Being insulted by a mere college student, several people gritted their teeth in hatred. Without hesitation, they pulled the trigger to make Song Liang a sieve. Yu Xian laughed lightly, waved his hand, and a huge figure appeared out of nowhere. The sudden appearance of the dog demon caused these people to panic so much that they unconsciously aimed their weapons at it. However, when their weapons hit Old Huang's body, Old Huang only felt a little pain. Old Yellow's fur defense at that time was roughly equivalent to a 10 mm thick steel plate. An ordinary weapon could not penetrate it. Old Yellow angrily shook his body to block the bullets for Yu Xian, then rushed over and beat the dozen or so people into a pulp with a few claws. Whispering seconds. Can you leave me a whole body next time? I can't even put the corpse in the coffin if it rots like this. Yu Xian covered his nose in disgust. Old Yellow lowered his head a bit guiltily and rubbed Yu Xian's hand, trying to make Yu Xian not so angry. Yu Xian sighed and told Old Yellow to return to the hidden corpse room first. Yu Xian disgustedly picked up a set of keys from a pile of rotting flesh and used them to open the iron door at the back. The room inside the iron door was almost 24 square meters, piled high with all kinds of weapons and ammunition. Yu Xian's mouth watered at the sight. But it was too bad that he couldn't take it with him for the time being, because he could only put zombies in his hidden corpse room and so on. The zombies could enter the hidden corpse room. Then, can zombies with guns on their backs and carrying cannons also enter the zombie room? Most likely. Because the zombies in his hiding place were wearing clothes, shoes, and so on, some of the zombies were even wearing rings, necklaces, and other jewelry. Yu Xian immediately made a zombie come out and move clumsily to carry a weapon, then returned to the hidden corpse room, and it worked. And he also discovered a wonderful use of the hidden corpse room. Once he entered the hidden corpse room, the countdown for his control over the zombies would stop. He just manipulated the zombie to get the gun, and the 700-second countdown started. And when the zombie returned to the hidden corpse room with the gun, the countdown stopped. The hidden corpse room and his corpse manipulation were a match made in heaven. Every skill he learned from old Zhang was wonderfully useful. It seemed that in the future, he would have to deliberately enshrine more perverts to make it work. Yu Xian began to methodically maneuver the zombies into a line, carrying the weapons on his back and the ammunition boxes back into the hidden corpse room. The contents of the arsenal could be seen with the naked eye. Yu Xian wanted to laugh when Zheng Yang found out that he fought outside and his house was stolen as a result. Don't you want to die? The big artillery and stuff couldn't be used. Yu Xian felt it was a bit of a shame and had to give it up for now, but he didn't burn it with fire anymore. After all, the thing about weapons is that it still depends on who uses them. Some people use weapons to fight for more resources, higher status, and to take advantage of other weak survivors, but there are also people who use weapons to kill zombies and save countless survivors. Therefore, he still didn't have the heart to burn it, so he locked it up first and came back for it later when he had the chance. Yu Xian continued to search for the golden flower seed. Suddenly, he caught a faint scent of flowers. Yu Xian immediately got excited and rushed over in the direction the smell came from. Not surprisingly, he had found it. In such a deep surface layer, even if there was a plant, it should be the roots of a tree. It was impossible for a flower to grow in such a place that was always lightless and dry. After a few steps, he saw it. A round, small, potato-shaped thing was growing on a piece of ore. The golden flower had grown into a flower bone. Yu Xian was ecstatic. Things were going much better than he had imagined. He was about to go over and pick it up. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Yu Xian. When did you come?" Yu Xian looked over, and the person speaking was Lu Qing. Lu Qing also saw the golden flower. "What is it? This can't be the strange flowers and fruits with special abilities mentioned on the radio. Give it to me quickly, I want to offer it to Big Brother Xingyang." Yu Xian's eyes were a little cold. Lu Qing has completely lost his personality. He didn't even think of using the golden flower to make himself stronger. He really thinks that Xingyang is his savior. "You will die if you follow Xingyang." Originally, Yu Xian did not want to remember, but Lu Qing was his only friend in school. Without Lu Qing, his 4 years of college would have been very boring and lonely. Yu Xian meant well, but Lu Qing didn't appreciate it at all. "Big Brother Zay took out very valuable weapons and food for us. This is a life-saving favor. Lu Qin continued, I know that you are biased against Big Brother Xingyang, in fact, you should be jealous of Big Brother Xingyang, who has a life much better than yours, who was born in Rome with a golden key, a height that we ordinary people can't reach in a few lifetimes. And because Big Brother Xingyang snatched your girlfriend, so you are even more hateful to him, so crazy to slander him. However, Rao Li's taste is really good, if you go on her, is it not all to heaven? Lu Qin suddenly showed a lustful expression. Yu Xian was slightly confused, remembering the lascivious aroma he had just smelled in the mine. He guessed what Lu Qin was talking about. According to Xingyang's usual tactics, he wanted you fools to work for him, so he brought his own women for you to enjoy. How do you know that? Have you just seen everything? When Lu Qin thought about the taste he had just tasted, he couldn't help the evil fire in his small belly from burning like crazy. After the bodyguard profession skill was unleashed, all aspects of Hao Tian's abilities increased many times over, coupled with the fact that he would have received some ability boosts the moment he awakened his profession. Hao Tian could easily dominate the entire battlefield at that moment. With 2 submachine guns in his hands, Hao Tian was able to shoot accurately from any position, suppressing the firepower of a dozen people on Zhang Zuda's side by himself. Within about 10 seconds, he rushed to Zhang Zuda's front, and Zhang Zuda took a look at the people around him. All of them were dead, and he was the only one left who was a bare-knuckled commander. Shit! If I don't get angry, you'll think I'm a limp noodle. Zhang Zuda struck out with a lightning strike. It directly made a dent in Hao Tian's abdomen. Hao Tian himself was shocked. This power, are you a professional or an alien? As a mercenary, Hao Tian's thoughts were more agile than normal people, and when he awakened his profession, he began to collect if there were any people who had undergone the same changes as him. Then he made up a scenario, because now there were 2 kinds of people who would be stronger than normal people. One type was people who, like him, would awaken a certain profession and gain the characteristics of a certain profession. The other type was like the hero, who hadn't awakened any profession, but had received a drastic increase in all aspects, a kind of alien ability. What kind of alien profession? Are you writing a damn novel? You're not even as good at writing novels as you are at making shit up. Snap! Zhang Zuda raised his arm and dealt 2 more blows. Zhang Zuda sneered, strictly speaking, at close range, my fists are now faster than bullets. These 2 punches knocked down Hao Tian, 2 more punches to finish you off. Zhang Zuda raised his finger tiger and was about to smash Hao Tian's head. Hao Tian suddenly raised his 2 submachine guns and shot at Zhang Zuda's head. Zhang Zuda used his martial arts dodging skills to the fullest and knocked out the 2 submachine guns with 2 blows, but he was also injured. One eye was grazed by a bullet from the side, and the eyeball was cut, bleeding profusely. Zhang Zuda was about to give up on killing Hao Tian when he saw some students rushing over with guns, quickly disappearing into the forest without a trace. Hao Tian looked in the direction Zhang Zuda was going, his eyes filled with malice. He would kill this person. Just run away, I know who he is, I'll find him to avenge you, but first let's take care of a funny guy. Xingyang came over. Who? Hao Tian wrapped both of his hands in bandages. His tiger's mouth had been torn open by that guy. An old classmate of mine who used to be in the spotlight has come to defect to me, and I'm going to make him lick the soles of my shoes. Xingyang looked at Rao Li. According to you, he didn't fuck you, right? As long as he licked the soles of my shoes, I will let him fuck you once. You are willing to be fucked by him for me, right? Rao Li looked at Xingyang with shadowy eyes. She was going crazy. This Xingyang was a pervert. A beast in clothes. Of course, she only dared to curse angrily in her mind. On the other side, Yu Xian calmly found a rock and sat down. With a wave of his hand was full of gold dust. The gold content of this gold mine was really high. Even Ning's group didn't know how much gold they had secretly dug up. Now that Ning's group has grown so much, this gold mine is definitely the main reason. Yu Xian, as long as you're reasonable, I'm sure Big Brother Xingyang won't make things difficult for you. Lu Qin had already broken his head and was still trying to persuade Yu Xian to surrender. Yu Xian was too lazy to argue with Lu Qin. He was just waiting for Xingyang to come over and die on his own. Lu Qin, you did a good job, we're coming. Jing Yang was followed by a group of young students, most of them were holding weapons, but they weren't even holding them in the right position, reminding Yu Xian of the militia of the past, which was the prototype of the local armies. When Jing Yang saw Yu Xian, the smile on his face became even brighter, and he said with a smile, "Yu Xian, I thought you were dead, but you sneaked up on me. Why, is there no food? Are you hungry?" The smile on Jing Yang's face gradually turned into a sneer. "Well said, for the sake of us being classmates, as long as you lick the soles of my shoes clean, I will forgive you for your previous behavior at the funeral parlor and give you back the food, and I will allow you to fuck Rao Li once. How about that? Isn't that heartwarming?" Jing Yang pushed Rao Li out as fast as he could. Rao Li's body was dressed in a light-fitting material and every inch of her body was exposed. She was shivering, and her expression was one of trance and fear. It was as if she had been treated inhumanely. Besides Lu Qing, Yu Xian also added fuel to the fire. "As long as you are willing to submit to Big Brother Jing Yang, you must enjoy endless blessings." Yu Xian let out a laugh. The smile on Jing Yang's face instantly disappeared and his voice sank. "Waste, what are you laughing at? When was it your turn to laugh at me? Ha!" It was okay not to say it. The moment he said it, Yu Xian laughed even harder. Jing Yang frowned slightly. He was annoyed. "It seems like you've got something wrong. I didn't come here to subjugate you, but to take your life." Jing Yang froze for a moment and then let out a laugh. "Did I hear you right? Have you been reading stupidly? Do you want my life? Do you have the strength? Has the end of the world come and frightened you into talking nonsense?" Jing Yang's mouth was full of contempt and insults. Yu Xian picked up a stone and turned it upside down in his hand. "Jing Yang, you always have a high and mighty posture, playing other people in the palm of your hand, but have you ever thought that even if you follow more rabble around you, they won't be able to save your life?" Jing Yang frowned. "What are you dreaming about?" The words did not fall. A cracking sound came. The stone flew over like a bullet. It grazed Jing Yang's neck and flew by. Yu Xian froze for a moment. Did he miss? Yu Xian picked up another rock. Jing Yang suddenly broke out in a sweat, and then immediately retreated behind the crowd, covering his bleeding neck with a terrible expression of rage. "Damn you, dare to get on the old man, give the old man to kill him, not give the old man to catch live. I want to slowly torture him to death, make him regret not insulting me." Jing Yang continued to raise the stakes. "Who can catch him alive, reward him a box of canned beef, and can be on 10 times Rao Li." After saying that, Jing Yang covered his neck and rushed away under Hao Tian's escort. The wound wasn't big, but he didn't know if he would be infected with a virus and mutate into a zombie, so he had to treat it as soon as possible. As soon as they heard such a reward, the boys jumped on Yu Xian like chicken blood and went crazy. Their impression of Yu Xian was that he was a person with good academic performance but very poor physical quality, who often failed in sports and had to take makeup exams. Any one of them could easily pinch Yu Xian. "Yu Xian, do you remember that I once invited you to the KDC for dinner? For the sake of this KDC, make it happen for me. I'm burning up right now. Can't wait to." Immediately Rao Li that cup stripped naked and pushed to the floor. Before the words were finished, another person immediately dissatisfied. "You roll aside, you like KDC how? I also invited Li Debanjian to drink Coke for half a month in a row." The others added, "Coke is nothing. I treated myself to soy coffee, isn't that more expensive than Coke?" Yu Xian watched as these people argued back and forth. It seemed like they were using him as a plate of food to see who would be the first to steal his plate of food. "Stop arguing. I'm the one who found him, and I'm the one who informed Big Brother Jing Yang, so I should be the one to take him alive." Lu Qing tyrannically blocked in front of the others. The others froze for a moment. A boy with a stronger body, who had practiced Taekwondo during his college days and was the president of the Taekwondo club, slapped Lu Qing across the room. "Do you really think that young Master Jing Yang has much respect for a punk like you? What's the use of a college career? Can you carry a gun and kill zombies?" Lu Qing fell on his face. He didn't dare to fight anymore. He can only look at the curvy Rao Li reluctantly. He really wants to taste Rao Li again. Yu Xian pulled out his ears, faintly said, "Do not argue, I am in a hurry, you all go together." The crowd froze for a moment. The Taekwondo president at the front immediately laughed out loud. "Ha! Yu Xian, I think young Master Xingyang was right, you really have gone crazy. Since you're so wild, I'm going to be rude. The Taekwondo president reached out with his big hands, a light flashed under Yu Xian's eyes, he was too slow. Yu Xian punched the Taekwondo president's ribs violently, and since the Taekwondo president dropped his guard, he didn't put up any defense, there was a click. His ribs were broken directly by Yu Xian. The Taekwondo president took a deep breath, then he covered his ribs in pain and bent down, and the moment the Taekwondo president bent down, Yu Xian threw an uppercut that was like smashing into the Taekwondo president's face, deforming the Taekwondo president's face. The body immediately flew several meters away. The crowd became quiet and looked at Song Liang in shock. Rowley beside her was also surprised, although she had seen Song Liang using boxing at the funeral parlor, it was nowhere near as shocking as it was now. The boy who had just been sent flying by Yu Xian was the president of the Taekwondo team of the Finance University, and a third-place winner of the Jiangqing University Student League Taekwondo competition. He is very powerful. I heard that he killed more than a dozen zombies on his way here, he really is a fierce man. But such a fierce man was Yu Xian killed by 2 blows. Yu Xian moving wrists, waist said you guys together, is it do not understand? 1 inch together, capture him alive, and then together around Rowley. I don't know who shouted. 20 to 30 boys all got angry and swarmed up, Lu Qing is no exception, she desperately pushed her way into the crowd, thinking that if she could get a piece of the cake, she could do it. Yu Xian smiled coldly, right, is to save in a pile, so it is convenient for the dog devil a claw to slap you all to death ah. The dog demon jumped out of the room where the corpses were hidden, with a body more than 3 meters long, it was like a ferocious beast, and its intimidating power was quite amazing, this is the dog demon. It's a resurrected fae. It is a monster. It is a zombie. Lu Qing shouted the name of the dog demon, the crowd was horrified and scattered hastily, but how could they escape from the hands of the dog demon? The dog demon could slay several people with a single claw and eat several more with a single bite, and in a few rounds, the people would all be dead. Yu Xian didn't have many mood swings, it was these people who took the initiative to seek death, and he had only promoted the death of these people, after all, in the near future, they would all be used as cannon fodder by Xingyang and sent to die in the ruins of the ancient battlefield. There were only 2 people left at the site, one was Lu Qing, and the other was Rowley. Needless to say, Lu Qing had long since gone limp with fear, and his pants were wet. Rowley, on the other hand, was looking at Yu Xian blankly, and she didn't know whether it was regret or something else in her complicated eyes. The reason why Yu Xian did not kill the 2 of them is not because Yu Xian remembers the old feelings, on the contrary, he even hates these 2 people more. So just dying wasn't enough to quell his anger, he wanted them to die in remorse. Yu Xian let the dog devil return to the room where he had hidden the corpse and walked deeper into the vicinity, its sense of smell had already locked onto Yu Xian's bearing. What made Yu Xian a bit surprised was, even now, at a time like this, it didn't affect Xingyang in one of the rooms, he was doing sweaty exercises with some beautiful women, it seemed like there was something wrong with this mine. Those guys just now were also too obsessed with this aspect, as long as they could fuck Rao Li once, they were willing to do anything, they would listen to Xingyang for anything. It wasn't normal, he had just smelled a strange smell, the smell seemed to mobilize a man's desire. Going further inside, this gold mine had been rebuilt to a very high degree, it wasn't just simple mining equipment, there were even some rather nice and cozy living quarters, it looked opulent and magnificent, and it wasn't much better than those high-class clubs, there were even some gambling halls. Just by looking at these facilities, it was as if you could see the gamblers recklessly squandering their money. I see, this gold mine was also used by the Ning clan as their underground casino, it seems that the Ning clan really makes the best use of their resources. Yu Xian's fists clenched and creaked, this was why the rich people were getting richer and richer. They used the resources first and foremost. They also had to use their heavenly resources to do all kinds of profitable business that ordinary people couldn't do. Almost none of the customers who come here to gamble make money with their own hardworking hands. All of them have been squeezing and plundering people's fat and wealth to achieve their own huge accumulation of wealth. Ning's group should have been exterminated long ago. Following the scent, he found an elevator. At the entrance of the elevator, there were two burly men with big bodies. They were not dressed like the security guards in the gold mine. They wore suits that looked like thugs in suits. They were the bodyguards of the casino. When the two bodyguards saw Yu Xian, they immediately scolded, "This is no place for you to come, hurry back." These two bodyguards should also treat Yu Xian as a college friend who came to join Xingyang. Yu Xian shrugged his shoulders. "Is Xingyang here?" The bodyguards ignored Yu Xian's question and instead rebuked Yu Xian with a louder voice. "Hurry up and get out, or I'll break your legs." The bodyguard's face was full of horizontal flesh, his eyes were as big as those of a commander. If an ordinary freshman had seen this, he would have been terrified, but Yu Xian was unmoved. Not only was he not afraid, he even rubbed his nose leisurely. The flirtatious scent Yu Xian was talking about was actually the same scent he had smelled in the mine, the one that made the boys' desires go to their heads. It was especially strong here. "I'll tell you one last time, this is the important place of the casino, and no one is allowed to enter. Those who disobey this order will die." The bottom of the bodyguard's eyes flashed with an even more terrifying, ferocious light. The electric staff in his hand crackled and flashed. It illuminated Yu Xian's face. Yu Xian's face was calm, even a faint smile was on his face. "Two big brothers, my target is only Xingyang, it has nothing to do with you, so if you're reasonable, don't stop me or I'll kill you." Oh, when the bodyguard heard this, he immediately became angry. "Big words, just your little body. 10 of you are also the goods that I stepped on the bottom of my feet." The bodyguard's words have not yet fallen. Yu Xian violently rushed in front of the bodyguard with an arrow step. The bodyguard unconsciously used the electric baton to repel Yu Xian. Yu Xian held the electric baton and the powerful electric current directly penetrated Yu Xian's body. The bodyguard sneered, "A fool who actually dared to use his hand to hold the electric baton." Yu Xian closed his eyes and enjoyed it for a while. The bodyguard was confused. This was an extra high voltage electric baton that could deliver tens of thousands of volts in an instant. Far more than the limit of voltage the human body could withstand. An ordinary person would immediately lose control of his body and his ability to move after being hit, but this guy was holding the electric baton. He felt the electric baton's extra high voltage current all the time. Until the power in the electric baton was exhausted and the arc disappeared. This guy was fine. How is this possible? The bodyguard was completely dazed. The other bodyguard was also stunned. It was as if he had seen something impure. Yu Xian let go of the electric baton and opened the palm of his other hand, the electric current jumping around his fingertips. It was still working. He had just been hit by the electric baton on purpose. It was just to experience the skill he got from picking up rags. Lightning storage and release utilization. Although the name was strange, it was actually written on the profession table. Not only did it give him a significant boost in areas such as strength and speed, he also gained a whole bunch of attributes and skills. He only skimmed through them, and there weren't many useful ones, but among them, this lightning storage and release utilization caught his attention. Just by looking at the name, he thought it was the name of a university specialty. As a result, Yu Xian became excited when he took a look at the skills description: storing and releasing lightning. Storing lightning in the right hand and releasing it with the left, can withstand up to 100-inch 000 volts, up to 10 triggers can be stored. The rules were simple, and so was the use. It could be that one of the zombies he had enshrined was an electrician or a worker in the power system in his lifetime. If that worker didn't turn into a zombie, 9 times out of 10, he would be able to awaken a lightning power, or even a thunder and lightning profession. The lavender current between his fingers was like a living loach, flowing flexibly. From time to time, it would transform into a small snake. From time to time, it would transform into a cat, and from time to time, it would transform into a tiger form, freely controlling itself. It felt like it was still the snake that looked more dominant. Yu Xian muttered. The eyes of the two bodyguards watching were stunned. How is this possible? Could it be that my eyes are blurry? Is this person playing with electricity? One of the bodyguards said. Yu Xian pointed at the other. That electric current immediately transformed into a greenish-purple python, opened its bloody mouth, and took a bite at that person. A lightning bolt immediately wrapped around the bodyguard, and a sharp current sound rang out. The bodyguard didn't even moan, his body instantly stiffened. Not a moment later, the electric current gradually disappeared, and that bodyguard had already been thundered out. Not bad, the power of thunder was truly dominant. Yu Xian looked at the other bodyguard. Yu Xian pointed at the phone, and another thunderbolt turned into an arrow directly cutting the phone line. Yu Xian walked over to the bodyguard, who fell to the ground in shock, crying and begging for mercy. Don't kill me, I don't know anything, really, don't kill me, I'm just a part-time job. I just said, if you stop me, I will kill you all. Zzz. Yu Xian struck a thunderbolt into the bodyguard's head. The bodyguard's pupils instantly dilated, and a few plumes of black smoke drifted out of his head. Life is like a white horse, may the deceased rest in peace. Yu Xian enshrined the bodyguard, mainly to obtain the bodyguard's memories, successfully entombed the ordinary deceased. Loading some of the current deceased's memories, experience, skills, and traits for you. Loading successfully. The loaded content was immediately skimmed over by Yu Xian's sweeping glance, and there was nothing to see. Even the basic attributes increased only slightly. A total of 33 memories were gained, for a total of 22 hours. As a bodyguard in a casino, he could see a lot of people and things every day. He also understood more about the darkness of this world and how pitiful ordinary people were. How many politicians, scholars, businessmen, and celebrities, who usually seemed crowned, revealed their true nature here. Drinking, colorful, and rotten, but it was a life that ordinary people could not enjoy in their lifetime. These memories are of little use. Yu Xian fast-forwarded through them and deleted them. Leaving them behind would take up space in his memory for nothing. Although after the Mortician level 2, the memory can be stored for up to 1000 hours, but the useless memories are still good to delete. In order to save time, memory more, clean up the trouble, but also have to reread a line by line. He saw the last memory. Zheng Yang covered his neck and went back cursing. The bodyguard immediately helped Zheng Yang enter the password for the door. Zheng Yang went in, and the bodyguard looked inside. What a picture of the country! There was a huge hot spring pool, and there were several unclothed girls by the hot spring pool. When he saw Yu Xian, he blushed. No wonder Zheng Yang doesn't care about Rowley. It turns out that Zheng Yang has formed his own harem group here. Each of them was breathtakingly beautiful, like the spider spirits in the Ponzi cave in Journey to the West. Yu Xian opened his eyes and showed a cold smile. The more Zheng Yang got now, the more angry Zheng Yang would be when he killed Shirzua. He entered the same password he saw in the bodyguard's memory. Boom boom boom, the door was opened. The hot spring pool immediately came into view. At the edge of the hot spring, there were two young girls with beautiful postures, wearing only swimsuits. The two girls saw Yu Xian come in and showed a faintly puzzled expression. Zheng Yang, where is she? Yu Xian asked. The two girls were even more confused. You're looking for young Master Zheng Yang. Who are you? Even though they hadn't been here for long, but they also knew that those who could get in here were either gold mine managers or casino managers. The ones they've served are usually people of that status. In addition, this boy's deep eyes were filled with a terrifying killing aura. Another sight was Yu Xian's blood-stained clothes. The girl could not stop trembling. Following the direction of the girl's finger, Yu Xian saw that a villa was indeed being built next to the hot spring pool. What a big project! It was almost like an underground palace. Yu Xian walked over and ignored the two young girls. At the same time, Yu Xian let Old Yellow come out of the hidden corpse room. Old Yellow was now gradually adapting to his power and could freely control his form. In the normal state, Old Yellow was still the same Old Yellow, the big, naive-looking golden hair, but when it came to fighting, Old Yellow could instantly change into his dog demon form. This was more convenient for camouflage. The two girls were even more confused. This man and this dog both looked strange. However, they did not know that this was a prosperous underground palace. It would soon be turned into a hell on earth by that man and dog. Maybe Zheng Yang thought that no one could enter through the door outside, and this place was absolutely safe. when he entered the villa, he also saw many girls in swimsuits with big figures. They were busy like subordinates. Some were in charge of cooking, some were in charge of chopping vegetables, some were in charge of arranging plates, and some were in charge of peeling fruits. Yu Xian really felt like he had entered the palace. Good guy. He's truly worthy of being a top rich brother. Nima. The food preparation was much richer than his. He's got all kinds of canned goods that are easy to store, and Zheng Yang eats only fresh food here. And with so many beautiful women serving him, it's not too much to say that this life is like that of an emperor. The girls froze slightly when they saw Yu Xian. One of the girls took a closer look at Yu Xian before covering her mouth in surprise. Yu Xian. Yu Xian looked at the girl who had called his name, Fang Yu. One of the students from Finance University. She was on the same level as Meng Qi, although in terms of face value and body, she couldn't be compared to Meng Qi yet. Yu Xian, was first in his class, and this Fang Yu was second in her class. At that time, Fang Yu often took the initiative to find him and go to the library group together, making the other boys jealous, so when Yu Xian saw Fang Yu here, he was still a bit surprised. After all, a great beauty like Fang Yu was sitting next to her to study. It was estimated that there were not many boys who could not be moved. He also tried his best to suppress his emotions at that time, otherwise he wouldn't even have the heart to study. At that time, Fang Yu still wore those narrow-rimmed glasses. However, unlike her previous ascetic clothes, Fang Yu was currently wearing a very hot swimsuit. The fabric was very thin, and it was still the kind that was very thin and sheer. Basically, one could see inside. Although Yu Xian knew that Fang Yu's top was huge, he didn't expect it to be this big. It was comparable to his neighbor's young woman. Fang Yu noticed Yu Xian's gaze and hastily covered her breasts shyly, her face immediately turning red. Not long ago, they had also studied and discussed together for their graduation defense. At that time, Fang Yu was still the sparkling talent of the finance department. Yu Xian, why are you here? Fang Yu asked with a certain urgency. It seemed that she was very embarrassed to see Yu Xian like this. Yu Xian's face showed little expression. He actually didn't have many emotions. After all, it had been 10 years since he and Fang Yu had studied together in the school library until late at night. And in those 10 years, he had been scared and busy every day just to survive. He had long forgotten about that talented girl. It was only when Fang Yu appeared in front of him again that he suddenly remembered something from long ago. I'm looking for Zheng Yang, where is he? Yu Xian asked. Fang Yu pointed to the innermost room. He should be inside now, and Mess Sister Fang Yu's words were not finished. Yu Xian walked right past. Hey, Yu Xian, don't go in. If you go in now, young Master Zheng Yang will be angry. He is. Yu Xian had already kicked open the door to the room. At this moment, inside the room, a woman with a hot body, dressed in red tulle, stood in front of Zheng Yang. She was huffing and puffing while Masao was desperately gasping for breath. Although nothing had happened yet, Zheng Yang's heart was already beating fast. Chaos, you really are the woman who wreaks havoc. Can I, Zheng Yang, really get you? A shallow smile hung on the woman's exquisite and breathtaking face. There seemed to be some kind of magic in her voice. It depends on what kind of height you can climb to. Only the most powerful man can conquer me. A woman's knitted brows and smile all carry the ultimate charm. A delightful body odor emanated from her body. Good. I will definitely stand on top of everyone. I will make you my wife. Masao's eyes were red as if he was under duress. As long as you can continue to help me with your skills. Make these fools work for me, and I can definitely become the most powerful man. I can control everything, and then I will give you whatever you want. Masao promised with conviction. There was a loud bang. The door was suddenly kicked open. It startled both the woman and Zheng Yang. Chaos turned around and his deep, beautiful eyes looked questioningly at the person who had kicked in the door. As for Zheng Yang, when he saw the person who kicked the door, he immediately became furious. Yu Xian. You want to die? I will make your life worse than death. Being disturbed from his solitude with Chaos, Zheng Yang was directly furious. The person he despised the most actually dared to ruin his good deed at this moment. If it hadn't been for that kick, he might have been able to get Chaos today in this atmosphere. Chaos' pair of seductive eyes looked at Yu Xian curiously. Yu Xian also saw chaos and his pupils instantly shrank. How could she be here? He recognized this person. Not that he knew her, but he had heard of her in his previous life. In this post-apocalyptic world of male supremacy, where women were reduced to playthings, there were only a few women who could stand at the top of the world. But that chaotic woman was one of them. And there were other supernormal abilities, and her fighting power was very strong. A safe zone for survivors was set up exclusively for women. She was known as the Messy Woman Emperor. In the post-apocalyptic world, where men dominated the stage, women mostly traded chips or accessories in negotiations. However, in the safe zone of the messy female, the status of women was the highest, and instead, men assumed a social status like that of women. It is the last light for many women struggling. In the end times, whenever a woman loses hope in a quagmire like life, she will think of that one place where she can have peace and joy, so it becomes involuntary to be strong. That's why some people have said that the existence of the chaotic empress is very far-reaching. Of course, most people's evaluations of her were very bad, saying that she had a bad character, that she behaved badly, that she used her body to get to the top, and so on, but the chaotic empress's behavior tended to attract what others had to say. If it weren't for the fact that he had once visited the chaotic lady's emperor's safe zone when he was delivering supplies, he had seen that the comfort level of everyone's existence in that safe zone was significantly better than the other safe zones. The chaotic lady frowned slightly and looked at Yu Xian with a straight face. You know me? Yu Xian was embarrassed. He had just blurted it out by accident. In fact, he and Chaotic Lady were two people who had no interaction at all. Even he didn't expect Chaotic Lady and Zheng Yang to know each other so early, and the two of them seemed to have an unusual relationship. This made Yu Xian feel a little uncomfortable in his heart. He admired the Chaotic Woman Emperor, and he didn't expect that the Chaotic Woman Emperor was actually someone who hung out with Zheng Yang. He had heard about it. Yu Xian casually said that he was not going to continue this topic and looked at Zheng Yang instead. Zheng Yang, did you leave in a hurry just to warm up with the chaotic lady here? Zheng Yang looked at Yu Xian with dangerous eyes. What are you? Do I still need your permission to do what I want to do? Where are these losers? How did they let you in? What are you saying? Yu Xian smiled playfully. Zheng Yang was slightly stunned, thinking that Yu Xian knew a little bit about boxing. He asked, did you take care of them all? Yu Xian shrugged his shoulders. Masao clapped his hands. From the rooms on both sides, one person came out on each side. One was Hao Tian, who had just made a move, and the other was De Guang. No wonder Da Guang was not there just now, so he had been placed here to provide him with close protection. With Da Guang and Hao Tian here, there was indeed no need for excessive bodyguards. Zheng Yang crossed his legs and looked at Yu Xian leisurely. As the proud son of heaven, the way he looked at all his peers was almost always condescending. Yu Xian, for the sake of the classmates, I wanted to spare your life. Even though you didn't steal my thunder in school, but I don't really care. You already saw it when you came in, right? Fang Yu was also there. When you were in school, Fang Yu had a crush on you. Did you know that? Yu Xian frowned. Fang Yu had a crush on him? He really didn't know. According to his impression, Fang Yu was a particularly well-behaved and quiet girl. But there was never a shortage of suitors. It's just that Fang Yu is drunk on her studies, so she would rather go to the library with him than go out with other boys. In his heart, he thought that a schoolgirl like Fang Yu would never look at an orphan like him. Zheng Yang continued to laugh and said, that big-breasted girl who had a crush on you is now my servant. Do you know how loud she screams? Zheng Yang's expression is very grim, can't you tell? Fang Yu looked like a good girl on the outside, but in her bones, she was also a very flirtatious. Yu Xian's pupils suddenly shrank. A wave of anger suddenly rose from the depths of his heart, but Yu Xian quickly calmed down. Zheng Yang deliberately made him angry and then let him face him. Both Hao Tian and Da Guang standing in front of Zheng Yang were very powerful, and Da Guang was even more powerful than Hao Tian. Hao Tian's profession was characterized by the fact that there had to be an object to protect in order to stimulate the characteristics of the bodyguard profession, which meant that Hao Tian was destined to become only subhuman in his life. On the other hand, De Guang was different. De Guang's brute strength was undifferentiated. If De Guang were a person with a normal IQ, it wouldn't be so bad for him to be manipulated by Zheng Yang. Yu Xian flashed an incomparable smile. Xingyang, you are still so good at attacking the heart. In this regard, I have to admit, coming from a wealthy family, you have abilities that far exceed those of your peers, but this little trick of yours is not enough in front of me. Xingyang frowned. The chaotic woman next to him was also starting to take an interest in Yu Xian. This was because the city spirit that Yu Xian displayed was also far beyond his age, even more than Xingyang. It was hard to imagine how a young man in his early 20s could have such a deep city. The chaotic woman began to observe Yu Xian. This was an interesting guy. Xingyang glanced at the chaotic woman, and indeed, the chaotic woman's eyes were rubbing water out of her eyes as she looked at Yu Xian. Xingyang gritted his teeth. Yu Xian, you can really pretend that you have a great city, but it's actually just because you're a coward, right? In your heart, you really want to smash me to pieces, but you see that there are Haotian and Daguang to protect me, so you don't dare to act rashly, right? Xingyang clapped his hands again. Go get Fang Yu for me. Isn't he very clever? Isn't he good at hiding his emotions? I'm going to ravage Fang Yu in front of him. I want to see how he behaves. Fang Yu was dragged in by two men. When Fang Yu saw Yu Xian, she immediately bowed her head in shame. The clothes on her body were not much, and the two men had to pull them off by force. Fang Yu cried bitterly and begged. When Xingyang saw Fang Yu pleading so bitterly, he did not feel any compassion for her at all, but became even more agitated. Fang Yu, isn't it true that being stripped naked in front of your crush is very undignified? I've already told Yu Xian about your crush on him, so thank me. As soon as Fang Yu heard this, she became even more embarrassed. There was a piercing sound. The thin swimsuit on Fang Yu's body was immediately torn. Her proud body was immediately exposed in front of everyone. Fang Yu looked at Yu Xian in a stunned manner, and her entire body was already in tears. Come over here and serve me. I originally wanted to have a good discussion with you, but if you still won't submit to me, I'll throw you to those miners. You should know how rough and barbaric they are. Fang Yu's body began to tremble. They had seen it with their own eyes, those chaste girls who refused to listen to Xingyang. They were pushed to the ground by a large group of dark miners, and they were torn apart as if they were being eaten by wild beasts. As far as the miners were concerned, these white and delicate college students were all first-class beauties that could not be accessed on a regular basis, so it would be even more exciting and harsh to ravage them. In the end, that girl was devastated to death, and since then, no girl dared to express her dissatisfaction openly. At that moment, all of Fang Yu's dignity was taken away. Standing there crying all the time, she no longer used her hands to cover her body because it no longer made sense. The two men, who were her favorite people, who pulled her in, looked at Fang Yu's seductive body and couldn't help but lick their lips. Young Master Xingyang, when you finished tasting it, can you let us two brothers taste it as well? Xingyang smiled and nodded, but you have to be careful, this is a schoolgirl level beauty. I want to play a few more times. Xingyang hooked his finger, and Fang Yu walked towards Xingyang in desperation. Suddenly, a hand stopped Fang Yu. It was Yu Xian. Yu Xian asked Fang Yu, what did he do to you? Fang Yu just cried, unable to say anything. Perhaps Fang Yu thought that even if she did, it wouldn't change the fate that was about to befall her. Fang Yu didn't say anything, but Xingyang said for Fang Yu's sake, Yu Xian, to tell you the truth, what I said just now was used to stimulate you. I haven't touched Fang Yu yet. I intend to make Fang Yu's heart submit to be my wife. Is that so? He hasn't touched you? Yu Xian asked Fang Yu. Fang Yu tearfully nodded her head. Yu Xian nodded and then draped his lab coat over Fang Yu's body. Just stand behind me and I will get you out of here. Fang Yu looked at Yu Xian with surprise. She did not expect Yu Xian to say such words. But this is Xingyang's territory, you can't take me away. Fang Yu really couldn't understand how Yu Xian, a weak scholar, could take him out of this place. It's okay, trust me. Shame on him in front of the chaotic girl. On her part, the chaotic woman narrowed her eyes at Yu Xian. This guy was becoming much more interesting. It seemed like an extraordinary character was about to appear in Jiangcheng. Fang Yu covered her mouth in surprise. She had never seen such a violent Yu Xian. Now that he was fighting others with his bare hands, he was a completely different person from before. What are you waiting for? Xingyang shouted, go ahead, kill him. The two men looked at each other and immediately drew their daggers. They stabbed at Yu Xian's heart. Fang Yu screamed loudly in fear, while Yu Xian sneered slightly. He jumped up and did a backflip to dodge both of their daggers. The two daggers stabbed into Hao Tian's back heart at the same time. Both of them were confused, and Hao Tian turned his head with difficulty, looking at them with an angry face. "You two losers." Hao Tian spat out a mouthful of hot blood, then he grabbed the two people's heads and smashed them with force. The mixed blood and white goo immediately splashed everywhere. Disgusting. Yu Xian dodged away in disgust. Hao Tian staggered to his feet. Hao Tian pulled out the two daggers at the back of his heart and rushed over like a wild beast. Fang Yu was terrified. At a distance of 2 meters from Yu Xian, Hao Tian fell down. The two daggers slid down to Yu Xian's feet and were stepped on by Yu Xian picked them up and looked at Jing Yang with a smile. "He's dead, what should I do?" Jing Yang was horrified. He swore that he absolutely did not expect Hao Tian to be killed by Yu Xian. Immediately dialed the internal phone. All the security personnel are called over Jing Yang's hideous face. "Yu Xian, it seems that you have also awakened a good occupation or psychic ability, but I want to tell you, only the poor only test mutation. Such a birth in the top of the pyramid of people, you cannot afford to mess with." The sound of heavy footsteps came from outside the door. Just by hearing the sounds, I knew that many people had come. Jing Yang became even more arrogant. "Do you really think I raised a bunch of trashy college students in a gold mine? Since you are dying, I can tell you a secret." Yu Xian coldly laughed. "Of course I know. I not only know that you hid hundreds of mercenaries in the gold mine, I even know that many of these people are deserters from foreign armies who fled back to their own country after you hid here." Jing Yang's pupils shrank. "You actually know that?" This news has always been kept very strictly by Ning's group. It was impossible for others to know. Even many people in the gold mines were unaware of this. Yu Xian laughed lightly. "Many secrets that were kept like iron before the end of the world didn't matter after the end of the world. What can you do once you know? It's already the end of the world, no one can punish us." Immediately, 3 or 5 strong men rushed in, all of them heavily armed. "Young Master Xingyang, I heard that someone dared to cause trouble in the Ning Group's gold mine, is that true?" The one in the lead was a man with a full face and a scar that stretched from his forehead to the corner of his mouth. He still looks quite intimidating. This person's codename is Scar. After the end of the world, he became a fierce general under Xingyang, extremely brutal and murderous. But because he was too brutal and murderous, he was boycotted by many survivors. Afterwards, Ning betrayed Scar to protect his reputation, saying that everything Scar did was for his own personal gain and had nothing to do with him. In the end, Scar lost the protection of Ning's group and was killed by many survivors who had a grudge against Scar, and his death was very tragic. Besides, this person was also very horny. Almost every now and then, he would go out and snoop around, mainly to see who still had a beautiful woman hidden in their house, and when he found out, he would definitely tie her up and ravage her hard. Xingyang pointed at Fang Yu behind Yu Xian. "Haven't you had your eye on this big-breasted girl for a long time? Now I agree to give her to you, but someone disagrees. Someone has to take her away." "Who?" Scar immediately shouted. "Who dares to ruin my good deed? Don't you want to live? Don't you know that I, Scar, kill like a man?" Scar immediately looked at Yu Xian. "This room of people, only Yu Xian is a strange face. Are you the one who dared to rob my wife?" Scar looked at Yu Xian's thin body, contemptuously flirting up. "Just your skinny little body, you can satisfy people. This big-breasted girl looks like someone who can't get enough." Scar's language was very vulgar. Fang Yu's pretty face turned iron blue, but she only dared to be angry, but did not dare to say anything. The girls were all afraid of this man. First, he had a scary-looking scar on his face. Second, this person was strong and horny. There were several girls who had been caught by him and never came back. Fang Yu nervously tugged on Yu Xian's coat. "Haha, instead of asking this useless guy for help, why don't you ask me to be lighter later?" Xingyang reminds Scar to be careful. Hao Tian was just taken out by him. Scar actually saw Hao Tian fall to the ground as soon as he came in, sneering. Hao Tian is a stupid bastard. Since he thought he had awakened some kind of dirty profession, he started to float, and he doesn't even look at lousy anymore. It must have been that he belittled his opponents. I won't make the same mistake as him. Scar tossed two round-bladed daggers in his hands and looked dazzling. He is a master with a knife. Scar approached Yu Xian step by step, his expression grimly laughing. Old me on the battlefield, known as the double-knife meat grinder. Zheng Yang's face also showed a mocking smile. Scar, don't be too disgusting, this is my room. Scar laughed. Okay, then I will not strangle the meat first, a knife to solve him. The double knives played more and more flowers in Scar's hands, making a whistling wind sound like two propellers. Fang Yu grabbed Yu Xian's arm tightly. How had she ever seen this kind of battle? This person is bloodthirsty. It seems to be a person who often licks blood from the tip of the knife. Yu Xian. Fang Yu trembled with fear. It's okay, Yu Xian was only slightly reassured. Zheng Yang laughed. Yu Xian, you are difficult to protect yourself, but played the role of a hero. Hero is so good to play. Yu Xian looked at Zheng Yang. You and Scar, it seems that neither of you understand the true meaning of professional. Scar said that the former Haotian in his hands could not last more than 3 blows, but does he know what strength the current Haotian is? What? Zheng Yang frowned. Yu Xian continued to smile and said, by the same token, you won't understand how scary I am as a professional, let alone know the gap like a gulf between professionals and non-professionals. Seeing Song Liang so calm, Scar suddenly felt a chill in his heart and fiercely stabbed Yu Xian. What nonsense, go to hell. Scar stabbed over. Yu Xian didn't even dodge, but raised his hand and grabbed Scar's hand like lightning. The sharp pain made Scar drop his dagger and kneel down on the ground with his back to Yu Xian, a very shameful posture. Scar was shocked. He had gone through grueling training, but he would actually be attacked so easily by the other party. Moreover, this person was so strong and fast. That one-handed strength alone was at least 1,000 pounds. This is fucking Hercules. Yu Xian grabbed Scar's neck and slowly twisted it, causing Scar to be shocked and quickly beg for mercy. I was wrong. I was wrong. Master, I was wrong. Spare little brother. Little brother will never dare again. As Scar begged for mercy, Yu Xian actually let go of Scar. Not far away, the chaotic woman snorted, little friend. Still too naive. How can you believe what the enemy says so easily? You flowers grown in a greenhouse, you still can't stand the scorching sun. Scar's was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly froze, because he realized that his other hand, he didn't know when it had been crushed. He didn't feel a thing. Yu Xian revealed a sneer. I knew you wouldn't be able to handle this, so I'll let you feel what it means to usher in a new despair just after seeing hope. Yu Xian used the hilt of his dagger to smash Scar's head, and Scar instantly fell to the ground. At that moment, Zheng Yang was completely shocked. If Hao Tian was defeated at the hands of this guy, it could still be said that Hao Tian was gullible, but what about Scar? The chaotic woman was a bit surprised. This student was different from most she'd seen, killing and determined, and brutal in nature. Not only would he show no mercy to his enemies, he would even torture them by giving them false hope when he had all the advantages. A hint of playfulness flashed in the messy girl's beautiful eyes. Kind of interesting, an interesting boy discovered by her. Yu Xian looked at Zheng Yang once again. What else can you do now? Zheng Yang was humiliated and angry. This guy did it on purpose. He deliberately made him create layer after layer of undercurrents and then crushed his hopes one after another, making his mood like a roller coaster, constantly falling from the highs to the lows. Completely treating him like prey. Yu Xian is hunting. You are still watching the show. Kill him for me. Yung Yang growled at the hundreds of mercenaries outside the door. With a wave of Yu Xian's hand, the hundreds of zombies he had enshrined came out of the hidden corpse room. And they were all headless zombies. It looked quite bizarre. When so many zombies appeared at once, the mercenaries were scared to death and immediately pulled the trigger in desperation. The bullets hit the zombies' bodies, sending the dry zombies' bodies flying, but it didn't die that easily. This was Yu Xian's new thought process. Most of the zombies' weaknesses were in their heads, and the situation was the same with the zombies he manipulated. however, when he finished off the zombie, he had already cut off the zombie's head, which was equivalent to controlling the zombie's corpse, so if the zombie didn't have a head, wouldn't it be equivalent to having no weakness? If they could not beat the zombie into incapacitation, the corpses of these zombies would constantly attack them. Zheng Yang's legs trembled with fear. How can you manipulate the zombies? Yu Xian sneered, you don't understand what a professional is at all. Do you think that just because you've seen a bodyguard's profession, you think that all professionals are nothing more than that? Zheng Yang can only pull out his last trump card, Dugwang, I only have you, now only you can protect me, you must not let me die, if I die, you will not see your sister. Upon hearing his sister, the bottom of the mute Dugwang's eyes suddenly glowed. Yu Xian suddenly remembered that when the Fist King had talked to one of the Ning family executives, he had said that Dugwang's sister had actually died a long time ago, and that the video chats and such that Dugwang had later conducted were actually fake movies synthesized by the Ning group using AI. The hero nodded seriously, I will definitely protect you. Then the 2-meter-tall body, like a human tank, rushed madly at Yu Xian. Yu Xian was able to dodge it, but he wanted to try. Barbarian King Dahuang. With his strength alone, he had become the top alien in Jiangqing, so he wanted to see if his current self could match Dugwang in strength. Yu Xian used his body to block the hero, but he was thrown back by the hero's brute force. What a powerful force! Yu Xian gritted his teeth and combined his waist and horse. He wrestled with the barbarian King Dugwang as hard as he could, but he was still pushed to the wall by barbarian King Dugwang bit by bit. You can't hurt Zheng Yang. He is my sister's savior. Although the barbarian King Dugwang is a bit retarded, his love for his sister is more sincere than anyone else's. You really are a fool, haven't you ever wondered why you haven't seen your sister in person for so many years? The barbarian king said loudly, because my sister is in a high-tech sterile ward, I can't go over to see her, or else I'll bring the germs on my body to her. How silly, your sister died a long time ago, you chatted with the AI before, you were tricked by them. Ohairo suddenly froze, what are you talking about? And Yu Xian, seeing this moment, violently braced Wahiro's arms and then hit Wahiro's abdomen with a heavy blow, bending Wahiro's body, and Yu Xuan seized the opportunity to press down on Wahiro, using the cross-holding technique from judo to keep Wahiro firmly under control. Da Guang struggled desperately, my sister is not dead, why did you say my sister is dead? Ning's group wanted to replicate this gene through genetic engineering to produce more powerful people like you, so they used your sister as an experiment, they didn't cure your sister at all. Dugwang was in agonizing pain, but he still tried hard to ask Zheng Yang, young master Zheng Yang, is he telling the truth? Zheng Yang immediately denied it, of course it's not true, I can put you and your sister on a video call right now, but he said that the video was synthesized with AI. Zheng Yang had a moment of panic, he wondered how this information was leaked again. How did Yu Xian know that their family was so secretive? But now that it's happened, Zheng Yang has to deny it, so he scolded Dugwang, have you forgotten when you siblings were desperate and rummaging through trash cans by the side of the road for food? Have you forgotten who rescued you? We were kind enough to treat your sister, and yet you treated us with such skepticism. Dugwang was confused, but why did you never let me see my sister, and why hasn't my sister in the video call grown up in the past few years? Yu Xian understood immediately, in fact, there are many things that the hero is observing. Masao suddenly fell silent, oh, also really annoying. Masao took out a gun from his desk. With an icy expression, he pointed it at Dugwang and Yu Xuan and said in a contemptuous tone, it's really for your face, it's good enough to let you eat and drink in our house, so what's the point of releasing some of your sister's blood? She originally had an incurable disease, rather than die for nothing, it is better to use it for us. Zheng Yang showed his cards, the hero was suddenly stunned, suddenly, the hero was as angry as a brown bear. With a snap under the weight of his anger, he instantly ripped both of Yu Xian's shoulders out of their sockets before standing up and lunging at Zheng Yang, you fool. Zheng Yang fired. Several shots were fired in a row, they hit the hero's body, Even though the hero was strong, he was ultimately made of mortal flesh, and his body staggered to its knees, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Why did you lie to me? Why did you hurt my sister? Why did Masao wipe the blood off his table? Because you're stupid. Masao pulled the trigger. Fired several shots in a row, hitting the hero with blood splattered all over his body. The hero finally fell to the ground. Masao laughed softly. What can a clairvoyant do? What can a professional do? Can you be stronger than bullets? Xingyang pointed his gun at Yu Xian again. Can your professional skills make you invulnerable to knives and guns? Yu Xian shook his head. No. Then what qualifications do you have to be crazy in front of me? Xingyang has the absolute advantage. Never only I play others, no others play me. I have a lot of weapons, also have a lot of people. Do you think that a few deaths in the area can make me hurt my bones? I, Xingyang, am invincible. Yu Xian shrugged his shoulders. I've said it many times, you don't even know about professionals and aliens. What are you talking about? You are on the verge of death and you are still talking tough. Why did you hurt my sister? The hero stood up with an ow. He pounced on Masao like a brown bear. Xingyang was so scared that he hurriedly tried to shoot again, but he completely underestimated the hero's speed. The reason why Barbarian King the hero was so terrifying was not only because he possessed extremely strong strength, but also because his speed was quite amazing. Tank-like body, brown bear-like strength, cheetah-like speed. This was the real Barbarian King Daguang. Daguang knocked the weapon out of Xingyang's hand with one punch, then the huge fist swung at Xingyang's head. This blow was like beating a drum. It knocked Masao's head backward and knocked it out. Why did you lie to me? Why did you hurt my sister? The hero was furious. Blow after blow fell. Each blow was one of those blows that hit the flesh, like the sound of a watermelon being crushed. He didn't even have to look, but Masao still had one breath left. In extreme fear, he desperately begged Chaotic Lady for help. Chaotic Lady, I'll promise you conditions and provide you with weapons, but you have to call me now. If I die, you won't get anything. Chaotic Lady sighed charmingly. She was just a weak girl. How could she beat this little brother? Xingyang gritted his teeth. Don't pretend. I know that you are also a professional or an alien. As long as you can save me, whatever you want is fine. With the financial power and network resources of our Ning Group, we can quickly help you achieve your goal. The chaotic woman's eyebrows furrowed slightly, as if she was starting to hesitate. What can you give me? The messy woman asked in a friendly voice. I will give you whatever you want. As long as I have it, I will definitely give it to you. Masao promised desperately. His priority right now was to survive. He didn't even have time to think about whether he would be able to keep his promise later, or if the chaotic woman would make unattainable demands. This state was tempting. Chaotic Lady looked at Yu Xian. What about you? Little brother, what can you give me? As expected, it was exactly as the legends had said. The Chaotic Lady was very good at making deals. Often, she would maximize her benefits in a deal. Yu Xian thought seriously. I can't give you anything, but I can tell you that this path you're about to take is not wrong, and if you continue on it, you will bring hope to many female survivors. Messy woman, a little surprised. You know the path I'm taking? Yes, just because I know. That's why I don't want to be your enemy, because I think you are one of the few people in the last days who want to be righteous. Although there is also your bigotry. For example, you are misogynistic. You think all men are big pigs' hooves. If you see a man and a woman arguing, you will first think that it is the man's fault and then kill the man at the same time. You like to eat sweets. You do not allow men to eat sweets because you think that they do not have enough class, cannot have the same taste as you. Yu Xian chattered a lot. The messy woman's expression changed and changed. A lot of the things this guy said were simply not true. After all, she hadn't killed anyone, but she really hated men. She even hated the fact that all the men in the world were dead. This guy's description of her is quite bizarre, but then again, it seems like something she could do. Do you recognize me? Yu Xian nodded. Somehow, I just heard about you from my teacher. Teacher? Are you my father's disciple? The disheveled girl opened her eyes even wider. Yes, I'm a student of the folklorist Nanaki, Bushio said seriously. he's talking nonsense, he's a student of Jiangqing University of Finance, how can he be a student of Prof. Nanaki, he's lying to you. Masao ripped out his heart and roared, the dirty girl stared at Yu Xian, you know I am Nanmu's daughter. Yes, Professor Nanaki told me about you. Masao despaired, he couldn't understand how the chaotic woman who was always too smart for her own good could be so stupid at this time. How could she believe Yu Xian? The chaotic woman believed it because the fact that she was Namiki's daughter was actually unknown to many people. Since her father had always felt that she was a daughter who could not go on stage, Yu Xian's heart was worried, I did not expect that she would actually bluff. Nanmu, that is, before the end of the world in the major platforms to describe the future of the prophet Professor Nanmu before the end of the world was said to be a psychopath, but after the end of the world he became a godlike figure. There were many big names and big organizations that wanted Professor Nanaki to be their leader or military advisor, but Professor Nanaki disappeared. I don't know where he went. Some people said that he was an angel sent from heaven to warn people, and after the work of warning was done, Professor Nanaki left Bluestar in the form of an angel. Others say that by telling everyone about the future, Prof. Nanaki revealed heaven's secrets so he suffered heaven's punishment. Others say that Prof. Nanaki was too pessimistic about the future, so he committed suicide. Anyway, there are a lot of claims about Professor Nanaki, but it is true that Professor Nanaki never appeared again after the end of the world came. Most likely he suffered an untimely death. The reason why he knew that Chaotic Lady was Professor Nanaki's daughter was because after Chaotic Lady became the Chaotic Lady Emperor, she had openly searched for her father. And it was then that everyone realized that the Chaotic Lady Emperor was actually the prophet's daughter if he could make friends with the future Chaotic Lady Emperor. That would be a good opportunity. Since you are my father's disciple, do you know where my father is? The Chaotic Lady immediately asked Yu Xian. Yu Xian shook his head, I don't know either. Chaotic Lady, do you want the arms anymore? Save me, Zheng Yang cried. Chaotic Woman just gave Zheng Yang a cold look, do you think I won't be able to get the weapons if you die? I have been displeased with you for a long time, what do you think of women? The words of the Chaotic Woman made Zheng Yang despair. In the end, Zheng Yang was smashed into flesh by the furious Dahiro punch after punch. The death was very painful. Yu Xian finally felt a sense of euphoria. The great revenge had been avenged. Painful. In Zheng Yang's opinion, everyone's life was worthless. As long as they were useless to him, he could use them as stepping stones without hesitation, or just kill them. Yu Xian patted Da Huang's body, which was already covered in dirty blood. The tears on his face and Zheng Yang's splattered blood and flesh were intertwined in a very sad way. Even if he beat Zheng Yang to pulp, he could not save his sister, so Da Guang cried silently. Yu Xian patted Da Guang's shoulder, from now on, if you are homeless, you can come to me. Even though I, Yu Xian, am not as rich as Zheng Yang, but I will not be as inhumane as him. As long as there is a mouthful of food for me, there is a mouthful of food for you. Yu Xian was sincere, not because he wanted Da Guang to be a powerful fighting force. The hero was very strong in the later stages, and humanity needed strong people like him to fight against powerful Fei. The hero didn't say anything, and he didn't know if he was listening or not, but he had already said it. Yu Xian crouched down and looked at the body of Masao, who was no longer humanoid, and sighed helplessly. The body was too badly damaged, and he didn't know if he could successfully bury it. His goal was much more than just taking out Zheng Yang. Zheng Yang was just the tip of the iceberg of the power of Ning's group. If he wanted to undermine the great ship that was Ning's group, he would have to know Ning's group very well before he could do so. He laid his palm on Zheng Yang's body, and then his mouth silently recited, Life is like a white horse, may the deceased rest in peace. A few silver-white silk threads quickly moved across the surface of Zheng Yang's body, and that pile of rotting flesh was gradually stitched together and molded. This is also thanks to his mortician career level being promoted to the second level, otherwise he would not be able to coffin such rotten corpses. The head that had been smashed to pulp could not be restored, which meant that 2/3 of the chest cavity had been restored, but Yu Xian again with this pile of rotten flesh, barely pinched out the shape of a head for Zheng Yang, and then painted the 5 senses. It looks like it actually makes people some scalp numb. The messy girl looked at the side, sick. My God, what are you doing? Are you putting him in a coffin? Is that your post-apocalyptic profession? Yu Xian didn't say anything. He tried to keep it as mysterious as possible for others, but his mortician profession skill was quite complicated, and the general public might not know what he could gain from it even if they saw him in the coffin. On the other hand, he actually knew about Chaotic Lady's mortician skill. Although Chaotic Lust Lady had more than one professionist skill in the later stages, she relied on her Chaotic Lust professionist skill to kill in the early stages, so he wasn't too squeamish about being seen by the Chaotic Lady with his profession skills. Elite Human successfully ascended. Some of the memories, experience, skills, and traits of the currently deceased have been loaded for you. Loaded successfully. Loaded. 1 memory for a total of 5 minutes, skill, none experience, none trait, none elite human favorite, 1% strength plus 5-inch speed plus 1, stamina plus 1, spirit plus 1. Surely not, the level of enchanting is too low, the main thing is that the difficulty of enchanting is too high. After half a day only a 5-minute memory was obtained. Even though Yu Xian had already used the young woman to help him get laid before he arrived, seeing such a scene in the first person immediately made him feel hot and bothered. The chaotic woman actually didn't give Zheng Yang a chance. Even Zheng Yang didn't even touch the chaotic woman's hand. The chaotic woman just relied on the curves of her body, her stunning beauty, and her enchanting expression, coupled with a burst of unknown scent, to mesmerize Zheng Yang. Even Yu Xian, who was reliving this memory in the first person, was a bit mesmerized as well. The chaotic woman was slightly stunned when she saw Yu Xian's eyes suddenly become a bit mesmerized. Why did this expression look so much like he had been hit by his own chaotic luster skill? Or was it because this guy was a boy of pure love, and she could make it difficult for him to get out even if she didn't activate her skill? The chaotic woman flirted. Sweet and innocent boys like you don't come around very often. I hate men, but I noticed that you seem to be a bit stronger than other men. Song Liang snapped out of it, then he immediately cursed himself. Right now, it was lucky that he had convinced the chaotic woman not to help Zheng Yang, otherwise, it was hard to say who would lose and who would win. Really close. Yu Xian looked at Zheng Yang's corpse. After half a day of effort, he hadn't gotten any benefit at all, which made him very angry. Suddenly, Yu Xian thought of the burial of a dragon. Right now, he was getting less just because his enchanting level was low and the deceased's liking for him was low, but if he could increase the deceased's liking by perfecting the funeral process, wouldn't he be able to get some more content? Currently, the deceased's satisfaction level is 1%, whether or not to continue to enshrine Yu Xian chooses yes. Click to see the current options to increase the deceased's goodwill. Enchanting skill can be increased by 0%, cremation and ascension of the deceased can be increased by 20%, burial for the deceased can be increased by 30%, cremation plus burial for the deceased can be increased by 40%. Cremation plus burial for the deceased plus Buddha's Hall offerings for the deceased can be increased by 50%. This corpse has no manipulation value anyway. Let's see what it looks like after cremation. Even if the body burns away, after cremation, you can perform a burial, the goodwill goes up by 40%. Is there a Buddhist temple? Maybe there really is. After all, it's a gold mine, but it could also be the god of wealth, so there's no point in wasting time looking for it. Yu Xian burned Zheng Yang's body with fire. The profession panel displayed the progress of the cremation. Cremation countdown 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds. Yu Xian's eyes lit up. Was the cremation that fast? Looking at Zheng Yang's body again, the flames were also gradually extinguished, only the body was slightly burned. 1 second cremation successful, deceased goodwill plus 20%. Yu Xian saw that the content he had loaded immediately changed. 6 memories, 3 hours total, so this is cremation. Cremation is not really about burning to ashes, it is about going through a ritual. I should have known that he cremated all those zombies once. Yu Xian continued with the next step, into the ground. Using his absenteeism skill, he immediately dug a hole in the ground just big enough to put Masayo's body down. The chaotic woman looked stunned again. Are you crazy? What kind of person is he to you? Isn't he your enemy? Chaotic woman realized that she couldn't understand this guy anymore. The things this guy did were just too hard to understand. The more mysterious Yu Xian was, the more curious chaotic woman became. So much so that she felt like she was becoming more and more interested in this guy. Wanting to peel off this guy's clothes layer by layer is like peeling off this guy's shell to see what kind of person is inside. Into the ground successfully, the current satisfaction of the deceased 41%, whether to continue the coffin next to the chaotic woman laughed softly, you are really merciful to your enemies, no matter what kind of person, as long as they die, they are all deceased, and the deceased must be respected, Yu Xian said sincerely. The chaotic woman's expression was strange, and she didn't know if Yu Xian's heart felt the same way. Yu Xian wanted to see what was in Xingyang's memory first. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, the entire mine was shaken, the sound of a megaphone speaker could be heard faintly, anyone who dares to touch my son will be buried under this gold mine. It was the voice of the leader of Ning's group. It sounded like the other side had artillery, and it looked like they had brought out their armored vehicles. Ning's group secretly traded a lot of weapons, including some retired large armored vehicles and tanks and the like. That was fast. Yu Xian saw that the camera in this room lit up with a red light, as if a red eye was staring at him. A silver lightning bolt appeared on Yu Xian's finger. As he pointed at the camera was instantly shattered by him. When he opened the door, there were several people who had turned into zombies at the door. Even if they were physically injured by a zombie's corpse attack, they would still be infected into zombies. Those zombies froze for a moment, then immediately rushed towards Yu Xian. Ah! Fang Yu screamed in fear, so many zombies appearing in such a small space, they are dead. Yu Xian grabbed Fang Yu's waist and hugged her. Fang Yu's face turned red. Hold me tight, Yu Xian ordered Fang Yu. Then a huge dog appeared beside her. Fang Yu was shocked again and screamed in shock. The chaotic woman was also shocked. What kind of monster was this? Did Yu Xian summon it? She couldn't read Yu Xian's skills, so of course she couldn't understand it. Yu Xian tugged on the fur of the dog demon and jumped up, glancing back at Chaotic Lady. I'm sure you have your own way. Then, without looking back, he let Inuyasha demon lead them through the zombie horde. The dog demon charged while eating while charging. The dog demon was invincible against such ordinary zombies. During this time, the artillery fire was constantly attacking the gold mine. The people in the gold mine panicked and fled, but Yu Xian, who was riding the dog demon, was faster than them. Canine Devil dashed out of the mouth of the mine. Dozens of people came from Ning's group, all of them heavily armed. 2 tanks and 3 armored vehicles also drove by. Yu Xian scoffed a bit. Ning's group had such strong military power, but they didn't use it to kill zombies and Fey. After all, the gold mine was the Ning group's arsenal, so when someone invaded the gold mine, the Ning group probably thought it was the work of a local armed force and came over in such a big battle. When Yu Xian and Fang Yu rushed out with their dog devils, they directly stunned those people. Such a huge dog. Oh my god. That can't be one of those monsters. What kind of monster? I have a relative in Haibo City. I heard that a huge sea python has appeared in their place. This sea python is 30 to 40 meters long, amphibious. On land it can easily smash through buildings, through the halls and eat people on sight. Who cares what it is? Fight! Ning Changhai, the old boss of Ning's group, shouted angrily. The bullets immediately shot towards the dog devil in an overwhelming manner. Yu Xian was also furious. Dog devil, shoot those iron bullets for me. The dog demon was furious for a long time. Inuyasha dodged the bullets and jumped onto the roof of the tank. The weight of the Inu devil crushed the tank and tilted it a little. The people inside were scared to death. The dog demon smashed the top cover of the tank with a claw, and the people inside trembled and desperately attacked the dog demon with their weapons in hand, but the bullets hit the dog demon's body as if they were scratching an itch. The opening of the tank's roof was too small for the dog demon's claws to reach in, so it just stuck its tongue in and rolled it, and a large amount of blood mist immediately burst out of the tank's cockpit, and there was no sound. The dog demon jumped to the armored car next to it again and used the same method to roll the people in the armored car to death with its tongue. In doing so, it immediately rendered both the Ning clan's tanks and armored cars powerless. The people in Ning's group were stunned. This monster was impervious to swords and guns. Yu Xian laughed lightly. The dog demon wasn't afraid of this level of artillery. when the top cover of the last armored vehicle was lifted, it was discovered that there was no Ning Changhai inside, only a satellite radio. Ning Changhai wasn't there, but he was giving orders through the satellite radio. Yu Xian saw that these people had already lost the will to fight, therefore, he didn't stay and let them die. The ones who should really be killed weren't these people were all cannon fodder for the Ning clan. The ones who should be killed were the masters of the Ning clan like Sheng Yang. As they watched the dog demon sail away, the people of the Ning clan breathed a sigh of relief, but right after that, a large number of zombies rushed out of the gold mine. The gold mine had already been overrun by zombies, so they had to fight and retreat. On his way back, Yu Xian thought about their discussion. The giant sea python in Hai Bo City should be talking about the emperor of Hai Bo City. Sea Emperor Python. It had later evolved into the Sea Emperor Jiao. It was the world's first resurrected Jiao dragon. The Sea Emperor Jiao was a resurrected Fae, just like the dog demon. However, the dog demon was only an A-class qualification, while the Sea Emperor Jiao was an S-class qualification, or a God-class qualification. 10 years after the end of the world, Sea Emperor Jiao was completely unrivaled. Even the top human professionals don't dare to fight with Sea Emperor Jiao. Hai Bo City isn't too far away from Jiangcheng. If it wasn't for the fact that Jiangcheng had a dog demon to scare off Sea Emperor Jiao at the beginning of the end times, Sea Emperor Jiao might have been able to dominate the city. If Jiangcheng didn't have a dog demon to deter Sea Emperor Jiao might have dominated Jiangcheng and made it his subordinate territory. But the current Sea Emperor Jiao shouldn't be that strong. According to the illustrations produced by the End Times Mythological Research Institute, the initial combat strength of Sea Emperor Jiao was actually similar to the initial combat strength of the dog demon. It was just that Sea Emperor Jiao was resurrected in the body of a deep-sea boa, so its size was already huge, and then it was augmented by the newly resurrected Fae, so its size was even more exaggerated. He decided to take a trip to Hai Bo City and take out the Sea Emperor Jiao's source core. He might be able to gain unexpectedly powerful abilities. The speed at which the dog demon ran was extremely fast. Moreover, since the dog demon exuded the aura of a resurrected Fae, the ordinary zombies did not dare to block the way. Suddenly, Yu Xian felt a glance. Looking sideways, he glanced over. On the roof of a building, he saw a person. Yu Xian's heart immediately sank to the ground. The super-infected body with the serial number of Jiangcheng 17. It had crawled out from the graveyard behind the funeral parlor. Super-infected corpses were something special. They were super spreaders of Fae. They could create a large number of Fae, and they had a relatively high level of intelligence, almost equal to that of humans. In fact, some super-infected bodies were even more cunning than humans. Jiangcheng 17 stood on the roof of the building and looked at him. Behind Jiangcheng 17, a few heads could be vaguely seen, which should be Fae infected by this. Although the Fae were also afraid of the canine demon's breath, they were not as afraid as ordinary zombies. If Jiangcheng 17 remembered the location of his home, Jiangcheng 17 would most likely attack him. Yu Xian patted the dog demon's neck, causing the dog demon to stop. The dog demon also noticed Jiangcheng 17 and continued to make low sounds. The two sides began to face each other. A ghostly green light emanated from Jiangcheng 17's pupils. The eyes staring at him were slightly oozing. Fang Yu got scared. Yu Xian, this zombie seems to be different. I feel like it has the ability to think in a way that other zombies don't. This is too scary. Zombies were scary enough. A zombie that could think, wouldn't that be a disadvantage? Yu Xian nodded. Fang Yu was worthy of being a schoolmaster. The ability to summarize and analyze problems was indeed more impressive. Super-infected bodies had the ability to think, and this Jiangcheng 17's ability to think was still not easy. Yu Xian suddenly took out his gun and fired a burst of shots at the roof of the building. Jiangcheng 17 immediately dodged. Go. Eat him. Yu Xian ordered Inuyasha. The fighting strength of the dog demon was definitely above Jiangcheng 17. Just not in terms of intelligence, which could be considered the limit of the rules of the end times for all kinds of species. Most of the most gifted restoration Fae had animal-like intelligence. The super-infected, on the other hand, had intelligence, but were inferior to the recovery Fae in combat power, and might even be similar to ordinary Fae. However, they were highly intelligent and could create new Fae, so they were able to organize and plan hunts and attacks on human survivors. The dog demon chased them until they trampled the walls and chased them up to the roof of the building, while Jiangqing 17 had already left, leaving only a few Fae to attack the dog demon painlessly, and the dog demon ate those Fae in a few bites. Yu Xian told Canine Demon to hurry back. He wanted to go home while Jiangqing 17 couldn't see him. Yu Xian rode Inu Devil and had Inu Devil make several large circles around the city at full speed to make sure that Jiangqing 17 was not following him. Before crawling back to his house with peace of mind, Meng Qi and the young woman next door were sleeping back to back, and when they heard a commotion, they opened their eyes to see that Yu Xian had actually brought back another girl. And Meng Qi immediately recognized the girl, Fang Yu. Meng Qi. Fang Yu was also surprised. Yu Xian immediately covered the window with newspaper. The seeds of the golden flower were being brought back, and he might not be able to go out for a while. The city would be in chaos. At that time, the survivors had more or less the ability to survive in the post-apocalyptic world, and their supplies would be extremely scarce. The instinct to survive forced them to leave their homes in search of survival supplies. The first step was to go to a small neighborhood store. Step 2. If the small store is out of supplies or occupied by others, go to a small store a little farther away or to a large supermarket. Step 3. If it's too dangerous to go further, or if the small stores further away are also out of supplies, and the large supermarkets are either occupied by people like Yamashiro, or have a large number of zombies roaming around, so they target their neighbors' houses, and if they don't give, they loot them by force. In the process of looting, they would either kill someone or they would see that it was a big beautiful woman and they would have a beastly attack on the female neighbor, so it would be very chaotic for a month or two. And in his previous life, he chose to join the Mountain Stream Organization as a horseman, even though most of the supplies he took after joining the Mountain Stream Organization had to be given to Zhang Zuda. At least he could eat himself. In this life, he certainly wouldn't do those ruthless things again. Instead of tying Fang Yu up, Yu Xian told Fang Yu to find a place to rest. Meng Qi and the young woman next to her felt a little uncomfortable. Meng Qi immediately said, "Why doesn't she have to be tied up? And we have to be tied up? You're making a distinction." "Yes, I treat people differently. If you're not convinced, you can leave right now. I didn't ask you to come, it was you who followed me." Yu Xian showed no mercy. Meng Qi had already seen Yu Xian's iron heart. She has no doubt that when Yu Xian says he will let her go, he really will. "You're ruthless." Meng Qi huffed and puffed without saying anything. Fang Yu was flattered and sat down on the bed. She hadn't expected that Yu Xian's room already had two big beauties in it, and this bed was messy. It felt like it had been rolled. Fang Yu looked at Yu Xian carefully. She did not say anything either. After all, she had seen even more horrible scenes at Cheng Yang's place. Yu Xian looked at Fang Yu, not that he was uncomfortable with Fang Yu. It was also obvious what Yu Xian meant when he put the tang blade across his legs. Fang Yu pretended not to understand even when she saw it. Yu Xian began to retrace Cheng Yang's memories. The first 1 minute of memory he had already retraced in the gold mine. There is no significance, directly deleted. The second memory was of Zheng Yang frolicking with a group of undressed girls at the hot spring pool deep in the gold mine. Each of these girls had an outstanding appearance, a good picture of living color. Zheng Yang really thought he was a prince. At that time, Yu Xian could feel all of Zheng Yang's touch. The top of the bottom of the Hu. Yu Xian kept taking deep breaths. Who the hell can top this? The three girls saw Yu Xian's physiological changes, and they all immediately blushed. Several consecutive such memory fragments, Yu Xian basically fast-forwarded through them, giving him the feeling of watching a small movie without fast-forwarding. These are ruthless people. Suddenly, in the fifth memory segment, Fang Yu appeared. The Fang Yu in his memories seemed a little different from the Fang Yu he had seen. I see, it seems that after Fang Yu graduated, she had a job similar to that of a secretary or assistant. Xingyang leaned back in his chair, his eyes recklessly sizing up Fang Yu. I asked my father to give me some money to live on. Why did he let you come here? Are you tired of being played by my father? Yu Xian was surprised. Fang Yu was actually Ning Changhai's secretary. This was a bit beyond his expectations. Fang Yu hadn't told him about this. Yu Xian looked at Fang Yu sitting on the bed. Fang Yu was confused and Yu Xian stared at each other. Yu Xian directly put the tang knife in his hand in front of himself and then continued to retrace Xingyang's memories. In his memory, Xingyang asked Fang Yu why his father, Ning Changhai, would send his secretary to his side. Fang Yu lightly replied, Chairman Ning said, you are now the head of the 36 Monster Department of the Ning Group. So you can't act as casually as before. The 36 monsters will act as a hidden sharp blade of the Ning Group in the future, helping the Ning Group to use unnatural means to wipe out all its enemies and rivals. So Chairman Ning has sent me to assist you. I say I'm here to help you, but you're really here to keep an eye on me, right? You're afraid that I'll use the 36 monsters to dictate to them in order to achieve my own goals, right? Fang Yu said nothing, obviously agreeing with Xingyang's statement. Xingyang continued to question Fang Yu, you're just a college student who hasn't graduated yet, and you were recruited by my father, so how many monsters are you again? Fang Yu remained silent for a long time. I am the 13th monster, the money monster, which means I can use the professional economic and financial knowledge I have learned to help Ning's group make more correct investment strategies and earn more money. I see, then how is your mouth kung fu, show me. Xingyang said flippantly, what did you say? Fang Yu got angry, you better do as I say. I am now the head of your 36 monsters. If you don't get my satisfaction, I have 10,000 ways to get you out of the Ning Group. Don't ever doubt me. After all, I am the crown prince of the Ning Group. Fang Yu's fists clenched tightly, then he walked over to Xingyang, slowly crouching down. Once again, he locked eyes with Fang Yu on the bed. Fang Yu had a terrible feeling in her heart. After all, the secret that she was the 36th monster of the Ning Group was only known by a very small number of people in the entire Ning Group, and before Xingyang died, he used his own death to make her come to Yu Xian's side as an undercover agent. Yu Xian could never find out. Yu Xian, what's wrong with you? Your eyes are so scary. Fang Yu said quietly. Yu Xian looked at Fang Yu for a while and suddenly asked with a smile, Fang Yu, I remember you worked very hard in school, right? But you always failed your exams. What was the reason for that? It seems like you were only good at finance subjects, and you weren't very good at other public classes, or rather, you lacked interest, right? Fang Yu didn't understand why Yu Xian suddenly asked her this question. So he nodded, yes, I really can't understand subjects other than finance, but at that time, thanks to you helping me with my studies, my grades improved, but I still can't pass you is all. Fang Yu's face blushed a little. She looked delicate, wearing a raincoat, with an incomparably plump figure, wearing glasses, and with a small red face. There shouldn't be many men who could bear the temptation of such a beautiful woman, right? But at this moment, Yu Xian's eyes were calm and incomparable. That's why he especially hates traitors. Even if the other party is a super beauty, as long as it's a traitor, his disgust will be much higher than other desires. Yu Xian the next moment, a naive smile, it's okay, anyway, I have nothing else to do in school except study. To help a great beauty like you improve her academic performance is my honor. Seeing Yu Xian smile as harmless as before, Fang Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that she has not been exposed, but also, it is impossible for her to be exposed. With Yu Xian's ivory tower thinking, he would never have thought that there would be such a thing as a student joining the special division of Ning's group before graduating, right? Fang Yu suddenly felt so tired. Even though this place was nowhere near as good as the house Ning's group had given her, it made her feel very comfortable, perhaps because she hadn't lived the life of an ordinary person for years. It was just right to live a leisurely life here for a few days, and without any surprises, the department would soon come to pick her up based on the tracker on her body. Suddenly, the cold blade of a knife crossed Fang Yu's neck. Fang Yu looked at the cold-faced Yu Xian in surprise. Yu Xian, what are you doing here? Fang Yu looked very innocent. Yu Xian's expression was slightly horrible. I still underestimated Jing Yang. I should have thought that Jing Yang, that guy, is not such a simple guy. He actually acted with you before he died, just to have you, the eyes of the Ning group, stay by my side, and then let the Ning group avenge him. What are you talking about? Fang Yu's eyes opened wide. Incredibly, she looked at Yu Xian. These thoughts had just flashed through her mind. How could Yu Xian speak them outright? Could it be that Yu Xian could read minds? Unlikely. The ability to read minds, in the 36 monsters, if someone had such an ability, it was an extremely rare talent. It was impossible for Yu Xian to be able to read minds. Fang Yu, don't pretend with me. You are the 13th monster, money monster. I really didn't expect Ning's group's famous 36 monsters. You are actually one of them, not just the famous. What famous? How come I have never heard of this so-called 36 monsters? Yu Xian laughed lightly. Before the end of the world, Ning's group had already started to gather capable people from all sides. The reason why he was ranked 9th was because Tahiro's IQ was relatively low and he couldn't stand on his own. He could only follow others and listen to their instructions to accomplish the corresponding tasks, which lowered his ranking among the 36 monsters. In other words, De Guan wasn't even the strongest among the 36 monsters. The 36 monsters were a department at the Ning group had spent a lot of money on and assembled, so after the end of the world a number of powerful professionals and exalted ones had left. With the emergence of these professionals and psychics, the status of the 36 monsters had risen to new heights, and the Ning group that had mastered the 36 monsters had become the true emperor of the Ning group. At one point, it had become the largest private organization in Jiangcheng. Even the officials had to look at the eyes of the Ning group, so in the later stages, Zheng Yang relied on the background of the Ning group to enter the official post-apocalyptic Material Management Bureau. The 6th Supply Bureau that Zheng Yang was in was a department that directly interfaced with post-apocalyptic mercenaries and some organizations. Often, they assigned some difficult tasks, sacrificing a large number of people, but the pay was quite low, attracting the dissatisfaction of many people. But no matter how they reported it, they couldn't shake Zheng Yang's position. This was because behind Zheng Yang was the Ning clan, and it was the Ning clan that really worked for the tiger. Of course, the 36 monsters really became famous after the arrival of the end times. So in Fang Yu's opinion, it was impossible for him, a student in an ivory tower, to know about the existence of the 36 monsters. Fang Yu, there is no need to pretend to be innocent in front of me. I already know what I should know. The reason I am keeping you here now is because you are a bait. As long as you are here, the 36 monsters will come over to die. Today's Yu Xian made her feel strange. Fang Yu wanted to argue some more, but Yu Xian did not give her a chance, directly put his pants, stuffed into Fang Yu's mouth, and then tied up the defense with a rope. Woof, a dog barked from the doorway. Of course, this dog was a dog demon. The dog demon could freely manipulate his own energy, to control the size of their body type. When he wasn't fighting, the dog demon could turn into the original appearance of Old Yellow, and if you didn't stare into Old Yellow's eyes, you basically couldn't see what was going on. He couldn't keep Inuyasha in the cabin all the time, because Inuyasha had to keep eating to make himself stronger, so Yu Xian let the dog demon go out on his own to eat his fill before he came back, and when he came back, the dog demon took on the appearance of Old Yellow and lay down at the entrance of his house to help him as a watchdog. Now, the dog demon suddenly barked, which meant that there was some kind of movement that caused the dog demon to be alarmed. Yu Xian lifted the newspaper slightly, did not see anyone outside. The dog barked a few times, then stopped barking and continued to lie on the ground. Yu Xian didn't pay too much attention either. He was a bit groggy and very sleepy at the moment. Yu Xian looked at the 3 girls and then at Inuyasha in front of the door. He instructed Inuyasha to help him wake up immediately with a scream if someone or a zombie came to attack him. Inuyasha understood and nodded his head. Yu Xian was then relieved to lie down on the bed and fall asleep. After an unknown amount of time, Yu Xian was awakened by the cool moonlight shining through the edge of the newspaper. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw that his door was open. A cool breeze was blowing in from outside. Yuxuan sat up violently and looked over at the chair there. The 3 girls were long gone, and the ropes they were carrying were scattered all over the chair. They untied the rope and opened the door to get out. Yu Xian unconsciously thought so. He immediately jumped out of bed with his tang knife and came to the door. Seeing the doorway, there is a ball of dog hair. In the dog hair around the black blood stains have been spread to the end of the corridor, as if it left traces. Suddenly, Yu Xian's pupils shrank. The man wearing a birthday suit slowly stepped out of the darkness, dragging the half-dead old Huang in his hands. Yu Xian was shocked. How was this possible? How could General City 17 be a match for K9 Demon? Dog Demon was the most powerful resurrected Fae in Jiangqing, and even if he met Jiangqing 17, he would not lose. You're the one who killed my son. Suddenly, a harsh questioning voice came from the other side. The voice was extremely angry. Yu Xian turned around, and at the end of the corridor on the other side, a middle-aged man wearing a suit and looking somewhat elegant walked out with a fierce expression on his face. Yu Xian saw that there were several people standing on the rooftops of the other buildings, men and women, young and old, but they all looked quite extraordinary. 36 monsters. The Ning clan's 36 monsters actually targeting him along with Jiangqing 17. Yu Xian was surprised. You are Ning Changhai. You've teamed up with Jiangqing 17. He suddenly felt that this was so magical. Ning Changhai sneered, our Ning group's legacy is not something you can imagine. Yu Xian immediately wanted to draw his sword, but behind him, a white and fresh hand suddenly appeared and pushed his sword back into its sheath. A hand stroked his back, and the moist hot air blew into his ear, making him itch a bit. Little brother, we meet again so soon. A wave of desire surged from Yu Xian's heart. Yu Xian turned around with difficulty and saw the stunning appearance of the chaotic lady. Chaotic lady. Yu Xian gritted her teeth. How could someone like you work with scum like Ning's group? The chaotic woman smiled softly. Little brother, why are you so angry? I'm a weak woman. If I want to fight for a place in this post-apocalyptic world, if not with the help of local powerhouses like Ning's group, just by my own strength, how am I going to do it? I really misjudged you. Yu Xian, you're so stupid. At this time, Fang Yu also appeared in front of him, clinging to Xingyang's arms. She had the same mocking face. Xingyang, you're still as naive as before, thinking that just because you're a reborn person, you know everything. Yu Xian became furious. He looked at everyone, and they all had mocking smiles on their faces. Yu Xian felt like a fool. I'll kill you all. Yu Xian let out a scream of rage. He jumped straight up from the bed, then his tang sword was immediately sheathed and swung in front of him. Suddenly, everyone disappeared, and he was still on the bed. With his roar, he woke up the 3 girls and the dog demon at the door instead. The 3 girls were horrified. They didn't know how they had insulted Yu Xian again and why Yu Xian wanted to kill them. Yu Xian put down his tang blade and slowed down for a while. He had actually just been dreaming. This meant that he had just fallen into a deep sleep, but this dream was also a wake-up call for him. Even though he was a reborn person, there were still too many things he didn't know. There must be no hint of carelessness. Xingyang stood up and drank half a crate of pure water in one gulp, then went back to the window and opened it to shout. Yu Xian suddenly saw a person standing on the street. Yu Xian frowned slightly. This time it wasn't a dream. Jiangqing 17 had actually come to the door. However, maybe Jiangqing 17 was more afraid of the dog demon, so he didn't dare to get too close. And Yu Xian didn't want to pay attention to Jiangqing 17 for the time being. Killing this kind of super-infected body was very troublesome, and it would also attract the attention of other people. What he needed now was to keep a low profile. Yu Xian looked down at his own little brother, then walked over to Fang Yu and pulled off the pants that Fang Yu was holding in his mouth. Fang Yu immediately understood what Yu Xian was talking about. Although she was humiliated, she knew that if she wanted to live, she had to do what Yu Xian wanted. Fang Yu was about to open her mouth when she was suddenly pinched by Yu Xian. Fang Yu was about to vomit when she was pulled out. In the end, Yu Xian pulled out one of Fang Yu's teeth. It was pulled out raw. Fang Yu's mouth was filled with blood. An angry face looked at Yu Xian. Why do you want to do this to me? Why did you do this to me? Yu Xian smiled very kindly. From the time you hide your identity on my side, you should have this realization: I will make you worse than death. Looking at Yu Xian's smile, Fang Yu couldn't help but feel a numbness in her scalp. She regretted it, she had underestimated Yu Xian's ruthlessness. Yu Xian pinched his nose and sized up Fang Yu's tooth, then he took it between his fingers and pinched hard, breaking the tooth, and there was actually a chip embedded in the tooth. How on earth did you know all these secrets? Fang Yu really wanted to know. This Yu Xian was like he had installed cameras around her, he even knew about her teeth hiding a chip. What does this chip do? Yu Xian asked. Yu Xian pinched Fang Yu's mouth. It was true that he only knew about the chip, it was because he had just fast-forwarded through another part of Zheng Yang's memories in an effort to take a piss. In the memory, Zheng Yang and Fang Yu had a tongue roll, and then Zheng Yang said, "You are really valued by my father." The chip he valued so much, he did not even give it to me, but he hid a chip in your teeth. This memory was 10 minutes long, most of the time it was a tongue roll, and only in the most critical parts of the conversation was this vital information hidden. Fortunately, he had never missed a memory when he recalled his memories, otherwise he would have really missed this crucial thing. According to what Zheng Yang said, Ning Changhai valued this chip so much that even Zheng Yang didn't have one, but gave one to Fang Yu, so maybe this chip was the key to touching the deep secrets of the Ning group. Are you saying no? Yu Xian asked. Although Fang Yu's mouth was almost closed, her eyes remained fixed and she did not utter a word. I now know why Ning Changhai would rather give the chip to you than to his flamboyant son. You have a hard mouth. Fang Yu thought that Yu Xian had given up, but when Fang Yu opened the door, a zombie happened to pass by. Half of this zombie's face is gone, and the other half of his face is full of maggots. The maggots have also turned greenish-black, but also this mutated species, once bitten by the maggots, the chances of infection are not low. The zombie rushed over, and Yu Xian directly used the handle of his knife on the zombie. Fang Yu was so scared that her face turned pale. She thought that Yu Xian was going to let the zombie in and eat her. Then she immediately said, "If you let the zombie eat me, you won't know anything." The corner of Yu Xian's mouth lifted a strange arc. Your little cherry mouth, the capacity is still quite large, so I will find you something fun to stuff your mouth with, so that you won't be so bored. What are you going to do? Fang Yu suddenly had an ominous feeling. Yu Xian spun his blade violently and sliced off the zombie's head with a single slash, causing the zombie to fall to the ground instantly. Then Yu Xian dragged the zombie inside, his fingers against the zombie's body, and softly recited in his mouth, "Life is like a white horse, may the deceased rest in peace." White silk threads began to quickly shuttle through the zombie's body surface, the zombie's ulcerated skin and muscles. Successfully enshrined a level 1 ordinary zombie. Loading part of the current zombie's memories, experience, skills and traits for you. Yu Xian directly skimmed over it. Passing through this kind of ordinary zombie basically won't be too rewarding. The last time he passed through these hundreds of zombies, he only gained the ability to collect and release a thunderbolt. To be honest, it looks quite bluff. If it is a person who knows nothing, all of a sudden has such an ability, it is estimated that he will be happy to jump through the ceiling. But Yu Xian was someone who had seen the world. He had seen real thunder adepts, even thunder professionals, who didn't need to directly transform a powerful thunder power by absorbing external thunderbolts. In the late post-apocalyptic period, electrical energy would become a type of energy that only very high-status survivors could use. In the slums and disaster areas, there was no access to electrical energy at all, so this skill was basically useless. He couldn't wait for a rainy day and lightning to strike him, could he? So he didn't expect anything from this ordinary zombie. Yu Xian's mind moved and the headless zombie stood up. He scared the three girls again. How could a zombie live without a head? Go get me a big rat, alive or dead, the bigger the better. Anyway, Fang Yu has a big mouth. But these words scared Fang Yu. Yu Xuan wanted to stuff the rat into her mouth. Yu Xian. Are you still human? Yu Xian nodded friendly. Of course he is human, can't you see? The zombie is like that. I'm a living person. The zombie listened to Yu Xian's command and staggered out. Fang Yu's scalp was so numb that he immediately said, "Well, I said. This chip contains the entire information profile of the 36 monsters, just information. How can it be kept so secret? It's not just any information, it contains their specialties and weaknesses." Fong Yu corrected, so what? After all, they can only be considered as strange people, even if they have specialties and weaknesses, aren't they still mortal? Yu Xian didn't think it was that metaphysical, maybe they had all awakened good professions or abilities after the end times, but that was only the data after the end times that mattered more. Fong Yu looked deeply at Yu Xian. You have no idea what the 36 strange divisions of the Ning group mean. Fong Yu said it again. Each of them possesses different abilities. Some can lift 500 pounds of stone with one hand, some can manipulate a python, some are good at deception, and some have top-notch knife skills. Their abilities are almost all top-notch. Apart from mega corporations like Ning Group, it's hard for ordinary civilian groups to afford to hire them. Each of them is not a good fighter and is not that good to fight against. Do you know them well? Yu Xian asked. Fong Yu shook his head. Among them, I only know Dugguan better, but I don't know much. The others I've barely met. Their origins are mysterious, and I only have their intelligence in my teeth. In fact, this intelligence hasn't even been read by me personally, and you don't want to pry any more out of me, because I don't know either. There's no rush, let's wait for my battle pet to catch the rats. Yu Xian didn't believe Fong Yu. Fong Yu gritted his teeth. I really have told you everything I know, and you still don't believe me. It doesn't matter, I think there will always be something more to squeeze out. After a while, the zombie came back and stood in front of the door. The large black rat was a corpse, but it looked like it had been infected and mutated as well, otherwise the rat couldn't have grown so large. Yu Xian was about to pick it up, but he pulled his hand back in disgust and instead ordered the zombie to carry the big black rat corpse inside. When he approached Fong Yu, he scared her so much that she desperately closed her mouth. But how could Fong Yu argue with Yu Xian? Yu Xian directly dislocated Fong Yu's mouth, and then let the zombies stuff the body of the big black rat inside. The big black rat's body was tattered, as if it had been gnawed by something, as if it had someone's teeth marks on it. Green eyes, sharp rodent teeth, a fishy smell, and maggots were crawling out of the big black rat's mouth. At that moment, the last line of defense in Fong Yu's heart completely collapsed. I told you so. Fong Yu cried and continued to say, among the 36 monsters, the knife monster and the sniffing monster, both of them are chasing me and want to get me, so I also met them, and they also told me the data. The knife monster and the sniffing monster are a bit interesting. Tell me about it. Yu Xian continued to listen with a smile on his face. Although the other side of the coffin can also get part of the memory, but only part of it, the specific cannot get. He wants intelligence can only depend on luck. In general, in accordance with the normal process, killing the coffin is definitely the last step. Knife Monster is a secular disciple of a hidden sect. This sect seems to be called Heavenly Sword. According to his description, is a sect that aims to eliminate demons and cultivate immortality. He used 2 knives, but made it look like he only had 1 knife, and the other, a smaller one, was hidden in a scabbard. The blade of the knife was coated with poison, and even if an ordinary person were to graze his skin a little, within a few days his skin would rapidly fester all over his body, and he would die in agonizing pain. Once cut, the death would be even quicker. As for the sniffing monster, although it was not good at fighting, its sense of smell was very sensitive. Its sense of smell was 3 to 5 times that of an ordinary dog, and it could achieve long-distance tracking. When Fong Yu mentioned the sniffing monster, he started to stutter. Yu Xian sneered, so that's why you dared to come here with me. You were sure that the sniffer monster could find you through your scent. That's why you were so reckless, right? Fong Yu's expression crumbled. Yu Xian was too scary. She had already revealed her last cards. Let the zombie with the big black rat corpse leave his room immediately, but don't leave such a disgusting thing in his place. It was now midnight. The city is dark, but the zombies seem to be getting more and more active. They are constantly making post-dike noises and wandering around. Although most of the loss are not afraid of sunlight, but the loss of such a dark species instinctively possesses some light avoidance preferences. So every night is more active than the day. Suddenly, there was a knock at his door. Yu Xian frowned slightly. Things like knocking on the door, this was all very ominous after the end times. Normally, zombies wouldn't knock on the door, or rather, zombies in general wouldn't knock on the door. A zombie knocking on the door would not necessarily have a low IQ, much like a super-infected body, of course. The chances of a super-infected corpse knocking on the door were still much lower. Humans are a bit more likely. That didn't mean that a human knocking on the door was a good thing. Yu Xian stared at the three girls with terrifying eyes. The three girls understood that if they dared to make a sound, Yu Xian would kill them instantly. The house was quiet, but the other party was still knocking on the door. The movement of knocking on the door was not loud, but it could be heard that the other party was a bit anxious. He even leaned over the glass to look inside. Now it was certain that it was someone. Through the newspaper, Yu Xian could not see who the other person was. The other person couldn't see him either, but the fact that Inuyasha didn't scream should mean that the other party was no terrifying enemy. Earlier, Inuyasha had been at his door. Later, Yu Xian had the feeling that if Inuyasha was lying on the doorway, this target would be too obvious, so he let Inuyasha go to a more distant place to lie down. Anyway, with Inuyasha's athletic ability, he could immediately retreat if there was any danger. Knock knock, the other party is still knocking on the door. More than angry, Yu Xian is more cautious. If an ordinary person didn't answer for such a long time, they would inevitably think that no one was home. This meant that his whereabouts had been revealed. Yu Xian lifted the newspaper a bit and looked at what was actually a single mother on the second floor of their building. She had a pretty face and an excellent temperament. In her arms, she was holding a child who was about to starve to death. She looked around nervously. He knocked on the door of his house in a low voice. He had seen this single mother before, probably before. Lived in a rich neighborhood with a husband who was a particularly capable entrepreneur. He had a good career, but his career was discovered by the Ning Group. The Ning Group was willing to use their usual method of buying her husband's company at a low price, but it was rejected. Completely enraged, Ning Group finally used very brutal means to force her husband's company to close down, owed a huge amount of debt, and finally committed suicide by jumping off a tall building. The only person he left behind was his pregnant wife, who later moved to the Liangang neighborhood because she couldn't make a living, and many residents talked behind her back about how her temperament didn't fit in with the place. Of course, Yu Xian didn't have much of a relationship with this single mother, and didn't even talk to her, and the other party probably didn't even know who she was, and yet, today, she took the initiative to knock on the door. Yu Xian frowned slightly, but he couldn't open the door. The deep voice of a zombie came from the hallway. The single mother unconsciously accelerated the sound of knocking on the door, her mouth praying, "Please open the door, I know you're there, I saw you during the day, please open the door." The single mother cried out, but Yu Xian made no response. The zombies quickly rushed to the single mother suddenly in the distance in an unknown direction to cry out. "He did not open the door, I cannot help, please help me, I tried my best." But no one came to the single mother's aid. A few zombies rushed over, savagely gnawing at the single mother and her child. Yu Xian could even hear the sound of the zombies gnawing on their bones. Meanwhile, Yu Xian stared in the direction where the single mother was screaming. The single mother didn't want to risk her own life with a child and climb from the second floor to the third floor, because there were definitely walkers between the floors, and she couldn't get up there unless someone helped her clear the stairwell of walkers. Taking a step back, even if she really was starving to death, she wouldn't have brought her own freshly minted one out as well. A baby's emotions were uncontrollable, and a random cry would attract all the walkers. There was no way she didn't understand that, so she had brought the baby here on purpose to play a bitter role for him, or maybe someone had asked her to play a bitter role for herself to get herself to open the door. What would opening the door mean? Would something rush in? Or would someone shoot her in the head from across the room? Both were possible. Yu Xian had to be alert, and he hadn't developed this vigilance overnight, rather, it had been honed over 10 years. Even though his sensitivity was telling him to open the door right now, his instincts were telling him not to open the door. The end times had just arrived. There would be a lot of crazy people. There were even those who felt that killing unconscious zombies would not give them pleasure. Then they would deliberately go after ordinary survivors, treating the city as a hunting ground, treating ordinary survivors as prey. Hunting and killing at will, playing with the world. He had already heard a few gunshots here and there in the past few days, ringing out in the silent city. At the same time, on the roof of a certain building in the Union Heights district, 3 men are watching the scene through binoculars. Contrary to our expectations, the boy did not open the door. Is he not at home? One of them puts his gun on the railing and raises his sniper. But the scent of the money monster is here. Did they go out again? Or did they leave money monster at home and he went out again? Otherwise, there's no way to explain why the boy didn't open the door. He just came out of the ivory tower and doesn't know the evils of this society. How could he be so heartless as not to open the door in the face of such a first-class beauty who brought a child to the door in the middle of the night to ask for help? For this judgment, the other two were more agreeable, although the intelligence said that this college student might have awakened some kind of profession or supernatural ability that could manipulate a big dog that was invulnerable to swords and guns, but the heart nature was there, not enough to be feared. Yu Xian stared out through a small crack. The single mother and her 1-month-old baby at the door were already half chewed up. Within a few minutes, the single mother had also turned into a zombie, staggering to join the ranks of the zombies. The moonlight was especially clear tonight, but when Yu Xian looked into the distance, he actually sensed a killing opportunity. So he turned his head and asked Fang Yu, according to the efficiency of your 36 monster sector, how about the time and speed of the rescue? Fang Yu hesitated for a moment. It is usually 3 hours, special circumstances may delay it slightly, but it will not exceed 8 hours. Yu Xian looked at the time. From his trip to the gold mine until now, it was exactly 8 hours. Although he superficially despised the 36 monsters, he actually knew a little bit about the power of the 36 monsters. The barbarian King Dogwang was one of the most famous 36 monsters. There were also several other 36 monsters that were very active at that time. For example, there was a head-bursting monster that claimed to be able to perform accurate headbursts within 1,000 meters and was a top-notch sniper. His origin was the same as Haotian's, and he was a mercenary who had returned from the overseas battlefields. This head-bursting monster was even more terrifying than Haotian and had killed many people on the overseas battlefield. Anyone who was targeted by its sniper rifle could hardly escape being shot to death. Later, Bakudo Monster joined the Awakening Lions Club and became the first sniper of the Awakening Lions Club. 1,000 meters. Yu Xian measured 1,000 meters with his eyes. 1,000 meters can go a long way. It is definitely not just the buildings in front of us. The density of the silos in Liaonan village was very high, and the distance between the buildings was less than 20 meters, which meant that within 1,000 meters, there were at least 50 buildings whose roofs he had to pay attention to. Yu Xian stared. He immediately felt a sense of crisis. But Yu Xian was no easy target. Fang Yu was still wearing a bathing suit, so her pale skin looked even paler under the cool moonlight, but Fang Yu would be scared to death right now. Since the single mother had just attracted a lot of zombies, the third-floor corridor was densely packed with zombies at the moment. Yu Xian placed Fang Yu in front of him as he bent down to hide behind her. At the same time, the zombies on both sides of the corridor rushed over. Yu Xian waved the tang blade in his hand. These were ordinary zombies, not much of a threat to the current him. Yu Xian swung his sword and prayed in a low voice. Fang Yu's scalp simply went numb. What a contradictory existence this guy had. Killing zombies and praying for them at the same time. Half of him was a devil, and the other half was a Buddha. As a result, there was no sound at all, only fearful tears flowing wildly. A few hundred meters away on the roof of the building, those 3 people were surprised that he was inside. And why was he blocking Fang Yu in front of him? A man with a nose that was clearly a bit bigger than the others shouted in shock. Did he know that we were sniping at him? Are we exposed? With an icy expression and cold eyes, the young man who was lying on the railing in front of the sniper said indifferently, if we were to be exposed, it would be you two who would be exposed. There is no way I would be exposed, or it would be Fang Yu who had leaked our information. As soon as he finished speaking, the man with the big nose immediately denied it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Fang Yu's mouth was very tight. Next to him, a man holding a large sword like a thunderbolt lifted the man with the big nose and said viciously, Fang Yu's mouth is very tight. How do you know that? Have you tried it? The man with the big nose felt confused and struggled hard to break free from the other's hand. Knife monster, don't be crazy, I'm talking about Fang Yu's tight mouth. How could I have tried? I'd rather try. When I see Fong Yu go into the chairman's office over and over again, and then come out and go to the bathroom to rinse her mouth out, my heart really breaks. I'm going to take Fong Yu far away and never let that old man defile Fong Yu again. Click, the sound of a gun being loaded, the young man pointed the blackened muzzle of the pistol at the knife monster. The expression on his face was very fierce. You want to defect from the department? The knife monster's grip on the tang blade tightened slightly. The smile on its face also became more and more hideous. Explosive head monster, I admit that you are invincible when it comes to shooting, but at such a short distance, are you sure that your bullets will be faster than my knife? The two of them were at swords drawn, and the atmosphere became more and more frozen. At this time, Sniffing Monster immediately said, "Let's not fight amongst ourselves. Right now, solving that kid and saving Lower Yu is the most important thing." Sniffing Monster stared at Yu Xian, who was killing zombies in the hallway. Intelligence is inaccurate. This kid can not only manipulate a big dog, he is even strong in melee combat. With this knife skill, it's no less than you, right, Knife Monster? Knife Monster looks at Yu Xian with binoculars. Oh, his knife is not bad, it's a pity to put it in his hands. Later, that knife belongs to me. Even after seeing such a great kill from Yu Xian, the Knife Monster still thinks he's stronger. Neither the Sniffing Monster or the Exploding Head Monster retorted. What does he want to do? Kill so many zombies? Who cares? After he's depleted and has no stamina, he'll be left to us to deal with him. The three of them weren't in a hurry. At first glance, he is a rash. Maybe the post-apocalyptic energy has awakened him to something. But people like that tend to get lost in sudden power and then lose their minds. Life is like a white horse passing by. May the deceased rest in peace. Successfully enshrined in a first-class zombie. Loading some of the memories, experience, skills, and traits of the current zombie for Yu Xian looked at it, and he had already enshrined 47 zombies. There were still 3 opportunities left to enshrine. He was going to stay and use it when it mattered. Yu Xian smoothly put the in-coffin zombies and put them in a hidden corpse space. Then he hid in the dead corner at the corner of the building. Could it be that he was overthinking it? In fact, the people from the 36 monsters didn't come over to save Fong Yu. This was possible. After all, the end times were coming now. Even the 36 monsters didn't dare to say that they were invincible in the post-apocalyptic world, so knowing that their fellow colleagues were in danger, they might not risk coming out to rescue them. However, thinking back to the single mother, Yu Xian always felt that his previous guess was the correct one. Yu Xian glanced at Inuyasha, who was standing in the courtyard downstairs, and with a thought, he conveyed his orders to Inuyasha. He asked Inuyasha Demon to help him find the people who were hiding in this neighborhood to ambush him. Humans and zombies had different scents. Even he could smell it at this moment. There were at least 24 survivors still alive in his building, with women making up the majority of them. He possessed 100% of the sense of smell of a canine demon, and could reasonably cover 3 kilometers with his sense of smell, but with the stench within 3 kilometers, and with all kinds of smells, it was hard for him to tell if someone was ambushing him. Moreover, as a human, he was having a really hard time adapting to the onslaught of flavors brought to him by the canine devil's sense of smell. All kinds of disgusting flavors desperately drilled into his nostrils, making him want to vomit. So this task, it was better to leave it to Inuyasha. After 2 minutes, a loud and clear bark sounded in the silent night. Yu Xian abruptly opened his eyes for a moment, found it. At the same time, the exploding head monster, who was lying on the railing, slightly lowered its head, looking towards the yellow dog that was shouting towards them on the ground. This beast will attract the zombies. Sniffing Monster immediately said, "Growl Monster, don't you have a silencer on your gun? Let's take out this dog first." Roaring Monster stared and said coldly, "My gun, I won't shoot until I've fired at the target. I'm a professional sniper, I won't make this kind of low-level mistake." The Knife Monster is really angry. As a lay disciple of the sect, he was obsessed with cold weapons, and he really couldn't get along with this kind of guy who used hot weapons. The canine devil was still disguised as Old Yellow at the moment, tipping off Yu Xian. And Yu Xian has already arrived at the downstairs where the other party is. A distance of several hundred meters. For today's Yu Xian, it was only a minute or two. Yu Xian knocked Fang Yu unconscious and put her into an empty room with no one there, then following the heating ducts, he wordlessly climbed upwards. He had just sniffed out that there were 3 people on the roof of this building. All 3 were facing the direction of his place. Approaching them from behind could kill them by surprise. When he climbed to the 5th floor, Yu Xian suddenly realized that there was a zombie standing by the window. This zombie was less than a meter away from him. There was no glass, no window screen. The zombie instinctively lunged towards him. Yu Xian killed the zombie with a slash. Yu Xian gritted his teeth and accelerated his climbing speed. Just as he reached the roof of the building, he saw a silver light fall. Yu Xian's feet stomped hard and his body shot up 7 or 8 meters. Such a leaping power stunned the knife monster. He had just thought that he was bound to get it, because with the fall of his knife, the other party had only 2 ways to choose from. One was to be hacked to death by him, the other was to jump directly from the roof of the building, and even if he didn't fall to his death, he would still be half mutilated, but he hadn't expected that this guy would actually jump several meters high. The moment Yu Xian landed, he saw a kid pointing a gun at him and pulling the trigger. Yu Xian immediately made a few side rolls to avoid the bullets. He dodged to the back of the attic, which was the dead center of the gunman, the intelligence he had just observed at that moment. The one with the knife should be the knife monster. The cold youth who hit him with a gun and had a large sniper in his other hand was probably the headshot monster. Yu Xian looked at his calf, which was pierced by the bullet. Blood was flowing like a river, but soon his wound healed quickly. This was the 10% healing ability of a level 1 dog demon. Yu Xian's smile became a bit horrible, and he actually sent out 3 monsters. It seemed like the Ning clan really hated him. The knife monster slung his greatsword over his shoulder and looked at the blood puddle on the ground, snorting. "It's quite agile, just like a monkey. It's much stronger than an ordinary person, but unfortunately, the opponents you've met are us." Sniffing monster also said faintly, "You deserve praise. Just now those shots, in other people's hands, the head will be hard, each at least will be hit by a shot to kill, but you were only shot through the legs." Sniffing monster said with a sinister face, "Leg injured, your movements can still be so agile. Kid, where did you take Fang Yu? What did you do with her?" Yu Xian, behind the loft, looked at his calf, which was still healing. The bone had also been pierced, so it would take at least a few more minutes for it to heal completely. "We're both men. What do you think I'll do when I bring a beautiful woman into my home?" "Of course, it's to do what you want." This completely enraged the sniffing monster and the knife monster. "Shit! I'm going to kill you." The knife monster told the roaring monster to take back his gun. "I'm going to kill this kid with 1,000 cuts myself." And I sniff monster was shaking with rage. Fang Yu being played by the chairman and Jing Yang was just fine, who let others have a high status, but even a guy like that, who dared to defile Fang Yu, this was absolutely intolerable. "Knife monster, don't kill him all at once, cut off his flesh bit by bit, make him watch as his flesh is fed to the zombies bit by bit. The sniffing monster is extremely vicious." The knife monster nodded cruelly. "Well, that's not a bad idea." The exploding head monster was too lazy to pay attention to the duo. He looked back down and suddenly realized that the yellow dog was gone. The exploding head monster frowned slightly. On the other side, Yu Xian was also analyzing the situation. The exploding head monster was scouring the battlefield from afar. The sniffing monster was responsible for locating and tracking the target, and the knife monster was pressing for a kill at close range. Long range, close range, and intelligence. This team was complete. Yu Xian now knew the importance of the information of the 36 monsters. In this chip, the information of the 36 monsters could be updated remotely in real time. In other words, if any professions or supernormal abilities were awakened, they would also be remotely updated in the program. When it came to exterminating the 36 monsters, the contents of this chip were indeed more important. Yu Xian listened to the footsteps of the other party, very light footsteps, but each step was very solid. Ordinary people did not walk with this sound. Ordinary people walk with heavy and floating steps. Blade monster. He is approaching. Yu Xian couldn't just show his head, the head-breaking monster must be targeting him, and the sniffer is on the other side, using his voice to interfere with Yushuan. Kid, come out and die if you know what's good for you, no one can survive our three monsters. What did you do to Feng Yu? If you dare to touch a single hair on Feng Yu's head, you will live a life worse than death. The sniffing monster shouted for half a day without Yu Xian answering. The knife monster looked at the sniffing monster and inquired with his eyes if the child had jumped down the stairs from the blind spot of their vision and run away. His sense of smell was enhanced by the end-time energy, it could be directed to sniff a specific localized odor. Suddenly, a foul stench filled his nostrils, there was no defense. The sniffing monster immediately vomited. In the next second, several zombies rushed out from the other side of the attic and rushed at the sniffing monster. The sniffing monster's face changed in shock, although it was invincible in terms of its sense of smell, its combat power was almost zero. Save me. Originally, the knife monster wanted to rush over and finish off Yu Xian, however, when he saw several zombies rushing towards the sniffing monster, he wanted to save the sniffing monster. Suddenly, several zombies rushed out from his side as well. They were all headless, but they didn't know if it was instinct or what, they were actually charging right at them. With open teeth and claws. Bakuta monsters. You are helping the sniffing monster. Exploding head monster frowned slightly. He had aimed his sniper rifle at the attic. According to his principle, he wouldn't shoot at other targets until he had shot at the target. When he saw sniffing monster being attacked by some zombies, he struggled to hold on. Explosive head monster immediately aimed his gun at sniffing monster. The machine gun was fired in quick succession. The zombies on sniffing monster were blown away almost instantly. The sniffing monster then breathed a sigh of relief. Exploding head monster, have you awakened your profession? Why does it feel like your shooting skills are getting more and more perverted? At the same time, Yu Xian, who was releasing the zombies at the dead end of the attic, was also startled. Those few shots were completely consecutive, however, the accuracy was quite high, and those few zombies that were blown away had a large hole in their chest. It was the location of the heart. In other words, in the midst of this chaos, the gun monster was able to hit its target with precision with little to no aiming. A hint of greed flashed through this gunmage Yu Xian's eyes, he wanted it. If he had this marksmanship and a sniper rifle, he would be able to control a 1-kilometer radius around his home. However, although the gun monster had terrible shooting skills, its brain was a bit dead. Zombies aren't humans, is it useful to hit the heart? But yes, a zombie whose head he cut off was truly immortal for the duration of his manipulation, unless it was broken into pieces. Sniffing monster had just breathed a sigh of relief, but his foot was suddenly grabbed by a walker. Before sniffing monster could react, the walker, which was slightly larger than the others, lifted him up and slammed him hard to the ground. The sniffing monster was like a whip at the moment, being wrestled by the walkers one by one. It took only 2 or 3 times for the sniffing monster to spit out blood from its mouth and scream with a face full of horror, "Save me." Obviously, the head-bursting monster was also shocked. Moreover, the zombies he had just blown away with his sniper shot were all standing up. Damn, these zombies are so evil. They can't be killed. The knife monster was also furious. His knife was quite fast. A single slash could cut off a zombie's entire shoulder, but again, the zombie whose shoulder was cut off could still lunge at him. As long as he did not cut the zombie into pieces, it would not be considered completely defeated. This was completely different from the other zombies he had killed. Help me! You guys! Sniffing monster cried out in desperation, but his voice was completely drowned out by the zombies. Yu Xian continued to release the zombies. Anyway, the big deal is just to continue to coffin. He can coffin 50 zombies every day. For him, the zombies are not worth it, kill them. Dozens of zombies rushed towards the knife monster and the head-exploding monster. The knife monster squealed in all kinds of ways and was chased by the zombies as it jumped around on the roof of the building, but the knife monster was really strong. With dozens of zombies, as long as they came close, the knife monster could cut them in half with a single slash. There really wasn't much he could do. Guns and knives were different. Knives could do line and area damage, but guns could only do point damage. he only had a sniper rifle and a pistol. He couldn't be like Gatling, using extremely high-density bullets to beat the zombie into a pulp, could he? That is not realistic. So all Bakugo could do was fight and retreat. When he retreated to the point where he couldn't retreat any further, he was ready to jump down, but he immediately saw a dog on the ground, watching him intently. It wasn't that naive yellow dog. Instead, it was a terrifyingly large dog, pitch black in color, with green light coming out of its eyes, and several meters long. This must be the monster in the Secret Service that had rushed out of the mines with the child, even blowing up all the tanks and armored vehicles. The explosive monster immediately took out 3 bullets from the bullet box. These 3 bullets were silver-colored, silver bullets. That was what the insiders called this bullet. This super armor-piercing bullet could instantly pierce through an armored car with 10 mm thick steel plates. The cost of this bullet was very high. It was also because he had to deal with the big dog who was impervious to knives and guns in the Secret Service that he was able to apply for 3 of them. After the 3 were filled, Bakugo didn't hesitate to fire. The 3 bullets shot out immediately, precisely hitting the dog demon's head. 1 bullet even shot into the dog demon's eye. A large amount of black, sticky blood flowed out. The dog demon jumped up in agony. The nails were embedded in the stairs, and it climbed straight up to get to the top. It raised its claws and wanted to kill the weapon monster with 1 claw. Don't kill it. Yu Xian immediately shouted. The dog demon stopped, as this command of his was directly imposed on the dog demon, but the zombies didn't stop. Instead, they were able to use their hands and claws to snap the gun monster to death. Yu Xian immediately ordered the zombies to disperse. Although the corpse of the gun monster was already miserable, it was still intact. Originally, he wanted to see if he could trigger a hospice or something like that for the gun monster as well, so that he could summon up his good feelings, but it was still 1 step too late. Yu Xian crouched down and put his hand on the body of the gun monster. Life is like a white horse, may the deceased rest in peace. Countless white threads quickly sewed up the gun monster's body. Without waiting for a reminder, Yu Xian proceeded to the next step of the encasing process. In this kind of reinforced concrete floor, it was unlikely that he was in the ground. Yet he could cremate it. It had been verified last time in the mine. Fire red didn't really burn to ashes, it was just a ritual. Yu Xian ignited the corpse of the gunslinger monster. Ding! The successfully enshrined Tier 1 professional marksman will load a portion of the currently deceased's memories, experience, skills, and traits for you. Successfully loaded. The loaded contents are 15 memories, totaling 25 hours, 100% of the Tier 1 marksman long-range sniper skill, 100% of the Tier 1 marksman infiltration skill, 30% of the Tier 1 marksman assault rifle skill, 50% of the Tier 1 marksman pistol skill, 100% of the Tier 1 marksman gunsmithing skill, Tier 1 marksman professional goodwill, 50% and can be maneuvered for 500 seconds, strength plus 50, speed plus 10, stamina plus 10, spirit plus 10. Yu Xian was surprised. His guess was right. This head-busting monster had awakened a profession. And it was a sniper professional as well. Sniper professionals were usually born in the military and on the battlefield. They spend a lot of time and bullets to improve their skills in their profession. Except for the battlefield, it's usually not so conditional. That's why shooting professions are very rare. And he had actually acquired some of the skills of the marksman profession from the body of the exploding head monster. Yu Xian was ecstatic and disassembled the weapon from the exploding head monster. Then, he skillfully reassembled it on his own body. He had acquired all the firearms knowledge of the level 1 marksman profession. Therefore, after touching the weapon, there was no cold unfamiliarity, but rather a very familiar feeling, like a person who touched the weapon every day and had already played with it to the point of perfection. The clip was so deftly held between his fingers that it was about to sprout flowers. He had played enough before he put it in the cartridge box. I have long said that those who play with guns are all losers, but Bakugo Monster still doesn't believe it. Now he should believe it. Someone came up behind him. It's Knife Monster. Knife Monster's clothes have been torn to shreds. The powerful muscles of his body were revealed. Knife Monster tore his shirt to shreds and then said in a domineering manner, "Kid, come on. See if you can kill me." Those zombies just now were all cut to pieces by him. The large broadsword was as if it had no weight in his hand, it could be swung at will. Yu Xian stood up and sized up the knife monster. Looking at the thickness of the other party's broadsword, it felt like the knife weighed at least tens of kilograms. An ordinary person would have trouble even lifting it with both hands. To say nothing of wielding it so easily with one hand, it was basically impossible. You've awakened a profession. Profession? The knife monster laughed contemptuously. Does someone like me need to awaken a profession? Then Yu Xian understood. People like the knife monster were high-minded and lazy to lie. Knife monster didn't have an awakened profession, but there was a high probability that he had awakened an extraordinary ability. Normally, such a strange person's supernormal abilities would be strengthened by the baptism of the energy of the end times. Come on, let those zombie babies around you keep killing me. I haven't had the pleasure of killing them yet. The words of the knife monster just fell. Yu Xian was expecting this, as the time for manipulation had arrived. Instead, he scared the knife monster. They're all hanged? The knife monster asked Yu Xian. Yu Xian smiled and nodded, yes. Then why are you still laughing? You should be crying right now. Knife monster slung his big sword over his shoulder, coldly smiling. Now your only helper is this big black dog. I know that this big black dog is very powerful, it might be a resurrected Fae. Do you dare not let the big black dog intervene and fight me man to man? Yu Xian narrowed his eyes. Blade monster, although you seem fearless on the surface, you are actually nervous, right? You're afraid that I'm going to let the dog demon deal with you, so you want to stimulate me with words so that I won't use the dog demon. Blade monster's heart sank. This young man was too calm. Their judgment of this person was wrong from the beginning. They thought that this person had just graduated from the ivory tower. He hadn't seen the evils of society, and he was simple-minded. Even if he has acquired some special abilities, it's not enough to be feared. This guy is fully experienced. Whether it was his heart or his battle experience. The reason why they were successfully attacked out of the blue just now, it was because they hadn't even expected that this kid would actually dare to attack them back. If this kid was hiding in his own house, he was actually waiting to die. An ordinary person wouldn't understand this, but this guy knows. What exactly are you? The knife monster asked Yu Xian with a serious expression. Yu Xian smiled without saying anything as he suddenly looked to the side. There was a person standing on the building next to them. No, it was River City 17 super infection. Beside Jiangqing 17-inch there were several zombies of different sizes, they were all Fae. Knife monster also saw these zombies. Slightly shocked, what's wrong with this zombie? Why do I think it looks like a human? That was what scared him the most. The zombie was reckless. Through its crimson pupils, it was as if it was thinking. Super-infected body, Yu Xian said indifferently. Jiangqing 17 had actually followed him. What is a super-infected body? Blade monster has never heard of it. Yu Xian didn't explain too much. Many of the terms were raw words for this stage. But soon, there would be some people who had awakened the researcher superbrain scientists, who would use the ability of their profession to give all kinds of zombies the terms they deserved. I promise you that the dog devil is not involved, and I will kill you with my own hands to show you respect. Yu Xian slowly drew his tang knife. Knife monster's eyes are getting more and more cautious. Good, you really satisfy my appetite, but unfortunately our positions are different, otherwise we can become friends. Knife monster's words are still finished. The gunshot sounded. Knife monster lowered his head and looked at his chest, which was bleeding like crazy. His heart had been pierced. The other hand actually put a black gun behind his back. You lied to me. You don't keep your word. Yu Xian laughed. Big brother, it's you who's too simple. It's not like you and I are in a so-called sparring match, it's a real fight to the death. Why would I give up my advantage to fight you physically when I have the advantage in everything? Do you think too much of society? Being a lay disciple in a sect and treating yourself like a fool? He heard that Yu Xian was still mocking him. The blade monster was directly angry until he spit out blood. You don't have a face. The knife monster rushed over with his big broadsword raised. Yu Xian fired several shots in a row, even though he had only learned 50% of the knife monster's pistol technique, but at such a close range, 50% was enough. The blade monster reluctantly fell to the ground and died. Yu Xian crouched down and embraced the body of the knife monster. The Fei immediately jumped down, some Fei even jumped right over. Yu Xian immediately ordered the dog demon to block those Fei. He wanted to finish killing the knife monster before saying anything. Once he mastered the blade monster's sword technique, he would definitely be like a tiger with wings. River City 17 was like a monarch with his roar. Not only the Fei rushed over. Even many ordinary zombies received Jiangqing 17's command to rush over. Immediately, the zombies in the various nearby streets rushed towards the building where Yu Xian was like a tidal wave. Moreover, under the command of Jiangqing 17, those stupid zombies were actually starting to cooperate. The zombies were stacked on top of each other and were actually approaching the roof of the building at a rapid pace. Inuyasha explained this phenomenon to Yu Xian. Yu Xian was shocked. This was the horror of the super-infected body. Letting the zombies on the lower level serve as steps for the zombies on the upper level, 1 by 1 inch, just like the black tide, it is encircling the whole building against the current. Yu Xian looked at Jiangqing 17 on the roof of the next building. A flash of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Originally, he thought that Jiangqing 17 could be used by him to stir up the storm clouds in Jiangqing. Certain big shots should not set their eyes on him. Super-infected bodies were territorial. It would subconsciously wipe out any existences within its territory that threatened it, but he had clearly kept a low profile. According to the memories of his previous life, the first target of Jiangqing 17's raid, it was actually a Ning clan haven. It was said to be a haven, but in reality, this haven didn't even allow ordinary survivors to enter. Only dignitaries and valuable people were allowed to enter. The dignitaries were very understandable. After all, the rich would only help the rich or the powerful, but the condition of being valuable was a little broader. What was valuable? This hideout of Ning's group gave the answer. First, beautiful women who were willing to use their bodies for the enjoyment of the dignitaries. Second, people who could be involved in production and construction, such as those who could cook and build, who could help them perfect the haven. Third, people willing to help them go out and look for supplies. To put it nicely, it was for them to use their labor in exchange for access to the refuge. To put it badly, it was actually to find a bunch of subordinates and female playmates. That's why Ning's group set up this haven like a clubhouse. Those with status and resources could enjoy the life of the upper class. In his previous life, this haven was attacked by a swarm of zombie frenzy unleashed by Jiangqing 17, and the haven held out for 3 days before it was finally breached, killing and injuring hundreds of people. This was also the reason why he didn't make a move against Jiangqing 17. He hadn't expected that River City 17 would actually unleash a zombie frenzy on him now. It wasn't the same as what happened in his previous life. Had he actually blocked the robbery for Ning's group? Yu Xian looked at the progress of the encounter. The speed of this knife monster's encoffining was much slower than he had expected. There were already zombies climbing up to the roof of the building. The dog demon stood firmly by Yu Xian's side, opening its bloody mouth to frantically expel the zombies as they rushed over. So many zombies were attacking. The stench immediately enveloped Yu Xian. Dog Demon's mouth was stuffed with zombies, and he couldn't finish it. He just couldn't finish it. The key was that Dog Demon was injured. 3 super armor-piercing bullets had been pumped into his head by the head-breaking monster. One eye was blinded. Although Canine Demon's healing ability was very strong, but the time was too short, so Inuyasha had no time at all to recover completely before he had to throw himself into the next battle. Yu Xian looked at the progress bar of the enshrinement. It was the first time that he enshrined someone so slowly. One must know that this was only the first step of the enchanting, the restoration of the deceased's remains, and had yet to be cremated and buried. The dog demon raged with anger. There were a few zombies hanging from his body, gnawing away at the body of the dog demon. If it was an ordinary zombie, it would definitely not be able to bite through the invulnerable skin of the dog demon, but one of the zombies had a different shape from ordinary zombies. Although its size was thin, its body bones were very hard, and it stood on 4 legs like a bug. It buried its face in the dog devil's hair and gnawed desperately. when it raised its head, its face was covered in the black blood of the dog demon, and its mouth was still chewing on the dog demon's flesh and blood. Fey. Fey in insect form. Not only the limbs, but also the teeth had changed. On either side of the corners of its mouth, large, hard, sharp-looking pallets had grown like scissors that could cut the dog demon's flesh and blood into a messy mess. The dog demon was badly wounded by this Fey. Most Fey of this type either worked as insects during their lives, or were obsessed with insect knowledge, and when discovered by the superinfected body induced the greatest longing of his heart, and this bizarre form of Fey mutation occurred. 10 years after the end times, the Mordecai Research Institute had researched the secret information that superinfected bodies could create zombies in large numbers. As a human, or even as an animal. No matter how normal they normally behave, there is always a desire lurking in the depths of their hearts. This desire would cause the other party to erupt with unimaginable power when they were infected and mutated into zombies, making it more likely that they would turn into Fey themselves after turning into insects or possessing some kind of insect ability. Jiangqing 17 happened to have tapped into the other party's desire, so he induced his Fey mutation. The Fey suddenly looked at him, and greed suddenly erupted from its ghostly green eyes. Yu Xian's heart sank. The Fey was going to attack him. Yu Xian glanced at the progress bar of the encoffining again. 98%, 99%, 100%, successfully encoffining the second-level professional blade master, loading part of the current deceased's memories, experience, skills, and traits for you, loading successfully. It is too late to see the loaded content. The Fey had already pounced. Yu Xian immediately drew his Tang sword. The moment he grabbed the hilt, he suddenly saw the trajectory of the blade. It was as if a hand was subconsciously teaching him at what angle to strike the blade. Yu Xian unconsciously swung his blade, and his blade completely followed the trajectory of the hand in his subconscious. Yu Xian himself was a bit surprised. He suddenly understood why the knife monster was so strong. The knife monster had also awakened a profession, and it was also a level 2 professional. Professions like knife master were only awakened by people in sex. Luckily, he hadn't gotten into a fierce fight with the knife monster right now, or else he might have really been killed by the knife monster. The knife monster's blade technique was much more exquisite than his, however, its strength and speed were not as good as his, and after all, it had swallowed some of the Inu Devil's source core substance. It could easily surpass the physical fitness results of many sect martial artists who had cultivated for decades, day after day, year after year. Yu Xian immediately drew his sword and started killing. One by one, the zombies were hacked to death by his Tang blade, but the number of zombies was simply too much. They had already surrounded the building he was in. Inuyasha. Inuyasha understood immediately. He freed himself from the zombies and ran to Yu Xian's side. Yu Xian grabbed the fur of the dog demon and jumped with it to the roof of another building. Yu Xian turned around and immediately raised his sniper rifle, aiming at River City 17 inch. He fired 3 shots in a row. With his current sniper level, the landing point of these 3 shots would be Jiangqing No. 17's head. As long as he was able to hit, he would be able to smash Jiangqing No. 17's head. But the 3 bullets flew in front of Jiangqing No. 17. Suddenly, they stopped. Yu Xian was shocked, nimble. No, this was no longer the kind of crude use that ordinary Fey had for Nianwave, rather, it was Nianli. When River City 17 raised his hand to point at him, the 3 orbs suddenly flew towards him. Inuyasha immediately blocked the 3 bullets with his own body. The bullets were just ordinary bullets, though not enough to do much damage to Inuyasha. But Nianli of River City 17 was very strong. It was also the case that Inuyasha couldn't feel the pain, otherwise he would have had to grin. Let's go. Yu Xian let the dog demon lead him away. He wasn't afraid of a Jiangqing 17, however, the other party was charging at him with a dozen Fey and hundreds of zombies. He and K9 Demon weren't very good at dealing with that. Besides, K9 Demon was injured, and he had used up a lot of energy. If he was not careful, if he was bitten by one of the Fey, he would be finished, so this was not the time to get tough with Jiangqing 17. Yu Xian rode the dog demon away. Looking back, Jiangqing 17 was still on the roof of the building, looking at him with icy eyes. Damn it, I'm going to kill you sooner or later. Yu Xian didn't go home, but rode K9 Devil around the bends of various paths. He couldn't be discovered by River City 17, where his home base was. Otherwise, there was no telling when his home would be surrounded by Fae. He immediately let K9 Demon return to the hidden corpse room to recuperate. He crawled into a room with an open window in the dark, then crouched down with bated breath. Fang Yu still lay unconscious on the floor. This was an office building, and Yu Xian could hear the sound of zombies running around outside the room. He counted the time. It was time for the military to make a move. In his previous life, on the third day after the end of the world, after solving the internal problems, the human forces started to counterattack the zombies in the cities. It was the early hours of this morning. Yu Xian planned to wait here until the army had counterattacked and attracted the attention of River City 17 before returning to his residence. He pulled up his pants leg, and the wound on his leg had already begun to heal, but it was the skin that healed first. The bones were a little slower. It would take about 2 days, and he would try not to use his leg for those 2 days, otherwise, it would only slow down the healing time. When it was almost dawn, Fang Yu woke up. She saw Yu Xian pretending to sleep by the window and saw the gun on Yu Xian's waist. I advise you not to seek death. Fang Yu was startled. She looked at Yu Xian in surprise. Fang Yu, you're awake. Yu Xian's eyes were icy cold. I am always awake, don't believe me, try it. Fang Yu immediately dismissed all her thoughts. She curled up her body and carefully asked Yu Xian, what about the knife? What do you think? You shouldn't have killed her, right? Fang Yu was shocked. The Ning clan's 36 monster sector had a strong fighting force. It was hard for them to imagine that Yu Xian could kill them. Was it that big black dog? Fang Yu didn't dare to ask, so she carefully said, why don't you kill me? Yu Xian laughed softly, because a beautiful woman like you is worth a lot of money. When the time comes to sell her to a pimp, I can make a fortune. Fang Yu's scalp went numb. She was elite, an elite with a clear head. It was also probably possible to imagine that in the end of the world, a woman of her caliber would definitely become the plaything of many men. I'm willing to follow you around. Please don't sell me. I'm willing to do anything, really. I'll do whatever you ask me to do, and I'll definitely not betray you. Fang Yu was very sincere and genuine, but Yu Xian remained unmoved. Those who betrayed once will betray a second time. Do you think I will give you a second chance to betray me? Fang Yu wanted to say something else, but Yu Xian stuffed his mouth. He actually had another purpose for keeping Fang Yu. There was a chip hidden in Fang Yu's teeth. Ning's group wouldn't have let Fang Yu stay out all the time, although the chip hidden in her teeth wouldn't necessarily be discovered by others, but Ning's group would inevitably minimize the risk, so they would send a steady stream of people over to rescue Fang Yu, and if they couldn't, even killing them would be safer than staying in someone else's hands. So Fang Yu was the bait, Ning's group was the fish. With Fang Yu around, they would naturally take the bait. Yu Xian abruptly opened his eyes. He heard the sound of artillery fire coming from the distance. It was rumbling and booming. The army had started to counterattack. Fang Yu also heard that it was the army starting to suppress the zombies. He quickly told Yu Xian to hurry and join the army. Yu Xian was not convinced. The army's firepower was indeed fierce, but that was limited to ordinary zombies. Super-infected and Fae was something the army couldn't solve. This battle wouldn't last too long. The army would withdraw. Fang Yu obviously didn't believe what Yu Xian said. She thought that the most important thing to do at this time was to seek shelter from the army. Ignoring Fang Yu's thoughts, Yu Xian called the K9 Demon out of the hidden corpse space, carried him and Fang Yu, and quickly flew home. Then lying on the roof of his house, he used the scope on his sniper rifle to look. As he expected, the army had already engaged the Fae on. The artillery fire was sky high. The army side drove over in a dozen tanks and armored vehicles, surrounded by hundreds of manned army combat teams, using the entire block as a battlefield. The Fae zombies drifted in and out, quickly closing in on the army, but they couldn't hold back the firepower, and they were sieved in the air. Yu Xian didn't find the shadow of Jiangqing 17, but he saw a small unit coming towards the United Harbor. Community. Yu Xian frowned slightly. there were times when the army would carry out special missions, such as rescuing survivors, but the vast majority of survivors were not qualified for the army to specifically rescue them. Except for certain people with special identities, could it be that this small army was rushing towards Fang Yu? This is highly probable. The Ning group had their hands full, and it wasn't impossible to convince the army to help them retrieve an important survivor. It's the military. Soldiers were coming. Immediately, excited voices came out of a room. Help us. We're here. Our building is full of walkers, so we can't get out, and we haven't eaten in 3 days. A woman stood by the window and cried out. The small army of nuns on the road looked at the woman begging for help. However, it did not pay any attention to it, but instead went through its instruments and seemed to be looking for something to locate. On the roof of the building, Yu Xian's heart tightened as he looked at their equipment with the scope of his sniper rifle.